everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
League of Legends, the Bastard Prince of Demacia. Luke transmigrated. The moment he opened his eyes, he arrived in the world of League of Legends Runeterra, the continent of Valoran. He started with nothing to his name, and an old mother gravely ill in bed, an absolute nightmare of an opening. Yet on her deathbed, she handed him a mysterious necklace. When he brought the necklace to Demacia's capital, the great city of Demacia, he was stunned to discover that the father he had never even met was the reigning king. In the blink of an eye, Luke became Demacia's second prince. His older brother was Jarvan IV, and his uncle was Xian Zhao, the seneschal of Demacia. With a background like that, Luke suddenly felt that being a slacker prince didn't sound so bad. On top of that, he also awakened a sign-in system. With nothing to do, he'd sign in, then go tease the blonde girl next door from House Crownguard, and flirt a little with Lady Fiora from the neighboring house. Life like this didn't seem half bad either. Chapter 1 to 62, Chapter 1, Finish what you were saying. A remote frontier town. The bright moon hung high. The weather was mild, and the cicadas wouldn't stop chirping. The scenery around here wasn't anything special, just grass and trees, an endless stretch of green that made the whole place feel soaked in summer. By the fence outside a secluded little shack, Luke leaned with his back against the wood. He wore a rough linen shirt, sleeves missing, both arms bare. Staring into the distance, he let out a weary sigh. Behind him, the shack looked like it had been standing for who knew how many years, old and worn. A faint candlelight flickered inside, swaying with each bout of soft coughing. Before long, the coughing worsened, as if whoever was inside was about to hack out their lungs. Just listening made it obvious the owner of that voice was suffering. She was gravely ill. Hearing it, Luke sighed again. Right now, he really wanted to light a cigarette and ask himself a question. How did my life get this miserable? The woman coughing inside was his mother. Her name was Melly, information Luke had pieced together from scattered fragments of memory in his head. When Luke transmigrated here 3 days ago, this was exactly what he'd walked into. The original owner of this body seemed to have tried to jump off a cliff, and Luke just happened to pick up the bargain by taking over. What he didn't expect was that the moment he arrived, he'd also gain a bedridden, critically ill mother to care for. The most ridiculous part was that this family had been out of food for a long time. The 2 pieces of bread under his hand right now were something Luke had traded for by doing a day of temp work. And now, he didn't just have to fill his own stomach, he also had to take care of the sick person inside. Should I just run for it? He muttered. Another burst of coughing came from behind him, and the thought popped into Luke's mind again. He shook his head and forced it down. Some things, once you do them, you'll regret them for the rest of your life. Even if he didn't have any real feelings for the woman in that room, this body still shared her blood. Am I really going to have to sell my looks? Luke muttered. The general store owner's daughter has practically spelled it out for me. He plucked a piece of foxtail grass from somewhere, stuck it between his lips, and stared ahead with the eyes of someone who'd seen too much. This option felt like it might haunt him forever, too. When he pictured the general store owner's daughter, 200, maybe close to 300 pounds of her, that wide smile, thighs so slick they practically shone, Luke swallowed hard. I'll think of something else. In the end, he couldn't cross that mental line. He decided to take it one step at a time. Over the last 2 days, he'd set up 2 simple hunting traps in the mountains. He should catch something today. In a bit he'd go check. As for everything else, he'd deal with it when he was actually about to starve. Cough cough Luke, cough cough, come inside. His mother's call, broken up by coughing, pulled Luke out of his thoughts. He turned his head and answered, I'm coming, mother. Then he headed into the shack. It wasn't far at all. By the time he finished responding, he was already at the door. He pushed it open and saw the cramped interior. On a wooden bedboard lay his mother, hair mostly white with a few strands of black mixed in. Her face was deathly pale and gaunt, her eyes dull with exhaustion. She was only in her 40s, yet the illness had worn her down until she looked like someone in her 70s. It was pitiful. Luke walked up and crouched beside her. "Are you hungry?" Melly forced herself to turn slightly. Her eyes were weak, but the gentleness in them was unmistakable as she looked at Luke. In a raspy voice, she said, "No. I just want to talk to you." "Go ahead," Luke replied. "I'm listening." He didn't have anything else to do right now anyway. And who knew, maybe this unfamiliar mother would drop some earth-shattering secret. "Over all these years, you've suffered taking care of me." Melly looked at Luke with pain and tenderness in her expression. Luke answered immediately, "It wasn't hard." It really hadn't been. If he had to name something that suffered, it was his stomach. He'd wake up hungry all the time. "Have you ever regretted being my son?" Something changed in Melly's eyes, a layer of meaning Luke couldn't quite read. Still, he answered honestly. The person who could have answered that question was already gone. So of course Luke picked the nicer answer, saying something that made a dying person feel better wasn't difficult. "I regret it," Melly said softly. "I regret being your mother." That made Luke blink, confused. But Melly continued, and it was like she suddenly looked years younger, not in her body, but in her gaze. She stopped looking at Luke and instead stared at something far away, something in her past. "I was an extremely selfish, stupid woman. The decision I regret most is giving birth to you, making you wander from hardship to hardship, never living a good life for more than a few days. It's all because of the choice I made back then. Only now do I realize how foolish I was. I didn't even consider what you would want. I intended to take this secret into my grave and protect it for my whole life. But these past few days, I've finally thought it through. I don't have the right to do that. Because this is your life." After a long stretch of confession, Melly looked back at Luke. Speaking so much had left her even weaker. She reached out and grabbed his hand, holding it tightly, then forced out the words with difficulty, "Behind the cabinet. Against the wall, there's a hidden compartment. Inside are two things. Keep the necklace. Use the other as travel money. Go to the capital. Actually you." Her hand went slack, dropping lifelessly. The light in her eyes scattered, fading into emptiness. Luke froze, completely stunned. He nudged her, trying to get a response. "Mother, finish what you were saying." "What am I? If you had the strength to say all that, why didn't you say the important part first?" He looked at her again. Melly was gone. And once she was gone, it would be forever. But maybe it was better this way. She was only 40-something, yet this illness had tormented her for years. From now on, she wouldn't suffer any more. Remembering what she'd said, Luke shoved the cabinet aside. He fumbled around for a while, searching, until he finally found a hidden compartment with difficulty. He reached in, and his fingers quickly closed around a black sandalwood box. Just from the feel of it, it seemed expensive. So what? My mother used to be some noble lady who ran away with a commoner. Luke's mind raced. And now she wants me to go back to the family and take back what's rightfully mine. He opened the sandalwood box. Inside was a delicate necklace. A smooth gemstone hung from it, round and crystal clear, beautiful, like an angel's eye. Within the gemstone were 3 prismatic star-like shapes, arranged almost like a trident. This necklace was absolutely worth a lot of money. So why hadn't she pulled it out earlier and sold it, so the family could live better? Luke grumbled to himself, but like Melly had said, it had been her choice. There were 2 items in the box. The other was a gold bracelet, finely crafted, definitely something that would fetch a good price. Luke decided to do what Melly told him. He'd sell the gold bracelet, keep the necklace, and head to the capital. He was very interested in the story behind this necklace and in the world he'd ended up in. Chapter 2, The Demacian Capital. 1190 for words in the blink of an eye. 2 months passed, and true summer arrived. Demacia the capital. A towering silver-white city wall looked solemn and imposing, its white bricks linked together like a suit of gleaming white armor. Outside the wall, a white statue stood in silence, gazing down at the great city before it. Beneath the walls, lines of people streamed in and out while armored guards questioned them one by one. 18. Where are you from? You asked that too. Orders from above. They're being strict lately. What happened? Are you questioning me, or am I questioning you? Where are you from? Luke answered honestly. The East. Terran Town. Never heard of it. The guard looked the young man over. Luke was plainly dressed, with striking black hair. His eyes were brown, and he was fairly handsome, almost like he had mixed blood. He was also about as tall as the guard. The guard's gaze dropped to the bundle in Luke's hands. What's in the bundle? Personal belongings. You want to see? Luke didn't really care. He opened it up: water, food, a change of clothes, and a smaller pouch with what little travel money he had left. In 2 months, he'd almost burned through the money he'd gotten from selling the gold bracelet and the sandalwood box. He was sure the merchant who bought them off him had a black heart, but he had no choice. Either sell or starve. Half the money had gone to his mother in this body. Melly had lived poor her whole life, so Luke at least gave her a decent funeral, found her a respectable cemetery plot, something that let him feel like he'd given an answer to the dead. The other half had been just enough to make it here. All right. Welcome to the royal capital. The guard only gave the contents a quick glance and didn't take it seriously. He smiled and stepped aside. Luke walked forward into the city, and the moment he entered, the sight grabbed him. As expected of Demacia's capital, it was so vast it felt endless. Buildings clustered like a mountain range, spreading outward in layers, some tall, some low. The streets were packed with people, lively and loud. He'd passed through a major city on the road, but compared to the capital, it didn't even come close. On Runeterra, a world with only a handful of true powers, a main city of this scale meant something. It was proof of strength. Over these 2 months, Luke had figured out exactly where he was. Runeterra, the world behind the game League of Legends. And Demacia was one of its nations. A place where certain champions made their mark. Before transmigrating, Luke had been a veteran player. He wasn't a lore expert, but he knew the basics. And just looking at what champions could do made one thing clear: this world wasn't normal. For ordinary people, it was extremely dangerous. A random catastrophe could break out overnight, and they'd become nothing but cannon fodder. In the game, the champion's power was balanced into a neat set of numbers. But in the real setting, a truly powerful champion could level a city with ease. And in the Runeterra Luke had landed in, there were even more terrifying figures, people who weren't champions, but still possessed extraordinary strength. Based on what Luke knew, it wouldn't be long before a disaster arrived. Dropped in and the pressure's already crushing, Luke muttered. He subconsciously touched his waist. The necklace was hidden there, wrapped in tape, layer after layer, so tight it never shifted. He hadn't even taken it off to sleep. He had to. With the situation as it was, this necklace mattered. It could very well change the course of his entire future. From what he understood of this world, every region and nation had its own strengths and weaknesses. For example, in Demacia, a hereditary monarchy, an ordinary person's safety could be protected to a certain extent. King Jarvan IV was famously benevolent, treating his people well. And if something went wrong, the stronger nobles would be the ones standing at the front to hold the line. But the downside was just as obvious. For a commoner, if you didn't have some ridiculous talent or opportunity, you might never climb very high in your life. Because most of the advantages had already been carved up by the nobles. That said, Demacia's overall character wasn't bad. Among both citizens and nobles, there were plenty of people who genuinely valued justice. If the necklace didn't change Luke's situation, then he'd have to seriously consider leaving Demacia and finding another path. For now, Luke wandered the streets without direction, thinking to himself, okay, I made it to the capital. Melly's last words had only told him this much: come to the capital with the necklace. But once he got here, what was he supposed to do? Just judging from the gold bracelet and the gemstone necklace in the sandalwood box, Melly must have had a respectable status at some point. At the very least, she'd been noble-born. Forget the other items, just that gemstone necklace alone wasn't something an ordinary family, or even a slightly well-off one, could ever possess. I can't exactly walk up to some random noble, Luke thought as he walked, immediately killing the idea. The capital might be crawling with nobles, but if anyone got ideas about the necklace, then even a minor noble could crush Luke without effort. No exaggeration, the necklace was Luke's lifeline. Come take a look. Come see for yourselves. A loud call from the roadside caught Luke's attention. He saw a crowd gathering in that direction, like something interesting was going on. Technically, Luke should have been focusing on serious business right now, but the truth was, he couldn't think of a single good plan. So he stopped forcing it. If he couldn't act yet, he might as well take a look around the royal capital first. At the center of the crowd was a small stall. The stall owner sat cross-legged on the ground without a care in the world, bare-armed in the summer heat, fiddling with a thick hemp rope 3 or 4 centimeters thick and more than half a meter long. More and more people gathered. Luke arrived early enough to snag a spot right at the front. After shouting a few more times and seeing the crowd grow, the stall owner lifted the rope, folded it in half, and began to explain. Today, we're gonna play a little game. Everyone sees this rope, right? Now watch, turn it into a small circle. Now there are 3 little loops in the middle. As he spoke, the rope on the surface in front of him coiled into shape, and sure enough, 3 smaller loops appeared inside. Now watch closely. I stick this rod through this loop, then I give the rope a pull, see that? The stall owner tugged the loose end. The rope began to return to its original form, and at that moment, the rod ended up wedged right in the center of the rope, blocking it in place. Chapter 3, Miss Crownguard 1220 words. Next up, the game is really simple. You're just picking a rope hole. Whether you pick a hole where the rod ends up looping through the rope, or a hole where the rod blocks the rope, either works, just like what you saw just now. Everyone got it? The stall owner looked up, smiling warmly. People around Luke whispered to each other, clearly trying to break it down. Luke had pretty much understood it too. The rules were minimal, and the game itself was simple: 3 rope holes, pick one. If you picked the hole where the rod blocked the rope, then you won the way the stall owner just demonstrated. If you picked the hole where the rope looped around the rod, then it would have to be one of the other 2. Anyone want to come up and play? The stall owner invited them, then added, but we're not playing for free. If you want to play, you pay at least 3 silver coins each time. More is up to you. If you pick right, I pay you back what you wagered. If you pick wrong, the money's mine. I'll do it. A spectator who'd clearly been itching to try strode forward, face full of excitement. He neatly took out 3 silver coins and placed them on the right side of the tabletop. All right, watch closely. I'm starting. The stall owner didn't waste words. He got to work immediately, looping and looping the rope with fast hands, especially tossing in some flashy body movements to distract the audience. But in truth, it still wasn't hard to follow. The rope had a head and a tail. Whether it ended up looping around the rod or getting blocked by it, the basic outcome was straightforward. Your pick. The stall owner handed the rod to the spectator. The spectator didn't hesitate. He chose a rope hole and jabbed the rod down, then said, I'm choosing for the rope to loop around the rod. All right, everyone, and you too, watch carefully. The stall owner began pulling the rope. The loops shrank one after another, writhing like a little snake, until finally even the tail slipped past the rod. In the end, only the rod remained, standing alone in the middle. Congratulations! You got it. The stall owner smiled broadly, congratulated him, and without any sign of reluctance, paid out 3 silver coins. Just like that, the spectator earned 3 silver. He didn't push his luck, he left beaming. With one person already profiting, the rest of the crowd couldn't hold back anymore. People started stepping up to play. In the meantime, the stall owner did manage to fool a few pairs of eyes with his technique, making them wager wrong, but overall, he was losing badly. The crowd got bigger and bigger. Luke watched 2 or 3 rounds, felt it wasn't that interesting, and decided to leave. "Can I play a round too?" Just then, a crisp, pleasant voice came from the back of the crowd, clearly a girl's. People shifted aside to make room. A blonde girl squeezed her way in, her big eyes filled with curiosity about the game. Luke stopped and looked over. Beyond being impressed, he was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected to run into a champion this soon. The girl had a soft oval face with a youthful innocence. Her features looked like they'd been delicately sculpted, bright eyes, and white teeth, especially those vivid azure blue eyes that were irresistibly captivating. Her brilliant blonde hair looked like sunlight had been poured over it. She drew attention just by standing there. And she was unmistakable. Quite a few people nearby had already recognized her. Miss Crownguard. Hearing that, Luke's guess was fully confirmed. The blonde girl in front of him was that champion, the Lady of Luminosity, Lux. After all, the Crownguard name carried enormous weight in Demacia. Not just anyone could be addressed as Miss Crownguard. No one seemed especially shocked that Lux had appeared, as if seeing her here wasn't strange at all. "Can I play a round?" Lux walked up to the stall, a cute smile on her face as she repeated what she'd said earlier. It was obvious she was genuinely interested in this. The stall owner paused, then answered, "Of course. Do you understand the rules?" Lux nodded seriously. The stall owner said, "Then please place your wager." Lux took out an exquisite coin purse from her pocket, pulled out a shiny gold coin, and set it on the tabletop. Then she stared at the stall owner without blinking, clearly not planning to miss a single movement. "Then I'll begin." Seeing her open with a gold coin, the stall owner got serious too. He muttered under his breath while his hands sped up even more. Very quickly, the 3 rope holes appeared. Lux rested her hand under her chin and studied it for a moment. Then she took the rod and stabbed it into one of the rope holes, declaring confidently, "I'm choosing for the rope to loop around the rod." Her choice was logical. Statistically, rope loops around the rod had a 2 in 3 chance, while rod blocks the rope was only 1 in 3. Most people would choose the rope looping around. And then, as the stall owner pulled the rope, it ended up being blocked by the rod. Lux's eyes widened a little, looking genuinely baffled. The spectators around her couldn't help sighing for her. The stall owner smiled. "Miss Crownguard, looks like your luck's a bit off today. Want to try again?" "I still didn't hit it." Lux clearly wasn't convinced. She pulled out another gold coin and put it down, her expression even more focused this time. "You really need to watch carefully this round," the stall owner said. He repeated the same routine, quickly reaching the moment where Lux had to choose again. Lux didn't blink once the whole time. Completely certain, she stabbed the rod into a rope hole. "This time it can't be wrong. I'm choosing for the rope to loop around the rod." As the stall owner pulled the rope, the crowd sucked in a collective breath. Because this time, the rope was blocked by the rod again. Lux was completely stunned now. She couldn't understand how she could still be wrong. The stall owner cleared his throat twice. "Seems you're not having much luck today." A spectator muttered, "In a way, that's pretty lucky, two times in a row landing on the blocked result." Another spectator suggested, "Then why not try choosing the blocked one this time? Maybe you'll win back what you lost." Someone else objected, No. She's already lost 2 gold coins. If it were me, I'd stop now, cut your losses while you can." Hearing the voices around her, Lux was clearly getting carried away. She let out a heavy breath, stubbornly pulled out 2 more gold coins, and slapped them down. "If you still want to play, then watch closely this time," the stall owner said. He obviously wasn't going to pass up the chance to make money, and he smoothly repeated the process. It was Lux's turn to choose again. This time she didn't hesitate at all, immediately picking a rope hole. "This time I'm choosing for the rod to block the rope." Chapter 4, Why does this mark look so much like me? 1378 words. All right, watch closely. The stall owner started pulling the rope. It lengthened little by little while Lux stared at it tense. The next second, she went completely blank. In those beautiful eyes of hers, the rope slowly, unmistakably looped around the rod until, in the end, the tabletop was left with nothing but the rod in her hand. A few sharp inhales came from the crowd. Even the spectators hadn't expected Miss Crownguard's luck to be this terrible. She'd picked wrong again. At this point, Lux might as well have "unlucky" written across her face. Even the stall owner looked a little helpless. He tried to comfort her. "Sometimes luck just goes like that. Before you came, there was someone who tried 5 times and didn't hit once." The moment he finished, someone in the crowd responded with a sigh. "That was me." "Miss Crownguard, don't take it too hard. When you're unlucky, even drinking water gets stuck between your teeth." Hearing someone had been even more miserable than her, Lux felt slightly better. Up until now, she still believed she'd missed 3 times purely because her luck was bad. Earlier, when she saw other people miss, she'd even thought they were idiots. How could you possibly pick wrong when the rope has a head and a tail? As long as you kept track of the folded end at the start, there was no way to mess it up. Now that it was her turn, Lux realized it didn't work like that at all. There was a huge luck component. Absolutely luck. Definitely not because she was dumb. But very soon, after 2 more rounds, Lux fully started questioning reality. She had already missed 5 times in a row and her wagers had gone from 2 gold coins to 8. How could someone's luck be this bad? Lux couldn't understand it. One more time. She forced herself to reset, looking exactly like a gambler who'd lost until she saw red. She decided to play 1 more round and she was convinced she'd figured it out this time. She took out 10 gold coins at once, clearly intending to win back everything she'd lost in one shot. "I'm always happy to play," the stall owner said with a gentle smile. He began performing the familiar routine again. Lux thought this was where she'd been losing, so she stared harder than ever. But even though his hands were fast, the rope was only so long there was nothing obvious to catch. 3 holes again. When it came time to choose, Lux wasn't as decisive as before. She hesitated. Like a chess player stuck in indecision, she didn't know where to place her piece. At that moment, someone from the audience spoke up. "I think the left rope hole is the one that gets blocked. The other 2 should loop around the rod." People looked over and felt like he seemed familiar. The man scratched his head and grinned. "I've had pretty decent luck 4 rounds in a row earlier." There really had been someone like that. Once he started offering suggestions, the crowd began analyzing too. Then 2 more spectators who'd guessed right a lot also stepped up, both recommending the left hole. Lux, at this point, was like a blade of grass drifting with the current. She'd lost a good chunk of her own judgment. Hearing everyone's analysis, plus her own half-formed reasoning, it all sounded very convincing. So she chose the left rope hole. "This time, I'm choosing for the rod to block the rope. Hope you win back what you lost," the stall owner said. As soon as he finished, he began pulling the rope. Lux stared even more intensely than before, only to freeze again. This time too, she'd chosen wrong. The rope ultimately looped around the rod. The stall owner said regretfully, "What a shame. Wrong again." The crowd's chatter instantly grew louder. The spectators who'd given advice were sighing and groaning, saying they'd misread it, that Lux's luck was just too awful, and so on. No one can be unlucky forever. 7 tries and I still won't hit even once. Lux snapped back to herself, fully worked up now, pure stubborn defiance. She dumped the remaining gold coins from her coin purse onto the tabletop, more than 10, glittering and eye-catching. Back and forth like this, Lux had already lost a lot. Demacia's cost of living wasn't high. A single gold coin could cover a normal family's expenses for a long time. And Lux had already lost at least 20 gold coins. Even for her, that was no small amount of spending money. If she lost again, she'd really be taking a serious hit. But if she didn't win back what she'd lost, she knew she'd go home furious and lie awake all night. Several spectators around her echoed her thinking. People felt she was due for a lucky round after all. Missing 6 times in a row had basically set a record. Maybe you should stop, Miss Crown Guard. I think it's better to cut your losses, or you'll lose even more. This is a luck game. Sometimes you just have to respect bad omens. Some of the crowd started trying to talk Lux out of it. But words like that only made a gambler who'd already lost a lot even more determined. Because no one believes they'll keep being unlucky forever. Luke watched the whole thing, and something felt. He studied it carefully too, replaying the earlier rounds in his mind, and finally realized what was wrong. Right as the stall owner picked up the rope and started his routine, Luke spoke up from within the crowd, sounding thoughtful. I don't think this looks like a luck game, he said. It looks like a scam. His words cut through the noise and drew a lot of attention. Including Lux's. Her focus was so sharp right now that she caught Luke's voice instantly. A spectator beside Luke asked, Kid, what do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. Luke stepped forward a few paces until he was close to the stall, then continued, if it's truly a luck game, then sure, if you keep raising the stakes, sooner or later you'll win back what you lost. But what if it isn't a luck game? Miss Crownguard, then all you'll do is raise your wagers higher and higher, and lose more and more. The stall owner looked angry. He waved his hand and glared at Luke. Young man, don't cause trouble. What nonsense are you spouting? Let him finish. Lux finally seemed to react. She turned and looked at Luke. What do you mean by a scam? Up close, her face looked even more delicate, bright and youthful, with that unmistakable innocent charm. Luke explained, a scam like this is when a few people work together, waiting for a fat sheep to take the bait. The mark usually watches first and thinks, this game is so simple, how can people still bet wrong? Are they all idiots? But the moment the mark steps in, they've already walked right into the trap. Why does this fat sheep sound so much like me? Lux realized Luke had described her exact thought process. She couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Does that mean she was an idiot too? But how is that my fault? I'm not dumb. Seeing the look in Lux's eyes, Luke continued, it's not that the mark is dumb. It's that the scammers exploit common psychology. And besides the stall owner, he needs a few others to cooperate and lure the mark in. Luke glanced at the stall owner, who clearly wanted to speak, and didn't give him the chance. He turned and pointed at several people. And you, if I'm not mistaken, you're all plants, right? 2 of them were people who'd lost several rounds. One had won. Another had never played at all, just stood in the crowd offering helpful suggestions. The moment Luke pointed them out one by one, they instinctively dodged his finger. Some of them win, some lose, and some never play, Luke said. With that setup, if you were about to quit just now, they'd definitely find a way to convince you to keep playing. Chapter 5, Exposing a Street Scam. 1317 words. I won't even explain what a shill is, everyone here understands. And if nothing unexpected happens, those 2 over there who won money and left are shills too. So why haven't they actually left? Luke spoke with total confidence. What do you mean by that? We didn't do anything from start to finish. How are we shills now? This is hilarious. Didn't expect to see something like this. I only showed up halfway through, and I'm a shill too. The people Luke pointed at immediately got emotional, all of them glaring at Luke with anger and indignation. Lux felt a little dizzy, but she wasn't stupid. She was starting to piece it together. She really might have been tricked by a group working together. Kid, that joke isn't funny. Who would dare scam a crown guard? The stall owner spoke up, calm as ever. He smiled slightly, his expression still as gentle as it had been. He didn't look like a scammer at all. Luke looked at him and smiled back. You would. The capital's huge. You scam someone, lay low for a few days, then come back with a new trick and keep scamming people. Brother, I was just passing by, so let me say a word. A spectator who looked like a total bystander stepped forward. If you're trying to get Lux's attention, you don't need to use tactics like this. The people you're falsely accusing won't take it well. The way he spoke even sounded reasonable. His tone made him seem like an upright, kind-hearted guy. And just like that, he painted Luke as someone trying to pull a stunt to attract Lux's attention. The surrounding crowd immediately felt it made sense and started echoing him. Lux had seen plenty of boys try to catch her eye every trick in the book. Most of the time, she could tell. But this time, she didn't think Luke felt like that kind of person. No matter how slow she could be, she should have realized it by now. That feeling of being scammed was getting stronger and stronger inside her. Luke glanced at the man and chuckled. You're a shill too. Quit pretending you're just a passerby. Step aside. The man instantly looked awkward, shaking his head. You're unbelievable. Using methods like this, what girl would ever like you? Luke said, not bothering to respond to the crowd's criticism at all, continuing instead. In this kind of scam, the shill's job is exactly this: stir people's emotions. And the people getting stirred up won't even realize they're being led around by shills. He kept going. And naturally, they become another kind of shill in the scam. The ones telling you to quit, the ones telling you to play again, the ones who win money, the ones who lose money. Every role matters. When he finished, the crowd went quiet. No one wanted to admit they'd been emotionally manipulated. But their silence proved it. One of the people Luke had called a shill sneered. That's all just your analysis. If you're going to talk this big, you need evidence that convinces everyone. You can't just say whatever you want and have it be true. Will you hand me the rope? Luke asked with a faint smile, looking at the stall owner. That's how I make my living. How can I just let someone inspect it? The stall owner's expression didn't change, but inside he was already panicking. He saw the confidence in Luke's eyes. He didn't want to believe it, but his trick had probably been seen through. And the pressure of having his method exposed compared to the fact he had scammed Lux was nothing. The weight on his shoulders right now mostly came from one thing: he had tricked a crown guard. He hadn't planned on doing it at first, but Lux really was a clueless, easy mark. If he pulled this one off, he could live comfortably for a long time. Originally, I only wanted to play a little game with everyone for fun, the stall owner said, putting on a generous expression. Since you think I'm scamming, I'll return every coin I won exactly as it was. That should be enough, right? He pulled out the money he'd won and placed it on the tabletop. The gesture made him look like he really wasn't a scammer. Luke, of course, understood. From the start, the stall owner never had the nerve to truly confront him, because street scams like this were easy to expose once you knew where to look. Now that you can't keep acting anymore, you want to play the good guy and slip away, Luke said, then looked at Lux. Lux, what do you think? I don't think so. Lux had finally understood what was happening, and her expression was openly irritated. She was angry. Only now did that noble aura finally seep out of her, though with that fierce little face, she looked more like an angry cub. In the blink of an eye, the stall owner didn't hesitate at all. He sprang up and bolted, shooting out of the crowd like a gust of wind. All that remained was his retreating back as he fled in embarrassment. Lux didn't even have time to react properly. She could only shout, and he was already far away. The other shills saw this and quietly withdrew from the crowd too, scattering and escaping in different directions. Damn it, don't let me run into you again. Lux clenched her fist, fuming. The stall owner running away was proof enough he really was a scammer. But she still didn't understand how he had fooled her. She turned back to Luke, curiosity on her face. How did you figure out they were scamming people? The spectators who had joined in condemning Luke earlier were curious too. Luke walked up to the tabletop. The stall owner hadn't managed to take the rope and rod with him. Luke picked up the rope and said, the problem was always with this rope. When I asked him for it, I was basically telling him I already knew the trick. That's why he didn't even have the courage to face me. He ran. As he spoke, he began demonstrating the scam's process. He couldn't reproduce the exact sleight of hand, but the overall setup didn't change. He looped the rope into circles the way the scammer had, forming 3 rope holes in the middle. Luke gestured for Lux to choose. Lux took the rod, picked a rope hole, and said, I'm choosing for the rope to loop around the rod. This time, her tone carried confidence. Because Luke's hands were clumsy, there was basically nothing to hide, so whether the rope could loop around the rod should have been obvious at a glance. The same logic applied. The rope had a head and a tail. Then Luke pulled the rope. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the rope was blocked by the rod. I get it. Lux suddenly cried out, looking like she'd just been struck by a revelation. Luke's movements were slow enough for her to catch every detail. So the rope looks like one rope, but it's actually split into 3. Your eyes just think it's one. Each strand corresponds to one of the 3 holes. If the scammer wants to trick you, then no matter which hole you pick, even if you pick the correct one, he can quickly hook the other corresponding strand and switch it so the result becomes whatever he wants. After confidently finishing her analysis, Lux looked at Luke with eager expectation. Am I right? That's the core logic, Luke said. You're completely right. In simple terms, it was a visual deception. With enough practice, the quick rope switch could be done so smoothly no one noticed. The spectators around them understood now too. So that's how it works. Scammers are getting more and more disgusting. I was this close to getting tricked. Chapter 6, kind of like the sleazy stuff you read about 1235 words. I almost got my little stash cleaned out by such a simple scam. Lux couldn't accept it. Just then, Luke happened to look over at her, and Lux stubbornly insisted, actually, if I played a few more rounds, I would have figured it out. Whether you would have figured it out or not, I have no idea. But by that point, the con artist would have already taken all your pocket money and disappeared. Luke didn't say those 2 lines out loud. He just kept a smile on his face. The people around them began to disperse. After Lux noticed that, she suddenly let out a miserable cry, it's over. Seeing that, Luke got a little curious and wanted to ask what, exactly, was over. My reputation is finished. Tomorrow, the whole capital is probably going to be talking about how I got scammed like an easy mark. The moment Lux thought of that, her face went pale. It was obvious she cared a lot about her image. Luke stayed silent. He couldn't help feeling that this lady of the Crown Guard family didn't exactly look like the sharpest knife in the drawer. Lux looked like a balloon that had been deflated. She seemed to have no energy at all, listless and dispirited, but in a strangely adorable way. But still, thank you. Otherwise I probably wouldn't have snacks to eat for a long time. As she spoke, Lux rallied a little. At least she hadn't lost anything substantial. Seeing that her pocket money hadn't been carried off by the swindler, her mood improved. After picking the gold coins up and putting them back into her purse, she added, my name is Luxanna. What about you? Lux's full name was Luxanna Crown Guard. But usually, people close to her just called her Lux. Luke introduced himself simply. The 2 of them walked while talking, and Lux continued, if it weren't for you this time, I would have lost a lot. In the future, if there's anything you need my help with, you have to come find me. I live with the Crown Guards, just give my name, and that's enough. Luke immediately said, I don't think we need to wait for in the future. I already have something I need Miss Crownguard to help with right now. That was the real reason he hadn't left, and why he ultimately chose to step in and help. Normally, even if he realized it was a street scam, Luke wouldn't bother meddling. After all, he had no reason to block someone else from making money. But when it involved him, Luke needed to do something. The necklace Melly had given him had to be shown to someone who truly understood it, but Luke couldn't trust nobles 100%. So Lux's appearance was perfectly timed. Because even though it was Luke's first time meeting Lux, he actually already knew a bit about her. She was a girl he could trust. When Lux heard Luke's words, she hadn't expected to be needed so quickly, but she wasn't surprised either. She spoke boldly, "No problem. Say it right now. I'll do everything I can. Let's find a place to sit and talk first." They found a spot where they could sit down and speak. In front of Lux, Luke didn't worry about embarrassment. He slipped his hand up under his shirt, fumbling around for a while, and inevitably exposed a bit of his stomach. Lux looked at his movements oddly. She didn't really understand what he was doing, but because of the goodwill from him helping her earlier, she didn't say anything. She just shifted her gaze to the side, looking into the distance to distract herself. Because to her, what Luke was doing at that moment looked a little like the kind of sleazy move you read about in novels. Ahem, all right. Hearing Luke's voice, Lux turned back. She saw Luke take something out from inside his clothes, something that gave off a faint, beautiful glow, sparkling brightly. It looked like a necklace, and judging by the way it looked, it was worth a fortune. Lux was a young lady from the highest tier of nobility. With one glance, she could tell the necklace in Luke's hand was extremely valuable. "This necklace is really important to me, so I kept it hidden a bit carefully." Luke still offered an explanation for himself, even though he didn't need to. Lux nodded quickly. I understand." At least she could see now that Luke wasn't trying to pull anything shady. "Can you tell where this necklace comes from?" Luke handed it to her. The gemstone in the center shimmered with a captivating brilliance, just like the girl's eyes in front of him, impossible to ignore. Lux's attention had already been drawn in. She was curious now too. Luke's clothing and manners didn't look like a noble's, yet he'd pulled out a necklace like this from his person. "This is..." Lux took the necklace and held it up under the sunlight, inspecting it carefully. It really was beautiful, but beyond that, it also felt a little familiar to her. Inside the gemstone, there were 3 prismatic star-like facets. It was those 3 facets that made her feel like she'd seen it somewhere before. "I remember now. I sent this the symbol of House Light Shield." Lux finally pinpointed why it looked familiar. The prismatic star carved into the gem was exactly House Lightshield's emblem. She subconsciously looked at Luke. This young man, good-looking and unfamiliar, asked, "How did you get this necklace?" That answer was important. If the necklace was real, and Luke had obtained it through improper means, then its value was enough to get him killed several times over. No need to be so tense. "This necklace belonged to my mother, but she's already passed away." Seeing Lux's expression, Luke could already guess this necklace was anything but simple, so he didn't hide anything. "Before she died, she told me to bring it to the capital. But once I got here, I didn't know where I was supposed to go. So that's how it is. I'm sorry about your mother." Lux finished that politely, then said with confidence, "You came to the right person. What you want now is to find where this necklace came from, right?" Luke nodded. "Then come with me." Lux stood up, returned the necklace to him, and then walked forward. Her mind was already racing. House Lightshield, put another way, was the royal family. The necklace represented House Lightshield, and the owner of the necklace had been Luke's mother. There was definitely a story hidden in all of this. Lux was certain. Her inner gossip fiend was already blazing, determined to get to the bottom of it. "Where are we going?" Luke asked. "The royal palace." Lux's answer was simple and direct, only 2 words. Luke fell quiet, thinking. The moment he heard light shield, he'd felt something was off. Now it was certain, this necklace really wasn't ordinary. Because even Lux looked startled the instant she took it in her hands. And she was the precious jewel of House Crownguard. No matter how valuable a necklace was, why would it be enough to surprise Miss Crownguard? So that meant Lux wasn't shocked by the necklace's price. She was shocked by what it meant. Honestly, Luke didn't feel completely steady about this either. But now he could only steel himself and follow Lux to the palace. Chapter 7. It feels like coming home. 12:02 words on the way there. Luke thought about a lot of things, looking weighed down by worry. Lux, walking ahead of him, was the complete opposite. Her steps were light, her arms swinging as she walked, and she looked like she was in an excellent mood. She'd clearly already forgotten all about what happened on the street. When Luke reached the base of the Citadel of Dawn, he couldn't help but tilt his head back and stare up at the knight statue standing by the entrance. It seemed fused into one whole with the castle behind it draped in a white cloak, impossibly grand. The Citadel of Dawn was also called the Royal Palace. It was the residence of King Jarvan IV, and the most important place in the capital where ministers and nobles gathered to debate and discuss affairs of state. In the sunlight, the ground was paved in white stone. Walking across it, Luke felt as if even his mood grew heavier. A patrol of soldiers marched past in neat, synchronized steps. A small number of people also moved in and out through the Citadel's entrance, and most of them clearly weren't ordinary. All in all, this was not a place a commoner like Luke was supposed to be. Lux, like a regular visitor, didn't care about the solemn atmosphere at all. She led Luke straight to the entrance at the base of the Citadel. 4 guards stood watch there. Lux put on a charming smile and greeted them warmly. Good afternoon. Her smile was so infectious that the stern, formal air around the guards seemed to melt away, and for once they looked relaxed. One of them smiled back. Good afternoon, Miss Crownguard. What brings you to the palace today? They clearly weren't surprised to see her. Lux continued, I'm here to see my aunt. Is she here? If you mean Lady Tiana, she doesn't seem to have left since this morning, the guard said after thinking for a moment. Then he added, go on in. And the gentleman behind you is? My friend, Lux answered crisply, then asked a little cautiously, can I bring him in? Normally, without a permit, entry isn't allowed. The guard stepped aside, still friendly. But for you, it's not a problem. Please, go ahead. Thank you. Lux said happily, and she led Luke inside without any trouble. In this place, her mere presence seemed to be a pass. Luke noticed that everyone seemed unusually lenient toward the blonde girl. Considering her status, it wasn't hard to understand. But there was probably another reason too. It was hard to dislike a girl who always wore a smile. No matter who she talked to, she gave off the same feeling, warm, approachable, and without any sense of distance. At least, that was the impression Luke got during their short time together. Looks like I really did find the right person this time. Don't worry. The palace isn't some place that bites. I'm here, Lux said, noticing Luke had been much quieter along the way. She assumed the palace atmosphere was making him nervous, so she tried to reassure him. It's just. I have a strange feeling, Luke said slowly, his expression a little odd. Lux turned her head to look at him, curious. What kind of feeling? Luke let out a quiet sigh. It feels like I'm coming home. Lux went silent for a second, then forced out a couple of laughs. That joke wasn't very funny. She thought Luke was trying to show off his sense of humor, he just wasn't quite there yet. Luke didn't respond. He simply studied the surroundings. The Citadel of Dawn really was enormous. The two of them wandered around inside for more than 10 minutes before they finally reached their destination. This seemed to be Tiana's office. Tiana was Lux's aunt, Tiana Crownguard. She was the current head of House Crownguard, and also Demacia's current High Marshal, truly the kind of person who stood above everyone except the king himself. That alone said everything about how high her position was. Lux placed her hand on the door and knocked 3 times in a steady rhythm, tap, 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 while calling out, "Aunt, I came to see you." She waited for a moment, but there was no response. "She's not here," Lux said. She pushed the door open without hesitation and peeked inside. Sure enough, the room was empty. "Let's look somewhere else." Lux shut the door and headed off in another direction. Luke could only follow. The two of them wandered around the palace aimlessly, occasionally drawing a few surprised looks along the way. No one found Lux's presence strange, of course. What they were curious about was the man walking behind Miss Crownguard. Who was he? "Miss Lux, what are you doing here?" A voice called from the side, sounding like someone who knew her. They looked over. The one greeting them was a young man wearing a short gray-black robe made of simple cloth, around 25 or 26 years old. He stood by an exit that led outside, as if he were waiting for something. Lux recognized him and greeted him back. "Good afternoon, Calvin. Have you seen my aunt?" Calvin gestured behind him. "Lady Tiana is taking a walk in the back garden with His Majesty. Lord Roy and the others are with them too. Looks like they're discussing something." Lux glanced outside but didn't see anyone, so she asked, "When are they coming out?" Calvin shook his head. "I don't know. But the lords have been in there for a while already." "All right, then." Lux looked at Luke. "We'll wait here for a bit." Luke nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. If anything, being able to reach the palace on his first day in the capital was already incredible. And on top of that, he'd gotten to ride Lux's coattails and possibly meet some of the biggest figures in Demacia. If it were just Luke alone, who knew how long he would have had to struggle and scheme before he even got close? How much trouble was he skipping by doing it this way? Calvin sized Luke up once, said nothing, and continued standing there quietly. Luke, a bit stiff, also stood in place without speaking. Only Lux seemed unable to stay still. She wandered around, looking at everything. After a while she'd go poke at the portraits on the wall, then she'd start fiddling with the suit of armor standing near the wall, then she'd wander off to tease the flowers and plants. Before long, her patience completely ran out. She really was someone who hated dull waiting, so she made a decision. "I can't wait anymore. I'm going in to take a look." Calvin smiled helplessly. "Is that really a good idea? If you interrupt those lords, I'll definitely get punished. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility," Lux said, looking like she wasn't afraid of causing trouble at all. Then she told Luke, "You wait here for a bit. I'm just going in to take one look." Luke nodded. Seeing that, Calvin gave up on trying to stop her, and let her pass as she headed into the garden. Chapter 8, Jarvan IV and Tiana 1163 words. Only Luke and Calvin were left in the corridor. After standing in silence for a while, Calvin suddenly took the initiative and asked, "What's your relationship with Miss Lux?" There was curiosity in his tone, which wasn't surprising. It was rare for anyone to see Miss Crownguard bring a man into the royal palace. "First time meeting today. I helped Miss Crownguard with something, and she's helping me a little in return," Luke answered truthfully. There was nothing to hide. "Is that so? Miss Lux is warm-hearted. That does sound like something she'd do." Calvin nodded. Then he looked Luke up and down again and asked, "Which house are you from? How come I've never seen you?" He had assumed Luke was the son of some noble house. His features fit, and he was unusually handsome. So he reached out his hand and introduced himself with pride. "Let's get acquainted. I'm Calvin of House Cass. I serve as one of His Majesty's personal guards." The pride in his voice was obvious. Being from a noble house and already working at King Jarvan III's side, at such a young age he had every reason to feel proud. It wasn't hard to tell Calvin had some real ability. "You're too kind," Luke said as he reached out to shake his hand, giving his own introduction along the way. "I'm Luke. No family name. Just a commoner from a frontier town. Calvin withdrew his hand blandly. The look in his eyes changed immediately, more aristocratic arrogance, more cold distance. Let me give you a reminder. Miss Lux is kind-hearted and naive. No matter what help you're asking of her, after this is done, you'd better not keep bothering her. He'd thought Luke was a noble. Turns out he was just a nobody. What a waste of effort. Luke just smiled, unconcerned, and didn't reply. Typical noble, really. The speed at which he drew a line and put distance between them was almost impressive. That instant shift in attitude was so damn real. But it was normal too. Why would a noble want to associate with a commoner for no reason? Luke studied Calvin's expression, especially the look in his eyes, and nodded slightly to himself. After today, maybe I'll be a noble too. This kind of expression is worth learning. 3 parts chilly detachment, 3 parts mocking amusement, 4 parts casual indifference. Chin a little higher. Ideally, look down on people from the corner of your eye. From the quiet corridor outside came the sound of hurried steps, and Lux jogged back first. They're coming over soon. When you see the king, do you know what to do? She asked. Considering Luke's background, she couldn't help checking. On the way, she'd learned he came from a frontier town. Today was probably his first time seeing the king. Luke's first thought was an answer: kneel and bow my head. The corner of Calvin's mouth lifted into a scornful smile, like he was looking at an ignorant peasant. That's a bit much, Lux said with a laugh. Even at formal events, you don't need to kneel and bow. In an informal setting, even more so. There are a lot of variations, but just do what I do. As she spoke, she demonstrated right hand over her left chest, left hand behind her waist, then a 45-degree bow. Luke copied it properly. With his looks, it even gave him a faintly gentlemanly air. That's perfect, Lux said after making sure there was no problem, finally relaxing a little. She'd run back in the first place because she was worried Luke might make a fool of himself later. I wanted to ask my aunt first, but since it's already like this, I might as well ask the person directly. Lux muttered to herself as she paced back and forth. After confirming the necklace was the real deal, her first instinct had been to find her Aunt Tiana and ask about it. But now her aunt was with King Jarvan IV and the others. Even Lux didn't know what kind of consequences this might cause. Still, they were already this far. There was only one thing left to do. Hearing Lux's rambling, Luke glanced at her helplessly. He knew that at this point, they could only go through with it. Maybe what he should be thinking about now was the fallout if the necklace was fake, or if it didn't matter at all. Because the people he was about to meet were basically the biggest figures in the entire country. Luke was already starting to regret hopping onto Lux's express route straight into the palace. Way too reckless. Just then, footsteps approached in waves. Lux gave Luke a look, signaling him to be ready. Very soon, the sound of several people talking drifted over closer and closer. Luke could already make out a few silhouettes. Even with his nerves, he felt his chest tighten. The people walking toward him were the kind who could crush him with a single sentence. Lux, meanwhile, seemed like she had no idea what the word nervous even meant. She called out first, bright as ever, "Aunt, I'm over here." Hearing her voice, one of the approaching figures, a blonde woman, as well quickened her pace. By then, Luke could clearly see their faces. The blonde woman's features carried a soldier's hard edge, yet you could still tell how beautiful she must have been in her youth. Her build looked like it wouldn't lose to most men at all, her waist and back held perfectly straight like she'd been forged from steel. She was Lux's aunt and Demacia's High Marshal, Tiana Crownguard. "You little troublemaker," Tiana said with warmth in her eyes and a smile on her face. "I saw you sneaking along behind us earlier. Why did you run off without even saying hello?" "Because I had something else to do," Lux said with a cheeky grin. Then she greeted the others behind Tiana as well. "Jarvan, long time no see. And Lord Roy and Lev." She waved energetically. "Mind your manners," Tiana said, rubbing Lux's head beside her. Her tone wasn't harsh. "Lux, you haven't come to the palace in a long time," said the man who spoke next. He was over 50, his white hair neatly combed back. He was dressed in elegant finery, with the temperament of a gentle middle-aged man, no overbearing aura at all. Yet he was none other than Demacia's current king, Jarvan IV. His attitude toward Lux was just as kind and indulgent, as if he were looking at his own youngest daughter. Behind him were an elderly man, and a middle-aged man, Roy and Lev. Luke didn't know who they were, but they were almost certainly high-ranking ministers. "Because I ran into something today that I think is really important, so I came straight to the palace," Lux explained why she was here, then looked toward Luke. Following her gaze, everyone finally noticed the young man standing off to the side. Chapter 9, Your Majesty, is this how you acknowledge a son? 1179 words. Luke felt like the timing was about right, so he bent forward in a bow and greeted, "Luke, greetings to your Majesty King Jarvan III. At that moment, everyone's eyes fell on Luke. The pressure hit him all at once. It was as if his presence had shrunk smaller and smaller under their gaze. This was practically the lowest rung meeting the highest rung, and in a private setting like this, something that almost never happened. Even though the people in front of him weren't deliberately projecting their authority, just standing there made it feel like an uncrossable chasm had formed. Everyone present was puzzled. From what Lux had said, it sounded like something important had to do with this commoner in front of them. The question was, what kind of matter could possibly be brought directly before a king and a high marshal? Every one of these people was swamped with affairs of state, with endless decisions waiting for them. Under normal circumstances, who would ever spend time on a random commoner? But Lux rarely did something this abrupt. This well-behaved, clever girl had been adored by Jarvan III since she was little, so he naturally indulged her. Spending a bit of time for her sake was hardly an issue. "Child, lift your head," Jarvan III said gently, looking at the young man before him. Luke raised his head at the sound of his voice. As that face slowly came into Jarvan III's view, the king froze. Seeing Luke's face, a powerful sense of familiarity rose in his chest, like he'd seen him somewhere before. Not a vague impression, either, but something that had left a deep mark. And as his gaze settled on Luke's eyes, that feeling only grew stronger. He looked too much like someone. Jarvan III couldn't make sense of it. "Have we met before?" "Your Majesty, I have never met you before," Luke answered respectfully. After all, the man in front of him was the ruler of this country. If Luke offended him in the slightest, one sentence might be enough to make him vanish from the world. Jarvan III was said to be a benevolent king, but Luke wasn't about to bet his life on reputation alone. His heart wasn't steady right now. He was trying to figure out how to bring up the necklace. Lux had already stepped forward, her expression serious. "I'll explain." She felt that since she had brought Luke here, she had to see it through. "Take it out," Lux signaled him with her eyes, then began explaining. "Luke showed me a necklace, and then I realized I'd seen a necklace exactly like it in a portrait here in the palace." Before Lux could continue, Tiana lifted a hand in front of her, signaling that she could stop. Because the matter was nowhere near as complicated as Lux and Luke had imagined. All they had needed to do from the beginning was show the necklace. Lux saw Jarvan III staring at the necklace in Luke's hand, frozen in place, lost in thought like a statue. Even the well-informed minister Roy behind him looked shocked. And when she glanced at her aunt, Tiana's expression had turned visibly more serious, no longer as relaxed as before. Calvin could also clearly feel the change in the atmosphere the moment this guy took the necklace out. Calvin couldn't help shooting Luke a startled look. Was it really that big of a deal? "That necklace. Could you let me see it?" Jarvan III's voice suddenly went hoarse as he held out his hand. Or maybe it wasn't hoarseness, maybe he simply couldn't force his voice louder in that moment. Luke handed it over, feeling more and more that something was off. Jarvan III held the necklace and examined it painstakingly closely, then ran his fingers along the patterns etched into the gemstone. His eyes suddenly grew wet as he asked in a rush, Where did you find this necklace? Where is its owner? Where is she? Why is it in your hands? A barrage of questions spilled out, and Jarvan IV even stepped toward Luke. Lux felt like the situation had just exploded. She had never seen Jarvan IV like this, not once. In her memory, the king had always been unshakably calm. But now he seemed like a different person entirely, his presence turning restless and anxious out of nowhere. Your Majesty, the owner of the necklace is my mother, Luke said. Even Luke was startled by the king's urgency, and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Your mother? Jarvan III froze again, then asked urgently, then where is she? Where is she now? My mother passed away 2 months ago, Luke replied. As soon as those words fell, Jarvan III's vision swam. It was as if all strength had been drained from him at once. He stumbled back a few steps, and the man named Lev hurried forward to support him. You avoided me for so many years. And the only news you were willing to give me was that you were dead. Jarvan III forced himself to recover a little, shook off Lev's support, and stepped forward again. He looked up at Luke, who was now slightly taller than him, with a complicated expression. That's why you felt familiar the moment I saw you. I can still see her face when she was young. Luke felt incredibly uncomfortable under that gaze. Jarvan III was looking at him the way someone looks at a lover, and it sent a wave of goosebumps over Luke's skin. Your Majesty, did you know my mother? Luke asked, stepping back again despite himself. Know her? Jarvan III caught himself and reassembled the bearing of a king, though his eyes were filled with age and grief. You said you're her son, yes. Luke nodded. Tenderness surfaced in Jarvan III's eyes. He looked at Luke kindly, almost gently. Then you are also my son. Luke's head instantly filled with question marks. How did he suddenly gain a father out of nowhere? Aside from the elderly Roy, who didn't seem surprised at all, and Tiana, who wore a complicated, resigned expression, everyone else present widened their eyes in shock. What the hell? Calvin practically thought he'd misheard. He looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Your Majesty, are you really just recognizing sons like this? What about me? I'm amazing at being a son. Lux's mouth fell slightly open. She felt like she'd just stumbled onto a world-shaking piece of gossip. And more than that, this gossip was something Lux herself had personally set in motion. Lev was the current commander of the Dauntless Vanguard, someone who had risen through the ranks step by step, so he didn't know the full context. He couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, what do you mean? How did a son just appear out of nowhere? Seemingly unconcerned with how explosive his words were, Jarvan III sank into memory as he spoke. Everyone knows how deeply I loved Catherine. After she died, I swore that I would never marry again in this lifetime. Chapter 10. What happened back then? 1307 words. Catherine Ireland, born into House Ireland, was King Jarvan III's wife, the queen of this nation. And she was also the mother of that hero, Demacia's Prince Jarvan IV. This short-lived woman died from complications during childbirth, but she left Jarvan III an heir. As far as people knew, from that point on Jarvan III never took another wife, and he had only that single child, Jarvan IV. But even with that vow hanging over me, I still broke it. Jarvan III's expression carried a faint, painful strain as his sorrowful eyes drifted toward the garden outside, as if he still couldn't accept that both of the women he'd loved had died, one after the other. He had loved Catherine. After Catherine passed, he truly intended never to marry again, and he believed he would keep that promise for life. But he was wrong. Love was like a master key, always able to pry open a heart that had locked itself shut. Her appearance was like a gentle breeze that blew straight into my chest, Jarvan III continued, lost in memory. When that child was 3 years old, Noxus grew greedy for our frontier. They joined forces with enemies beyond the border and launched an attack on Demacia. That year, I had just put an end to the nobles' internal strife, when I had to hurriedly don armor once again, leading troops to the border to meet the enemy. That battle was when Xin Zhao and I first met. The story of how Sovereign and Retainer came to know one another is still praised in folk songs to this day. But what people don't know is that during that same time, I also met someone else. Your mother. As he said it, Jarvan IV turned his gaze to Luke. Hearing Melly's name spoken from the king's own mouth sent Luke's emotions surging all over again. Before this, he hadn't told anyone the name Melly. So it was real. She was a medic forcibly conscripted by Noxus. In that battle, the dauntless vanguard and I were scattered by the enemy's assault. A handful of my personal guards and I managed to break through, but in the process I was badly injured. On the way back, I met her. Melly refused to become a pawn for the invaders, so she escaped from Noxus. When I found her, she was crying as she treated a soldier who was on the verge of death. My men took her for an enemy and brought her to me, but in her stubborn eyes I could see the soul of a kind person. After that, I kept her with us. Along the road, she cared for me and every wounded soldier with tireless devotion. Day after day, little by little, I realized the heart I'd buried for so long had begun to loosen again. After saying so much in one breath, Jarvan III couldn't hide the grief on his face. Everyone present listened quietly, stunned that such a story had unfolded back then. Even now, I still remember her expression when we regrouped with the army and she learned who I was. She looked terrified, like she'd been frightened out of her wits. After that, she didn't dare to see me for a long time. I sealed that loosened heart away again. Until one day we met on the battlefield once more. She wore armor, clumsy and heavy, weaving through the chaos with a medical kit in hand, saving the wounded without regard for her own safety. An enemy arrow nearly took her life at the last moment. I cut it out of the air. She was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. And even then, she pulled herself together quickly and returned to her work. By then, the battle was already nearing its end. Not long after, we won. Later, I went to find her of my own accord, and at that moment, I had already realized I had fallen in love with her. It didn't seem like something he found shameful to admit. Jarvan III said it openly. He faced the truth of breaking his vow with complete honesty. After that, Noxus withdrew. I brought her back to the capital. I wanted to pledge myself to her. I wanted the nation to witness the marriage. I wanted her to become the new queen. However, back then, many people opposed it. Almost no one supported me. They didn't want to see their king break the vow he had once sworn. Even more so, they didn't want to trust a woman who wasn't even Demacian. Inevitably, both she and I came under tremendous pressure. What I regret to this day is that at the time, I failed to realize the pressure she carried was far heavier than mine. Not long after, she left behind a letter. And she left me. In it, she said she would leave Demacia and return to the homeland she once knew. I used everything at my disposal to search for her, but it was as if she vanished from my world entirely. For a very long time, I couldn't get a single answer. I never gave up looking for her, yet I never heard anything from her again. When he finished, long tear tracks ran down Jarvan III's face. In his entire life, he had loved only 2 women, and in his heart, both had been flawless. Yet as a king, he hadn't been able to give either of them a happy life. It was as if, from the very beginning, his love had been destined to end in tragedy. That's so moving. Lux murmured, eyes reddened. She had gotten the earth-shaking scoop she wanted, but the aftertaste hit hard. In her head, she'd already spun out a romance epic hundreds of thousands of words long. Melly had to be the kind of woman worth breaking a vow for, but judging by how things ended, the 2 of them ultimately still hadn't made it to the end together. After hearing the story, Lev didn't know what to say for a moment. As for Tiana and Roy, the 2 of them could confirm it was true because they had been there back then. Calvin was completely stunned. As one of Jarvan III's personal guards, being able to hear this kind of secret firsthand really was a kind of good fortune. And then, all of a sudden, he remembered something. He glanced at Luke, who was standing there in a daze, and there was only one thought in his head that he didn't know whether he should say out loud. Just what kind of absurd luck did this guy have, to turn out to be the king's illegitimate son? The moment he thought about the attitude he'd shown Luke earlier, Calvin felt awful. Luke himself was also a little lost. At first, he'd only assumed Melly was some noble lady who had run away with a lover. He never expected it to be this. His mother had actually shared a tangled love story with Demacia's king. Jarvan IV walked toward Luke and asked softly, his hand reaching out, "How old are you?" 18, Luke answered. This time, Luke didn't dodge. He let Jarvan III's hands rest on his shoulders, those hands trembling slightly. Already, this grown, Jarvan III murmured, tears welling again. That means the year she left me, she was already pregnant. All these years, how did she live? How did she endure it? In a land where she had no roots and no familiarity, raising newborn Luke alone, just imagining it made Jarvan III feel the weight of that hardship. Luke didn't actually know much about Melly's past, but that didn't stop him from giving this story a moving continuation. He lowered his head slightly, steadying his voice as much as he could before speaking. Chapter 11, I'm the worst 17 words for all these years. Mother never actually left Demacia. When I was little, there were so many things I didn't understand. In my blurry memories, I can still vaguely remember it. Whenever the marching bards sang praises of the Demacian king's valor, Mother would always gaze out the window and smile like a fool. Luke seemed to sink into the past as he sketched the scene he had once witnessed as a child. A black-haired woman sat by the window. Outside, the bards in the streets spoke loudly of the king's stories, and she wore a blissful smile. Year after year, it was as if simply hearing news about him was enough to satisfy her. She never tried to hide the love in her heart, even though the man she loved was separated from her by mountains and seas. Jarvan III froze in place. His hands trembled even more violently, betraying the turmoil in his heart. Never left Demacia. All these years, she had been right under his nose, and he like a blind man had failed to notice her. A fierce, crushing regret surged up inside him. Luck still hadn't recovered from the last story. Now she was hearing a new one, and it hit even harder. Damn it, are adult love stories always this moving? When I was little, I often saw other children walking by with their parents' hands in theirs, so I asked Mother where my father was. Mother would just smile and say my father was a hero without equal. And because he was a hero, he was always too busy, so we had to support him quietly. Later, as I gradually grew up and became more sensible, I stopped asking. By the time he reached that point, Jarvan III was already weeping openly. He looked at Luke with unbearable shame at the flesh and blood standing before him. There was no doubt. He was his son. And yet, as a father, he had never let him feel a father's love all these years. In Melly's heart, he had been so great, and the more he thought about it, the heavier the guilt and remorse in his chest fell, like the snows of deep winter. Jarvan III said hoarsely, full of self-reproach, all these years you've suffered. Luke lowered his head and forced himself to hold it in, but not a single tear fell. All he could do was say in grief, actually, I didn't suffer at all. Mother treated me well. She taught me a lot about how the world works, and she never let me be wronged. The one who truly suffered. Because she had no proof of identity, Mother could only do the lowest, most degrading hard labor. Sometimes she'd help treat people's illnesses, too. But the wages she earned each week were only enough to keep us fed and barely warm. That's how the two of us got through year after year. But a healer can't heal themselves. By the time Mother realized what was wrong inside her body, it was already too late. 10 years ago, Mother fell ill with a disease. She coughed constantly, year-round. Sometimes she even coughed up blood. The physicians said it came from years of exhaustion and heavy work. The later it got, the worse the pain became. It would stay with her until the day she died. But she endured the torment of that illness and still raised me to adulthood. And in the later years, I took care of her. What I regret is that as her son, I still couldn't give her a happy, peaceful old age. I could only watch her suffer, powerless to do anything. 2 months ago, Mother passed away. Before she left, she gave me the necklace and told me to go to the capital. She said she'd lived her whole life openly, without shame, and the only thing she regretted was leaving without a word back then. She still had more to say, but she couldn't finish before she died. Luke wasn't lying. He had added a tiny bit of his own framing, but from the shattered fragments of memory he had seen, Melly really had lived like that all these years. If it hadn't been that way, the original owner of this body probably wouldn't have collapsed under the pressure, and, when his mother was gravely ill, chosen to leap off a cliff and end his life. Now, Luke had become him. On the way here, he had thought through so many things he just hadn't expected that before he'd even done anything, the race of his life would already be finished in a single stride. He'd assumed he was just some minor noble. But instead, the royal family turned out to be me. Luke's mindset shifted in a subtle way at that very moment. Not a single tear could be squeezed out, maybe because Luke couldn't fully slip into it. In truth, he hadn't actually lived through many bitter days himself. But in everyone else's eyes, that sorrowful young man was pitiful beyond words. They could imagine how hard it must have been for him to grow up, and they could imagine how brutal and exhausting his mother's life had been. To them, Luke had already cried himself numb. This child must have once wailed for his departed mother until there were no tears left to shed. Jarvan III's tears still didn't stop. He could practically see Melly working the roughest jobs to raise their child, suffering cold stares and contempt because she had no papers. He could also imagine the torment of her illness, how much she must have needed him by her side then. And yet he hadn't done it. And after all that, he still dared to claim he loved her. Just thinking of it made Jarvan III feel as if his heart were about to explode from pain. He could even imagine Luke crying at Melly's grave, helpless, perhaps believing that from that day on, he had no family left in this world. Jarvan III desperately wanted to tell the child, "You do. You do have family. Your father is right here." But at this moment, Jarvan III was choking so hard on sobs that he couldn't force out a single complete sentence. "Your Majesty, try to rein in your emotions." Tiana Crownguard sighed, patting Jarvan III's back in comfort. "At least, he's standing safely in front of you." Even she couldn't help but feel sympathy for Luke after hearing a story like that. Melly Tiana knew her. Back then, they had even spoken before. That woman truly had been as kind as Jarvan III said. But someone so kind still hadn't gotten a good ending. As a woman, Tiana could only respect her all the more. "I'm fine." Jarvan III steadied himself. Hearing Tiana's words, light returned to his eyes. At the very least, this child was still alive, still able to stand before him, safe and whole. He had come here, it had to be a sign from the heavens. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Jarvan III was certain this child had returned carrying Melly's wish. She wanted him to take good care of their child. Lux wiped at the corners of her eyes. She hadn't expected Luke's life to be this miserable. And then, thinking of herself growing up with her father and mother's love from now on, she had to treat him better. She admired Melly even more, admired how great she was, raising Luke through all those hardships, suffering silently for so many years. Calvin was feeling awful listening to it. This kid had really lived that painfully, and then there was him, growing up without a worry in the world, having whatever he wanted, hands reached out and everything was placed right into them. Thinking back to how he'd treated Luke earlier, Calvin regretted it. "I'm the worst." Chapter 12, Prove Your Identity. 12:24 Words. "Your Majesty, are you ready?" Roy spoke up at that moment. Truthfully, even as he asked, he already had an answer in his heart. Everything had happened far too suddenly. Jarvan III's son from 18 years ago had appeared out of nowhere. Before today, he had never even imagined such a situation, yet it had undeniably happened. As one of those who had opposed Jarvan III and Melly's marriage back then, Roy had never believed he was wrong. In the eyes of the people, Jarvan IV was a myth made flesh. If that was the case, then there should be no blemish, no stain upon him at all. He simply hadn't expected what would come afterward. Now, the same situation had appeared again. And Roy knew very clearly that this time, he couldn't stop it. Jarvan IV had recovered a bit of strength, his gaze firm with resolve. I know what happened back then can never be made right, but this time, I won't run from it again. I will let every Demacian know her. Luke's appearance forced Jarvan IV to see the coward he used to be all over again. If back then, he had been just a little braver, if he had ignored everyone's opposition and openly acknowledged Melly's identity, would the ending have been different? Jarvan IV didn't know. But the man standing here today was no longer who he had been then. This time, he wouldn't evade it again even if everyone still opposed him. As your subject, I have to say this much, Roy said slowly, his eyes drifting toward Luke. I won't advise your majesty to reconsider. Then his tone tightened. But before that, it would be best to confirm his identity. When everyone was a little lost and unsteady, he had to stay clear-headed. Yes, Luke had brought the necklace. Yes, he had told Melly's story. But none of that alone could prove Luke was truly Jarvan III's flesh and blood. Luke understood immediately. So they still had to verify him. A blood test. Come with me. Jarvan III lifted his eyes to Roy, said nothing more, and left only those words before walking ahead at an unhurried pace. He knew exactly what Roy was thinking, nothing more than a final struggle. If Luke were an imposter, then what happened today would never leave this room. But how could Jarvan III not know? Luke couldn't possibly be an imposter. The shape of his brows and eyes, he resembled Melly far too much. So much so that, at first glance, Jarvan III had been struck dumb. Luke steadied himself and followed behind. There was no doubt the next step was going to be proving who he was. To be honest, he was a little uncertain too. What if Melly had picked him up somewhere? They walked for about 10 minutes. No one said a single word along the way. Jarvan III led them into a hall. A statue stood at the entrance, different from the ones Luke had seen on the way here. Most of those had been knight statues. But here, at this doorway, stood a statue of a nun. If he remembered right, Demacians worshipped the goddess of light. She was the faith in people's hearts. Since the founding of the nation, the order of the goddess of light had risen and fallen alongside the kingdom. And equally renowned was another divine figure, the winged protector, representing justice and fairness, the living embodiment of Demacia's laws. To Demacians, neither stood above the other. Both could give them hope. Judging from the nun statue's robes, she was likely a follower of the goddess of light. They entered the hall. The light inside was soft and warm. In the center stood another statue, a goddess in sacred vestments, eyes closed, cradling a perfectly round orb in her hands. And that orb. When the Order of Light was first established, Jarvan III explained as he stood before the statue, the first Lightbringer, to ensure the purity of the royal bloodline, gifted Demacia's founding king an orb of light. This orb is bound to his bloodline. Only those who carry royal blood can awaken its dazzling radiance. As he spoke, he slowly placed his hand on the orb. The instant his palm touched it, the orb began to give off a gentle glow. Then the light grew brighter, so bright it seemed to blend with the sunlight throughout the entire hall. Jarvan III withdrew his hand. The radiance faded, and the orb returned to normal. Place your hand on it. Then he looked at Luke. Luke stepped forward 2 paces. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his hand and placed it on the orb, his heartbeat speeding up despite himself. But soon, just like with Jarvan III, the orb began to shine, exactly the same as before. Luke quietly let out a breath of relief. If it had proven him fake, that would have been beyond awkward. Seeing that, everyone finally had certainty. Luke was truly of royal blood. Jarvan III looked at Roy. Are you satisfied? Since that is the case, this old man is naturally willing to acknowledge your highness's status as prince. Roy brought his hands together and bowed to Luke in the manner of a subject. Lev followed immediately after. Then Tiana Crownguard, then Calvin, even Lux performed a proper bow to Luke. His identity was beyond question now. As true royal blood, Jarvan III's flesh and blood, he was more than worthy of that salute. With that settled, the royal bloodline truly should not be left outside, Roy said. And the people deserve an explanation. He didn't say anything else, already thinking about what came next. As a loyal supporter of the crown, even he believed royal blood should never be wandering in the world. Since Luke was truly a prince, then his identity should be known by the public just as Jarvan IV's was. At that moment, Lux secretly put her hand on the orb too. Nothing happened, no matter how long she waited. Only then did she suddenly realize the person she'd bumped into on the street today, by pure chance, was actually the king's son, the one he'd never met. That was almost too unbelievable. Jarvan III looked at Luke, his gaze complicated. Between them, they were the closest of strangers. They shared the thickest bond of blood, yet in 18 years, they had never met. He didn't even have the courage to make this child call him father. Everyone present noticed the complexity in Jarvan III's eyes. They understood the pain in his heart. At this point, with the atmosphere like this, that word was unavoidable. Luke knew it was on him to break the deadlock. He hesitated for a long moment, met Jarvan III's eyes, and finally spoke, slowly and clearly, "These years you've suffered." The wrinkles at Jarvan III's eyes were wet. He pulled Luke into a tight embrace. "From this day forward, you won't be alone in this world. I will be your steadfast support." Even Luke, with his usually shameless, playful mindset, went quiet in that moment. Because he could feel it. The emotion in the man's chest was real, without the slightest hint of falsehood. Facing this bond with nothing but a joking attitude had been wrong. No matter what in this life, the man before him was his family. Chapter 13, already using the noble tricks, I just learned 1241 words. Everything that happened today had been far too sudden, and the amount of information pouring in all at once was overwhelming. It left Jarvan III utterly exhausted. The news of Melly's death hit him hard. For all these years, he had never forgotten her. Every sleepless night spent tossing and turning, he would see his beloved's face again. And yet, she was gone. Jarvan III was tired. He urgently wanted to be alone, to sit in silence for a while. After instructing Calvin to take care of Luke and arrange temporary lodgings for him inside the palace, Jarvan III let Lev support him as he went to rest. Minister Roy took his leave as well. Naturally, he had matters to handle, gathering the other ministers and jointly discussing when Luke's identity as a prince should be made public. As for Lux and Tiana Crownguard, after saying goodbye to Luke, they also left the palace. The two of them walked along the road. Lux suddenly remembered something and couldn't help muttering to herself, "So it really is his home." She'd honestly thought it was just a joke at the time. But in the end, there'd been such a massive twist. This enormous palace really was Luke's home. Tiana walked ahead. Hearing Lux's muttering, she turned back with a smile. "What are you whispering about now? Today, you gave Jarvan III one heck of a surprise." More than a surprise, calling it a shock wouldn't be an exaggeration. Her niece had essentially hauled in a living, breathing bomb. "This isn't my fault. Auntie, at first I wanted to bring him to you first." Lux hadn't expected it to be this big either. Then she added, "Besides, isn't a father and son reuniting a good thing?" "Of course it is." Tiana ruffled Lux's hair, smiling the entire time, then asked curiously, "So tell me, how did you just so happen to run into our kingdom's second prince?" "Ahem, then I have to talk about how he and I teamed up to crack a scam ring." Lux cleared her throat, and the story came pouring out like she'd rehearsed it 1,000 times. "The two of us had never met before, but we had an extraordinary level of unspoken coordination. First, I went deep into the scam ring's trap, while he hid off to the side, quietly observing their tricks. With the two of us working together flawlessly, the scammers fled in panic. Miss Crownguard didn't blush. Didn't blink. Didn't flinch. Though when her aunt's smiling eyes looked over, Lux suddenly found it a little hard to hold eye contact. So something like that happened. Tiana looked at her adorable niece and laughed. If I remember correctly, didn't your mother send you to tutoring? How did you end up chasing scam artists instead? The moment Lux heard that, her entire body stiffened, freezing on the spot. Oh no, she'd completely forgotten about that. Don't look at me with those puppy eyes. I can't help you. Tiana sighed. If I had to guess, she's already heard that you skipped tutoring. Just tell her I did something really important today. You know what your mother is like. That doesn't change the fact that you skipped tutoring. Then maybe we can stay overnight in the palace today. Lux, running away won't solve anything. At the same time, inside the palace. In the corridor, only Luke and Calvin remained. As a royal guard who worked at the king's side, Calvin naturally knew the palace well. His assignment was to settle Luke in properly. And the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. Someone he'd dismissed as a commoner without even wanting to spare him a glance had, in the span of 30 minutes, undergone the most dramatic identity change imaginable. Calvin's emotions couldn't help but rise and fall. Most importantly, if possible, he desperately wanted Luke to forget what happened earlier. After thinking it over, Calvin still forced himself to speak first. Your Highness, I know all of this must feel extremely sudden. You may need some time to adjust to your new identity. If there's anything you want to ask, you can say it directly. I don't have anything to ask. Luke replied, looking at Calvin with casual indifference. He reached out and patted Calvin's shoulder. But, Calvin blanked for a second, then coughed lightly. Please go on, Your Highness. I really admire capable young people like you. The future of our nation will depend on people like you. You're staying by father's side, so I'm hoping you'll help shoulder his burdens for him. Luke patted his shoulder again. In his eyes, there was just the right amount of cool detachment, just the right amount of mocking amusement, and just the right amount of effortless nonchalance. Calvin was left staring, stunned. With his status, if some random commoner dared to look at him like that, he would have slapped them on the spot. All he could do was grin awkwardly and nod. Your Highness is right. I'll do everything in my power to assist His Majesty. 30 minutes ago, it was, sir. Now it was, Cal, every other sentence. Damn it, this guy adapted to his status way too fast. If a normal person learned something like this, they'd be overwhelmed, at a loss for what to do next. But this guy? He looked like he'd been a prince for 18 years. Completely absurd. Calvin couldn't wrap his head around the fact that something this ridiculous could even happen. With barely any time at all, someone from the lowest rung of commoners had become a noble prince. Cal, lead the way. I'm a bit tired. Luke clasped his hands behind his back and strolled ahead like he was taking a leisurely walk. This world really was something else. Who would have thought the noble essence he'd just learned from Calvin would come in handy this quickly? How did that saying go again? One moment you look down on me, the next moment you're not even worthy to look up at me. Please follow me, Your Highness. In the end, Calvin still lowered the proud head he'd held high before, walking ahead to guide him. The palace was enormous. As Luke walked, he couldn't help feeling a little wistful. Just thinking about how, in the future, even walking out the front door would take over 10 minutes. Was honestly kind of depressing. Calvin led Luke out of the main building of Dawning Castle. They took a small path leading toward the gardens, circled around a few times, and stopped at the base of another building. Your Highness, we're here. Calvin took out a ring of keys and opened the door. You'll rest here for now. This was the residence Prince Jarvan IV lived in before he came of age. After he left the palace, it's been left unused, but it's still cleaned regularly. Luke stepped inside. The furnishings weren't particularly luxurious, everything looked fairly ordinary. But the place was definitely spacious, and it was clean and neatly kept. Calvin continued, "The bedroom is on the second floor. I'll arrange for servants to stand by outside. If you need anything, just say the word." "I understand. You can go." Luke waved a hand, then casually sat down on the sofa, feeling the exhaustion surge up all at once. Calvin left quickly, and before he went, he pulled the door shut behind him. Chapter 14. The Seneschal of Demacia. 1348 words. Luke finally had a moment to be alone. He sorted through the chaotic mess of information in his head, and couldn't help letting out a long breath. What would happen next, even Luke couldn't say for sure. For now, all he could do was take things one step at a time. At the very least, it seemed he was already ahead of a lot of people by a wide margin. If possible, Luke wanted to become stronger. Sitting on the sofa, he drifted off before he even realized it. What woke him was a rhythmic knocking at the door. Whoever it was didn't seem to intend to barge in, just a steady, measured knock, quiet and unintrusive. Luke opened his eyes, still a little groggy, got up, walked to the door, and pulled it open. Standing outside was a black-haired man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He stood perfectly straight, wearing a white-collared garment. His dark hair and dark eyes were striking, and his gaze, like that of a seasoned general who had survived countless battlefields, seemed full of stories. If there was anyone in Demacia who was easiest to recognize, it was probably the man in front of him. "Xin Zhao, pay my respects to your highness the prince." Xin Zhao lowered his head and bowed. His voice was firm and resonant. "Seneschal Xin Zhao, please rise." Luke didn't dare put on airs in front of him. Even as a prince, he still needed to show Xin Zhao proper respect. For one simple reason, the man before him was known as the Seneschal of Demacia. Not only was he a familiar champion, but the title alone made his standing in Demacia obvious. Demacia was often shortened to Demacia, and a man who could become its seneschal would never be insignificant. On top of that, Xin Zhao was also Jarvan III's personal bodyguard, one of the strongest warriors in all of Demacia. The story of the two of them had been passed down among the people for years. For as long as Xin Zhao was present, every assassination attempt against Jarvan III had failed. No one had even managed to scratch him. Xin Zhao wasn't Demacian by birth, yet he had earned unanimous recognition from the nation from top to bottom, which spoke volumes about how extraordinary he was. "Let's talk inside." Luke stepped aside and headed into the room. Xin Zhao didn't say much, entering with him. The two sat facing each other. Luke spoke first. "Seneschal Xin Zhao, what brings you here?" "I came for two reasons." Xin Zhao looked at Luke and let out a sigh. "The first is to offer a belated apology. To you and to Melly." Luke knew Xin Zhao wouldn't stop there, so he sat quietly and waited. "Allowing royal blood to wander outside the palace for more than 18 years was my failure." Xin Zhao's tone was complicated, heavy with emotion. "At the beginning, I was already at His Majesty's side as his guard. She fled from Noxus alone, with nowhere to rely on. When I saw her, I felt sympathy, and I treated her like my younger sister. Her love with His Majesty. I was involved in it as well. Back then, I thought it wasn't a bad thing. If I had known it would harm her later, perhaps, I would have stopped His Majesty from the start. After that, His Majesty brought her back to the capital. What happened next you already know. After she left behind that letter and disappeared, I wanted to search for her. But at the time, the king had returned victorious. The whole nation was celebrating. Countless people had gathered in the capital. I couldn't guarantee that if I left, the king would remain safe. That brief hesitation made me miss the best chance to find her. Later, I sent people to search, but there were no results." His voice was filled with self-blame. The bond between him and Melly had been like that of siblings, yet he had failed to fulfill the responsibility of an older brother. Xin Zhao believed things turning out this way was his fault. Honestly, I don't have the right to speak in mother's place. After hearing him out, Luke thought for a moment and said, but I think if mother were still alive, she wouldn't blame you. Because in my eyes, the choice back then was hers to make. Even when she was tormented by illness all the way to her last moment, she never regretted making that decision. Thank you for your words. But wrong is wrong. I won't run from it. Xin Zhao like Jarvan IV could faintly see melee in Luke's brows and eyes. He sighed again. Where is she now? Luke replied, I buried mother to the east, in a place called Terran Town. I bought her a plot in the cemetery there. Hearing that, Xin Zhao stood up and walked outside. Several men in white armor stood there, their status clearly not ordinary. Did you all hear what His Highness said? Xin Zhao's expression turned stern as he addressed them. His Highness's mother should not sleep there. She should return to the capital, return to where her beloved and her son are. We will safely escort the queen to her destination. The white-armored soldiers dropped to one knee, fists clasped in salute. As soon as they finished speaking, they rose and left at once without looking back. They had a new mission now to bring back the queen, who had never been formally recognized. Xin Zhao returned to the room and stood beside Luke. The second matter is that His Majesty asked me to take a look at your Highness's physique. I'll have to trouble you to stand. Luke stood up, not quite sure what was coming next. Xin Zhao was already moving. He reached out, checking Luke's back, under his ribs, the side of his waist, then his arm bones and leg bones. He even had Luke take off his shoes and pressed and examined his feet as well. Luke let him do as he pleased, and he could already guess what this was. After a moment, Xin Zhao straightened up. Under Luke's expectant gaze, he sighed softly. Unfortunately, your Highness's body has mostly finished developing. And from the look of it, your aptitude is on the poorer side. What he was testing was whether Luke could still learn martial training, whether it was still possible, whether it was still in time. After all, Demacia honored strength. As a prince, if he could become stronger, that would naturally be a good thing. But now it seemed it was already too late to train properly. Perhaps it was because he had been malnourished since birth. When Xin Zhao thought of that, guilt surged in him again. A woman without proof of identity in Demacia, carrying a newborn, how could she possibly have lived well? Compared to Jarvan IV, Luke's physique was lacking by an entire world. Jarvan IV's talent and aptitude were exceptional. And with the careful royal upbringing he had received since childhood, he already possessed considerable strength. But Luke, also a prince, had lived a hard life from the moment he was young, not to mention how he could have had the time or conditions to learn martial skills. Hearing this, Luke understood the implication and couldn't help feeling disappointed. He knew what kind of world this was. If it were an ordinary world, who cared if he didn't have talent for martial training? As a prince, he could still live comfortably without worries. But this was Runeterra. A world where, without strength, you could become cannon fodder at any moment. Even as a prince, when the great disasters of the future arrived, he still might be powerless. Your Highness, don't be discouraged. Pursuing scholarship is also a fine path. And besides, once your living conditions improve, it's not impossible that changes could be made. Some things can be made up for. Seeing the disappointment in Luke's eyes, Xin Zhao did his best to comfort him, though in truth, the chances weren't great. Chapter 15, Jarvan IV 1182 words, you don't need to comfort me. I know my own limits. Luke let out a sigh. There wasn't much he could do about it. He couldn't exactly expect to be some once-in-10,000 martial prodigy. And growing up malnourished, honestly, just staying alive until now was already no small feat. Let's not dwell on that. We can figure it out slowly over time. Xin Zhao immediately steered the conversation away. His Majesty has prepared dinner, and is waiting in the dining hall. Please come with me. Luke nodded and followed Xian Zhao out. On the way, Xian Zhao added, Prince Jarvan IV has also heard the news. He should be arriving soon. After learning he has a younger brother, he seemed very excited. When I found out I still had family, I was excited too. Luke smiled, though a large part of that excitement came from discovering his bloodline wasn't ordinary. Hearing that, Xian Zhao's feelings turned complicated again, filled with sympathy for this unfortunate child. Luke had probably once truly believed he had no family at all. Jarvan IV was also a famed hero, the Prince of Demacia. Just from the title, it was obvious, he was Luke's older brother. The child of Queen Catherine Ireland and Jarvan III. In fact, Jarvan IV and Luke shared something in common throughout their lives, both had lacked the love of someone crucial. On the day Jarvan IV was born, Queen Catherine Ireland died from complications in childbirth. From that day on, Jarvan IV lost his mother. And Luke, because Melly left on her own back then, he had spent all these years not even knowing who his father was. But in a sense, Jarvan IV was still luckier than Luke. Because he was the legitimate prince, raised under the protection of the royal family since childhood. Xian Zhao led Luke all the way to the dining hall. Night had already fallen, but a gentle glow spilled from that direction. When Luke stepped inside, it looked exactly like what he'd imagined, one of those long rectangular tables from films and dramas, covered with all kinds of lavish dishes. At the head seat, Jarvan III sat there. There was still worry and sorrow lingering in his eyes, but when he saw Luke enter, he stood up and forced a small smile. Luke took the initiative to bow. Jarvan III said gently, when there are no outsiders, don't worry about formalities. If you're hungry, you don't need to wait for your brother, eat first. Luke sat down in the seat before him. The tempting aroma instantly stirred his appetite. He didn't bother being polite and said, then, Father, I'll start. He really was hungry, he'd barely eaten all day. Jarvan III nodded. Watching Luke dig into the food in big bites, a hint of warmth appeared in his eyes. He liked Luke's personality. He wouldn't be shackled by so-called rules in the future, and that was a good thing. Waiting until everyone arrived before eating was a common rule in many places, and the nobles did it too. But here, with him, it didn't have to exist. This entire table had been prepared for Luke. If Luke didn't eat, what was the point? If anything, Jarvan III had been worried Luke would be too stiff and force himself to hold back. Half an hour later, a hurried set of footsteps sounded from outside. If nothing unexpected happened, it was Prince Jarvan IV. Luke rubbed his very full stomach, relieved he hadn't put on a show earlier. Otherwise, sitting there for half an hour smelling the food while starving would have been pure torture. Sorry I'm late. Father, where's my brother? Jarvan IV rushed in wearing royal attire. You could see a clear resemblance to Jarvan III, sharp, defined features, bright eyes, and an impressive presence. As he spoke, Jarvan IV immediately spotted Luke, who had already risen to greet him. He strode over, visibly excited, and also a little embarrassed as he said, I'm Jarvan IV. I'm 4 years older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you my brother. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare a proper gift to meet you with, sorry about that. He was a bit taller than Luke, broad-shouldered, and his gaze toward Luke was genuinely warm. Luke laughed openly. Brother, what are you saying? There's no need for gifts. Jarvan IV's tone was firm. This is the first time I've ever had a real brother. How could I not prepare something? Then by that logic, it's also the first time I've had a real brother, so shouldn't I prepare a gift too? Luke said. If we both give gifts, they cancel out, so we don't need to give anything to each other. Jarvan IV froze for a second. It actually sounded pretty reasonable. He thought about it, then nodded. That checks out. Jarvan III stood up at that moment and said with a smile, looks like you two can get along well. I won't say much more. I'm tired today, go talk as brothers. I'll leave you to it. He and Luke had already talked some. Seeing Luke and Jarvan IV click so easily, he finally felt at ease. "Rest well, father," Jarvan IV and Luke said in unison, watching as Xin Zhao left with Jarvan III. "Are you full?" Jarvan IV asked. "Let's go for a walk." He obviously hadn't come for the meal, he'd come to meet the brother he'd never known. Luke accepted the invitation, and the two of them headed outside together. There weren't many people around. Jarvan IV sighed with feeling. "I really didn't expect to suddenly have a brother. I heard some of what happened on the way here, and about Aunt Melly. I'm sorry. Back then, I was only 3 or 4 years old. If I'd had the ability to speak up, I would have supported it." His tone was incredibly sincere, because he truly meant it. At the time, Jarvan IV was only 3 or 4, he probably didn't even understand what was happening. But if the choice had been in his hands, he would have wanted to have a mother. Unfortunately, he hadn't had that power. "Mother's story happened so many years ago," Luke said calmly with a smile. "There's not much meaning in talking about it now. A lot of this really did happen suddenly. I never imagined this country's king would be my father or that a prince would be my brother. I've always kind of wanted a brother, actually." Jarvan IV looked Luke over, then nodded in satisfaction, almost talking to himself. "I've always been jealous that Garen has such a cute little sister. Now it's good I, Jarvan, have a very handsome brother too. Nobody has anything to envy anymore. From now on, if anything happens, come find me. I'll handle it for you." He patted his chest hard as he promised, giving a strong sense of security. And Luke could genuinely feel it. Jarvan IV's feelings were just as real as his father's. The two of them seemed to cherish this suddenly appearing bond of family. Chapter 16, If I don't slack off now, then when? 1280 words. The next day, Jarvan IV took Luke to Jarvan III's bedchambers to pay their respects. Jarvan IV had stayed the night, sleeping in the same building as Luke. The two of them talked for quite a while, and it did bring them closer. When they arrived, it seemed Jarvan III already knew there wasn't much worth discussing here. After the two boys finished breakfast, he gave them some free time. "If this were a few years earlier," Jarvan IV said while changing into fresh clothes, clearly preparing to leave, "I'd definitely take you out and show you the capital properly. But I've got too much on my plate lately. When father formally gives you your name, I'll come see you again." Right now, improving his own strength was the priority, but training the troops under him was just as urgent. Even though he held no official title in the army, the number of soldiers Jarvan III allocated to him kept increasing. Jarvan IV could feel it clearly as he grew older. Jarvan III stopped treating him like a child, and relied on him more and more. Luke replied, "We've got plenty of time ahead. No need to rush." "True enough. From here on out, we'll take it slow, brother to brother." Jarvan IV smiled. The two of them walked side by side, nearly out of the palace already, when he said, "This is far enough." "Take care," Luke said, lifting a hand in farewell. Outside the palace, Jarvan IV's personal guards had been waiting for a long time. A carriage was ready, set to take him back to his own estate. After coming of age, Jarvan IV had moved out of the palace. Luke still didn't know exactly where he'd moved to. But if nothing unexpected happened, once Luke was formally recognized and named, he would have to choose somewhere outside the palace to live as well. He watched Jarvan IV depart. Then Luke stretched, letting the looseness seep through his limbs, and turned back toward his small building at an unhurried pace. By the time he returned, Xin Zhao was already waiting. "Xin Zhao. Did you need something?" Luke asked. Jarvan IV called Xin Zhao uncle, so Luke had followed suit. Xin Zhao might not share royal blood, but to Jarvan III, he was closer than family. "Nothing special," Xin Zhao said, drawing a small booklet from inside his clothes and placing it on the table. "I'm here to give your highness something." He explained, "These are some notes I wrote down when I had time." I recorded a few body tempering techniques I learned in Ionia, and also some methods for awakening spiritual energy. If you've got nothing to do, you can practice. Luke took the booklet. When he opened it, he could still smell fresh ink. There was no way this was written in spare moments. This was clearly something Xin Zhao had stayed up all night to finish. Warmth rose in Luke's chest. He said seriously, "Thank you." Xin Zhao smiled. "I won't disturb you any longer. If you have questions, you can find me at the king's side." He didn't say much else. He stood, bowed out, and left. There wasn't much he could do for Luke. Most days, he had to remain by Jarvan III's side to protect him, an unavoidable regret. If Luke had been raised in the palace from childhood the way Jarvan IV was, and Xin Zhao could have taught him every day, perhaps Demacia could have produced two outstanding princes. What happened back then had hurt too many people in the end. After Xin Zhao left, Luke opened the booklet and began reading carefully. It wasn't just key points for body tempering. Xin Zhao had thoughtfully drawn little stick figure diagrams and added notes and insights. It was unbelievably easy to understand. Luke read while trying the movements. After only a few poses, he felt as if all his strength had been drained clean. Yesterday, Xin Zhao said Luke's foundation wasn't great. Luke very naturally shoved the blame onto that. It definitely wasn't that he was the problem. After resting a bit, Luke continued flipping through, until he reached the section on awakening spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was a very special kind of power. In different places, it was used in different ways. It wasn't the same as magic. Magic tended to be more direct in how it manifested. Spiritual energy, on the other hand, was more like resonance between body and soul. Generally speaking, you release spiritual energy to make the body stronger. And in Demacia, it was something you had to master if you wanted to become truly powerful. Demacia had been founded to protect those harmed by magic. The kingdom had despised magic from the start, but then a new problem emerged: how do you fight mages? Demacia had stood tall to this day not only because of Petri sight, but also because of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, also called willpower, was key. Warriors tempered their will and spirit, gaining power that could contend with mages. Later, as the threat of mages gradually lessened, this remained one of the major reasons Demacia still became a great power. Xin Zhao's notes included methods used in Demacia, and methods from Ionia as well. Luke read with care, then tried exactly what the booklet described. Time ticked by second. Nothing's happening at all. Luke opened his eyes, flopped backward onto the couch, and felt utterly drained. He'd worked at it for at least an hour. Forget spiritual energy, he'd almost fallen asleep. Am I really that talentless? Luke stared up at the ceiling, and for a moment, he felt like he had nothing left to chase. Before he understood how little he truly knew, he'd still clung to a sliver of fantasy: become strong, see the wonders of Runeterra for himself. Now he only hoped his luck would hold, and that he wouldn't end up as cannon fodder someday. I'm still a prince of the realm. I've got a beloved king for a father, and a hard-working brother above me. What do I even need to do? Luke suddenly got it. He couldn't understand why he'd been tying himself in knots. There was nothing to agonize over. Let them handle the struggle. Let him enjoy the rewards. Strong or not, what did that have to do with him? If he had time to obsess over this, he might as well enjoy a few good days while he still could. With his mind finally loosened, Luke decided to stop trying so hard. Whatever was coming would come sooner or later. So before that day arrived, he might as well live well. Detected hosts coast and give up intent. Sign-in system successfully activated. Suddenly, a voice popped into Luke's mind as he lay on the couch, startling him so badly he jolted. Right after that, a flood of information about the sign-in system poured into his head. It was a sign-in system apparently designed to help Luke coast even better. He didn't need to do anything. Every day, all he had to do was tap sign in, and he'd receive rewards. It was divided into daily sign-ins, monthly sign-ins, yearly sign-ins, and special sign-ins. Each type granted different rewards. And the rewards also varied slightly depending on where he signed in. So even the system wants to see me take it easy. In that case, if I'm going to slack off, why wait? Luke sighed with emotion. Who would have thought there really was a bright turn ahead? If he hadn't decided to coast, the system probably wouldn't have shown up at all. That only strengthened Luke's desire to keep coasting. Chapter 17, Isn't this ridiculous? 1,176 words. With a thought from Luke in the next second, an information panel popped up in front of his eyes. Host, Luke aptitude, 11, utterly mediocre, realm, none, skills, none, subprofession, none. Items, none, a completely empty panel, with that utterly mediocre, glaring so brightly it was almost painful. The moment Luke saw the system's evaluation, he understood. With aptitude like this, even if he worked hard for decades, he probably wouldn't amount to much. According to the system's info, aptitude was divided into 8 tiers: abysmally poor, utterly mediocre, workable, exceptionally gifted, 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, and unparalleled. Luke's aptitude barely cleared the very bottom abysmally poor, and only by a point. Each tier covered 10 points. To reach the final tier, you needed to break through to 100. Would you like to sign in? After glancing at the panel twice, the prompt appeared in front of Luke. He made a decision immediately and chose to sign in. Detected, this is the host's first sign-in. This sign-in is a special sign-in. Congratulations! You have obtained an advanced swordsmanship skill, Wine Technique Swordsmanship, automatically mastered to LV3, Basic Mastery. Congratulations! You have obtained Spiritual Energy Guidance Primer. Congratulations! You have obtained Realm Upgrade Card, Initiate Late Stage. Congratulations! You have obtained Random LV6 Subprofession Card. Congratulations! You have obtained Sixth Sense Enhancement Serum. Rewards have been automatically stored in the system inventory. Please review and withdraw them at your convenience. Because it was his first sign-in, a whole pile of rewards exploded onto the screen, leaving Luke a little dazzled. He only needed one look to feel that none of these were ordinary. The first thing that surged into his mind was Spiritual Energy Guidance Primer. He'd just been thinking about how important it was, and he'd tried for ages without even touching the edge of it. Of course, that was because of his aptitude. But now, with nothing more than a thought, he had already grasped it. It felt as natural as walking or running, like moving his limbs. Effortless. Instinctive. Detected skill, Wind Technique Swordsmanship. Seeing the prompt, Luke chose to learn immediately. Information about Wind Technique Swordsmanship flooded into his mind. It felt as if he'd trained in it bitterly for years, every cell in his body already familiar with the sensation. Speaking of Wind Technique Swordsmanship, there were 2 champions you couldn't avoid mentioning. One was Yasuo, the Unforgiven. The other was Yone, the Unforgotten. Both were disciples of the Wind Technique. Just watching that clean, swift, storm-like blade work was enough to understand how powerful it was. Luke had automatically mastered it to LV3, Basic Mastery. And as a bonus, once Wind Technique Swordsmanship reached Basic Mastery, Luke also comprehended a new skill, Wind Affinity. He could sense the wind that brushed past him with far greater detail. It seemed like a necessary condition for learning the Wind Technique in the first place. Second, mastering spiritual energy was also the key of keys. Otherwise, even if Luke had learned Wind Technique Swordsmanship, he still wouldn't be able to bring out its full might. The system's planning was surprisingly thorough. Luke then opened the inventory and focused on the remaining 3 rewards. He withdrew the Sixth Sense Enhancement Serum first. A white bottle almost like a drink appeared in his hand. He weighed it once, didn't hesitate, popped the cap, and downed it in a few gulps. The effects seemed to spread, but as for what it actually felt like, it wasn't obvious. Luke knew what sixth sense referred to. After waiting a moment and finding nothing else worth noting, he didn't dwell on it. Use the realm upgrade card. Luke silently ordered it in his mind, and the system's prompt sounded at once. Use successful. As the prompt faded, Luke clearly felt a wave of energy spreading outward from his heart, gradually pouring into his limbs. It was as if every cell in his body was cheering, muscles all over him trembling faintly. It was an incredibly strange sensation. After a while, getting stronger without working for it feels amazing. Luke muttered, his mood impossibly refreshed. When the strange feeling vanished, Luke clenched his fist. He could plainly sense his strength had risen by a huge margin. As he was now, he could probably beat up 5 versions of himself from yesterday. Runeterra wasn't an ordinary world, after all. The power gap was wildly uneven. The strong were terrifyingly strong, and the weak were pitifully weak. But everyone had a path to grow stronger. So over the course of Demacia's history, a system had gradually taken shape to categorize strength. Named after knightly ranks, it went: Initiate, Valorous, Unyielding, Dauntless, Sanctified, Glory. From left to right, the higher the title, the stronger the person, and each realm was divided into early, mid, and late stages. Before this, Luke had only been an ordinary person, not even qualifying as an initiate. For a normal person, becoming an initiate wasn't hard. Even someone as mediocre as Luke could do it if you trained day after day. Your body would naturally grow through relentless tempering. But the more strength you chased, the more limitations ordinary people faced. The further you went, the more you needed talent to support you. In one leap, Luke had become an initiate in the late stage, his strength rising sharply. The rewards this time were absurdly generous, and there was still one reward left for Luke to claim. And judging by the look of it, it was probably the best reward from this sign-in. LV6, Outstanding, Subprofession card. From the system's information, Luke learned that skills were divided into 9 levels. Even LV3 Wine Technique Swordsmanship was only barely past the first threshold. The 9 levels were: LV1 Beginner, LV2 Finding the Path, LV3 Basic Mastery, LV4 Proficient, LV5 Expert, LV6 Outstanding, LV7 Peak, LV8 Transcendent, LV9 Return to Simplicity. It was easy to see that LV6 was already a very high level of mastery. Even though the subprofession card was random, Luke figured that at this level, no matter what he rolled, he wouldn't lose. As for subprofessions, there were too many to list. Use the subprofession card. Use successful. Luke willed it again, and the card vanished from the inventory. In the next second, the system's prompt sounded once more. Congratulations! You have obtained LV6 subprofession skill, Cooking. Luke went speechless. In an instant, a massive amount of cooking knowledge appeared in his mind, so much that he couldn't digest it all at once. He'd just said that any random result wouldn't be a loss, and the system immediately handed him cooking. He was a prince of the realm. Was he supposed to personally step into the kitchen and cook now? Isn't this ridiculous? Luke laughed helplessly, but he didn't really care. It was a free reward anyway. There was plenty of time ahead, and sooner or later his subprofession skills would naturally pile up. His first sign-in rewards were already more than generous. What was there to complain about? Chapter 18. You guys really hit the jackpot. 1280 words. Luke had actually noticed something. Back then, Melly, his mother, had left the capital alone. Right under the noses of King Jarvan IV and Xin Zhao, she vanished without a trace. How did a woman without even proper identification manage that? Luke couldn't help it, he really was curious. What exactly happened back then? But even if he was curious, he had no leads right now. All he could do was take it slow and wait. Slacking off is one thing, but being able to enjoy slacking off, that's the real art. Luke had decided to coast, but he didn't plan to waste a good life by doing absolutely nothing. Runeterra was a dazzling world, and if he ever got the chance, he wanted to travel and see it for himself. When is that hopeless romantic going to snap out of it? Luke headed outside, lost in thought. He understood this world well enough. The moment he realized he couldn't get stronger through normal means, the last of his fighting spirit had been crushed, and he'd decisively chosen to coast. Because he knew that an ordinary person had a high chance of becoming cannon fodder when the disasters of the future arrived. But now things were different. On one hand, he didn't need to work himself to death anymore. On the other, he seemed to have gained at least some ability to face that hopeless romantic down the line. Which meant he needed to manage the situation properly. That could be tomorrow's problem. For now, live while you can. I wonder if I'm even allowed to leave the palace. Luke wanted to go outside for a walk. The palace was suffocating. Aside from staring into space in his room, there wasn't much to do. He really wanted to wander around. He'd only arrived in the capital yesterday, and he hadn't even had the chance to properly look around. He reached the entrance of Dawn Castle. The guard on duty was the same one he'd seen yesterday. He seemed to have received instructions in advance. When he saw Luke, he immediately saluted. "Your Highness." After the respectful greeting, the guard asked, "What brings you here?" Luke smiled politely. "Can I go out?" "Of course." The guard stepped aside. "His Majesty anticipated that you might want to explore the city. He asked that you return before dark. Do you need a travel pass?" Luke figured it would be more comfortable alone. Still, he hadn't expected King Jarvan IV to be this attentive. He'd even briefed the guards at the entrance. The guard nodded. "Then have a safe walk." He watched Luke leave, remembering the order he'd received last night, and even now he still felt stunned. The kingdom had a second prince. Someone he'd seen just yesterday, and today he was suddenly the new prince. Changes came so fast it was almost unreal. Luke honestly hadn't expected it to be this easy to get out. Did the king really feel that confident letting a newly acknowledged son stroll around on his own? Obviously not. Sure enough, as Luke walked along the same route he'd taken yesterday, and the crowd around him grew thicker, he vaguely sensed someone tailing him. Not too close, not too far, but close enough that if anything happened, they could rush in immediately. The moment Luke felt it, he analyzed it. And in the next second, he was certain this was the effect of that sixth sense enhancement serum. That was probably why he hadn't noticed anything before. There simply hadn't been any situation where he needed a sixth sense. Since it wasn't harmful, Luke didn't care. He strolled leisurely through the streets. Even in the morning, the capital was already lively. People were everywhere, carriages rolled down the center of the road, some led horses along, and drivers hurried about, chasing a living. A few children ran past, laughing and playing with pinwheels in their hands. Their bright, childish laughter echoed near his ears, and Luke realized something. Judging from the architecture, daily necessities, and how people lived, this place was already quite developed. But developed still didn't really overlap with modern life. If the entire world was like this, then fine. But if his guess was right, then on the far side of the continent, Piltover could already use electricity skillfully, along with certain modern machines. That city stood at the very forefront of science. That wasn't surprising. What Luke really meant was this: based on what he knew, Demacia was currently in a kind of closed-off state. The country was old-fashioned and stubborn, feudal and conservative. It rarely built effective connections with the outside world. There was a phrase that fit it perfectly: staying in its own bubble. After all, Demacia truly was a powerful empire right now. From top to bottom, the national mindset was, we don't start trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. Over all these years since the nation was founded, anyone who coveted Demacia had been beaten back. If things continued like this, Demacia might remain strong for a long time, but in the end, it wouldn't last forever. Why am I even thinking about this? I'll leave it to my brother to worry about. Luke realized his thoughts were drifting again. He shook his head with a chuckle and focused on the street scenery. He was here to enjoy royal treatment. As for future headaches, forget his father for a second. Even if something truly went wrong, he still had an older brother above him to shoulder it. No matter how you looked at it, it wouldn't be his turn. After walking for a few minutes, Luke suddenly felt something was off. There were more people following him. Interesting. I want to see what you're planning. Luke kept strolling as if he were out for a casual walk, but he headed toward a quieter route. The fewer people there were, the more he leaned into it until he turned into an empty alleyway. Not long after, people poured in from both ends of the alley. At a glance, there were about 8 of them. Isn't this the rope scam guy? Luke swept his gaze over them and found a few especially familiar faces. The most familiar one, of course, was the guy from yesterday who'd been running that rope trick. Kid, you smashed our livelihood and you still dare to walk around like you own the place. If someone's getting unlucky today, it's you. The ringleader's eyes were vicious, clearly the type to hold a grudge. Yesterday, you had someone from House Crownguard with you. Today you've got nobody at your side, huh? He cracked his knuckles, ill intent written all over him. Come on, Luke sighed, trying to talk him down. Is there really nothing we can discuss like adults? Turn back while you still can. The ringleader let out a cold laugh. Now you're scared. Kid, it's too late. I'm not scared. I'm just in a great mood, so I'm giving you a chance. Facing the slow encirclement, Luke looked almost regretful. You really are lucky. Of all people, you're the ones who get to run into a deal like this. You got scared, stupid. What the hell are you even saying? Brothers, get him. The ringleader couldn't be bothered with more words. Right now, he just wanted to get in there and kick this smug brat. He barked the order, took one step forward, and suddenly the world spun. In the haze, he vaguely heard someone shouting things like, "Move. And protect the prince." Nonsense like that. Didn't I say move? So why am I the one on the ground? What prince? Where did a prince come from? Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Go in and think it over slowly. 1260 words. All he felt was soreness all over. When the scam ringleader finally came back to his senses, he realized the one pinning him down was a cold-faced man in white. On the man's chest was a badge so unfamiliar the ringleader couldn't even guess where it came from, but he could confirm one thing. They were terrifyingly strong. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his buddies already sprawled across the ground in every direction, groaning in pain. From start to finish, only 2 men in white had made a move. And from the moment they acted to the moment everyone was on the ground, only a few seconds had passed. Damn it, what just happened? The ringleader's brain short-circuited. His first thought was that he'd walked into a sting operation. This brat had deliberately come out to bait them. But seriously, for a few small-time guys like them, did it really warrant sending monsters like this? His vision flickered, and that punchable face appeared again, this time looking down at him from above. Luke asked, if someone tries to jump me in the street like this, what do they usually get? Your Highness, the man in white replied respectfully, it depends on your mood. Publicly harboring ill intent and attempting to assault the kingdom's prince is a serious crime. Minimum sentence 20 years. Luke nodded thoughtfully, then looked down again. You heard that, right? I gave you a chance earlier. 20 years? The ringleader nearly lost his soul. What the hell are you talking about? What prince? What, Your Highness? I just scammed a few people. I didn't even touch a hair on you. 20 years for that? He didn't understand what was happening, but he understood one thing very clearly right now, his life was in their hands. Want to know what's going on? Luke asked with a cheerful smile, looking straight into those desperate, pleading eyes. The ringleader nodded hard. Go inside and think it through slowly, Luke said. 20 years doesn't go by fast. When you get out, be a decent person. Luke had zero intention of explaining. The ringleader's vision went black for a second. He was so furious he almost spat blood. He genuinely couldn't figure it out. He'd only wanted to teach this brat a lesson, and now he was facing 20 years behind bars. The others froze too, stunned into silence. "Thanks for stepping in," Luke said to the two men in white. By now, he'd already judged who they likely were. Probably subordinates under Xin Zhao. "Protecting your highness is our duty," the men in white answered respectfully. "I'll leave the rest to you," Luke said. Ignoring the begging at his back, he left that sentence behind and walked out of the alley. "Rest assured, your highness," the man in white replied seriously, looking at the scammers without a shred of sympathy. Luke stepped out of the alley and felt the sunlight soften against his skin. His mood stayed light. So this was the advantage of status. If he were still just a nobody like yesterday, wouldn't he have gotten beaten senseless in that alley for no reason? He didn't care what happened to the scammers. That was punishment they'd earned. If no one had been following him, he might have tested his current strength. Judging by how quickly those guys went down, they were probably only a bit sturdier than ordinary people. Then again, it was also possible the men in white were simply too strong. In the alley, Luke got a very direct taste of the gap in power. From the moment the men in white appeared to the moment the scammers were dealt with, only a few seconds. That kind of strength was at least unyielding, probably higher. Speaking of Miss Crownguard, I wonder what she's up to. Maybe I should go to House Crownguard and thank them. If the scammers hadn't brought it up, Luke might have forgotten. Today's mess had been a lot, but yesterday Lux had helped him in a big way. Whether by reason or by decency, he needed to go offer his thanks. "After I eat," Luke muttered, feeling his stomach growl. It was close to mealtime anyway. "If I go right now, it'll look like I'm showing up to mooch dinner." He looked around and spotted a restaurant that seemed pretty good. The building had a distinctly Western style, clearly a notch more upscale than most of what he'd seen on the street. The people going in and out were all dressed in expensive-looking formal wear. Luke picked his spot and headed over. A server by the door saw a customer approaching and automatically pulled the door open. "Please come in." Luke didn't respond. He simply walked inside. The interior really was different, an atmosphere like a high-end restaurant. Several small tables in the center were covered with white tablecloths, laid with elegant cutlery. A faint perfume lingered in the air. Luke chose a table and sat down. Not long after, a server came over. "Sir, here's the menu. Do you have a reservation, or would you like to order directly?" "Directly." Luke took the menu and flipped it open. There were pictures, dish names, and descriptions. And he realized he wasn't unfamiliar with any of it. Every time his gaze passed over a dish name, information surfaced in his mind naturally. So this was what LV6 cooking did. He even knew a surprising number of dishes from Runeterra. The prices were brutal. Even a normal dish started at several gold coins. Luke couldn't help but sigh. Rich people really did live luxuriously. But now he could enjoy that luxury too. 1 South Sea flameclaw crab, 1 3-color beef steak, 2 portions of each. And a fresh orange juice. After ordering 2 popular-looking signature dishes, Luke handed the menu back. "Of course. Please wait a moment." The server took the menu and left. The fresh juice was brought quickly. Luke wasn't particularly thirsty, so he just waited. Not long after, 2 people sat at the table beside him, apparently a couple. They wore gorgeous, expensive-looking outfits. They waved over a server and ordered with their chins held high. South Sea flameclaw crab and 3-color beef steak, those were also 2 of the restaurant's popular dishes. They were among the most expensive items on the menu too. Supposedly the ingredients were rare, and cultivating them took considerable effort. And they were only available in summer. The dishes came out soon, but the first table served wasn't Luke's. It was theirs. "Excuse me," Luke said, frowning as he called the server over. I'm pretty sure I ordered first. Why are you serving them before me? Yes, sir, the server explained politely. Our establishment uses a membership system. At any time, members are served first. The two guests at the table beside you are members. Is that so? Good system. All right. Luke nodded, not particularly bothered. If it was the house rule, there wasn't much to say. The couple glanced at Luke but said nothing, beginning to enjoy their food. They moved unhurriedly, napkins at their necks, knives and forks in hand, tasting with practiced elegance. No wonder it's the South Sea flameclaw crab, one of them said, wearing an intoxicated expression. The flavor is almost the same as when I came last year. Truly exquisite. And this three-color beef steak, color, aroma, taste, all perfect. Not bad at all. One of the best things I've had recently. They even poured 2 glasses of grape wine and clinked them lightly. Luke glanced sideways, suddenly curious. Was it really that good? Chapter 20. Are you two? Roll 1234 words. After waiting a little longer, the server finally came over carrying 2 dishes. After setting them down respectfully, the server turned and left. Looking at the steaming food on the table, and after listening to the couple next door praise it for so long, Luke couldn't help feeling curious. He examined it closely. South Sea flameclaw crab. Just from the name, it was a type of crab that lived in the southern seas of Demacia. They usually weighed around 3 to 8 gene, and once cooked, flame-like patterns would appear on the shell. That information flashed through Luke's mind. Before serving, the restaurant had already finished the messy part and taken it apart. The central shell was used like a platter, with everything edible arranged neatly on top. It actually looked pretty nice. The first thing he saw was a layer of white crab roe, smooth, almost like steamed egg custard. It was rich with protein and nutrients. Luke picked up a spoon, scooped a mouthful, blew on it and tasted it. It melted the instant it hit his tongue. No fishiness, no greasiness, just a faint milky aroma. Luke didn't say anything. After finishing the roe, he moved on to the orange crab fat, and then the leg meat. The crab fat was soft and creamy, and together with the leg meat it carried a strong crab fragrance along with a natural kick of heat. It wasn't especially spicy. More like a built-in seasoning that boosted the crab's flavor. That was what made South Sea flameclaw crab famous, tender meat with a naturally fresh, fragrant heat. You didn't even need any dipping sauce. It really was delicious, but Luke felt something was slightly off. He set down the spoon and tools, then shifted his gaze to the 3-color beef steak beside it. He hadn't specified doneness, so the default was well done. He'd already smelled the rich meat aroma while eating the crab. The steak was sprinkled with seasoning. The light char on the surface, the hints of red in the meat, and the pale sheen of juices, those 3 colors were where the dish got its name. Luke picked up his knife and fork, cut off a piece, and ate it. The flavor was deep, and even well done. The meat was still remarkably tender. The beefy tang had been handled well. He chewed twice and swallowed. It was satisfying, but not as mind-blowing as he'd imagined. If he made it himself, he could improve it by at least 50%. A strange thought popped into Luke's head, and he immediately shook it off. I am a prince. Since when do I cook? Why am I even thinking about that? Then he focused on finishing the second portion. Ever since using the realm card, his appetite had noticeably increased. 2 portions of food was just enough to meet his needs. When he finished, Luke raised a hand to signal the server for the bill. Sir, your total comes to 10 gold coins, the server said politely. If you'd like to top up for a membership, you'll receive a 20% discount. 10 gold. It was a lot, actually. If Luke from 2 days ago had walked into this place, he would have called it highway robbery. But now, he felt it was worth it. He reached into his pocket only to grab a fistful of air. Luke froze. He'd forgotten he didn't bring money when he came out. Or rather, he'd already spent everything he had, and it hadn't even occurred to him. The server noticed Luke's odd expression and immediately became wary. The odds of someone trying to dine and dash here were low. But not zero. Can you give me a few minutes? Luke stood up, trying to think. His first instinct was to reveal his identity, but he quickly rejected it. If he did that, the staff would probably just assume he was insane. Who would believe someone who couldn't pay for a meal? What are you going to do? The server's eyes sharpened with suspicion. How about this, Luke suggested, face serious. Come with me. I'll go get the money. Trust me. I'm not trying to skip the bill. After staring at Luke for a few seconds, the server ultimately decided to trust his face. If someone that handsome was out here eating for free, then what hope did a normal guy have? Fine, the server said. You go first. Luke turned and headed outside. He pushed open the door. The street outside was full of people coming and going. He scratched his head, scanned a few spots, and then suddenly walked toward one direction. He stopped in front of a fruit stand and said toward the inside, I didn't bring any money. Give me some. The fruit vendor blinked. What does that have to do with me? You didn't bring money, why is that my problem? What, are you trying to rob me? Suddenly, a white figure flipped out from behind the fruit stand. The vendor nearly jumped out of his skin. What the hell, since when was someone hiding back there? The white-clad bodyguard looked at Luke in surprise and bowed. How much does your highness need? His emotions were complicated. He was personally trained by the Seneschal of Demacia, Xian Zhao, and he possessed a number of professional skills. One of them was concealing his position. Hiding somewhere that kept the target protected, wouldn't be noticed, but still allowed him to arrive instantly if something happened. But he never would have imagined his hiding spot would be discovered. Had he been exposed while following Luke just now? For a moment, the bodyguard honestly started doubting himself. 10 gold, Luke said. The bodyguard immediately took out a pouch, counted out several gold coins, then handed Luke the coins. Your Highness, 10 gold. I'll pay you back later, Luke said, accepting the money with a grateful glance. Then he handed the 10 gold to the server, who was standing behind him with a face full of question marks. The server took the coins, looked like he'd just seen a ghost, and hurried away. Your Highness. What is this? Are you two role-playing right here in the street? Once the server was gone, the bodyguard said, Your Highness, you don't need to repay it. But I have a question. Luke turned his head. Can you tell me how you discovered me? The bodyguard asked. If he didn't get an answer today, he wasn't sleeping tonight. Oh, that. Luke laughed. Don't overthink it. My instincts are just sharper than most people's. I felt like someone was here, so I came over and asked as a test. He really couldn't tell the bodyguard was hidden there. But if he could sense someone nearby, that was enough. If nobody responded, he'd just try another spot. Understood. The bodyguard fell silent for a second, then flipped away and vanished from Luke's sight. He hadn't expected that answer. So it was just a random guess. That answer was acceptable. If you rely on luck, you'll hit once eventually. The bodyguard steadied his mindset. Luke turned and left as well, leaving behind a fruit vendor with a face full of confusion. Fine, roleplay if you want. But you stood here acting out a whole scene at my stall and you're leaving without buying a single piece of fruit. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, I already took off my pants. 1203 words full and satisfied. Luke stretched as he walked along the road, basking in sunlight that still wasn't too hot. Next, it was time to go see Miss Crownguard. He strolled and browsed as he went. Even at noon, the capital's streets were still packed with people. Just then, Luke suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure flickering past a street corner in the distance. In that brief moment, all he saw was an absolutely stunning side profile. Then that tall silhouette vanished around the corner, seemingly turning left. No way, he was mistaken. It had to be her. After a moment's thought, Luke quickened his pace and followed. When he reached the corner, he turned left as well. Luckily, that figure appeared in his sight again. He followed once more, then suddenly realized. Wasn't he acting like a creep? He was just curious, that's all. He only wanted to see what she was doing here. Luke comforted himself and ignored the thought that had flashed through his mind. After trailing her for a while, she zigzagged left and right, then suddenly slipped into an alley. Seeing that, Luke felt a weird sense of déjà vu. Had he been noticed? Driven by curiosity, Luke still walked up, but the moment he reached the mouth of the alley, he noticed a sign on the wall. Please purchase a mask at the shop next door before entering. Friendly reminder, standard masks cost 5 gold. What's this supposed to mean? Luke had to admit his interest shot up immediately. Buying a mask seemed to require money. After thinking it over, Luke glanced around a few times. Once he confirmed a direction, he walked over and stopped in front of a pile of weeds. Give me some money again. As soon as the words fell, a white figure slowly stepped out from the weeds. It's you again. What a coincidence. Luke recognized the familiar face and greeted him with a grin. Didn't think I'd guess right again. The white-clad bodyguard. He genuinely couldn't believe he'd been found 2 times in a row. This time, even he thought his hiding spot was flawless. But no matter how good the technique was, it still couldn't beat sheer luck, could it? The white-clad bodyguard adjusted his mindset and asked, Your Highness, how much do you need this time? 5 gold. Luke gave the number. Very quickly, 5 shining gold coins dropped into Luke's hand. Go hide again. Next time I probably won't be this lucky. Luke waved goodbye, then turned and headed for the mask shop. The white-clad bodyguard took a deep breath and silently comforted himself. 2 lucky guesses in a row was normal. Next time, he'd hide better. Inside the mask shop. Do you have a mask you like? We also take custom orders, guaranteed delivery within 3 days. Luke pushed the door open and walked in, immediately spotting all kinds of bizarre masks hanging on the walls. Even the clerk who came to greet him was wearing an adorable rabbit mask. Just a standard one. Any recommendations? Luke looked around and asked. If you want standard styles, they're all on that wall over there. The prices are the same. The clerk pointed at the wall on the right. It was covered in animal masks. Luke browsed for a bit and in the end picked a frog mask that looked a little dopey. I'll take this one. Luke confirmed. I'll measure your head size. The clerk pulled out a measuring cord and wrapped it around Luke's head, then put it away and went into the back room. Not long after, he returned with a brand new frog mask. This is the best fit for you. 5 gold. Thank you for your purchase. As he spoke, he handed the frog mask over. Luke took it and casually passed over the coins. The mask didn't feel rigid in his hand, so after a moment's thought, he put it on right there in the shop. This kind of mask could even cover your hair. It basically only left the eyes exposed, but once it was on, it surprisingly didn't feel awkward at all. Breathing was smooth, and his vision wasn't affected either. 5 gold well spent. Not bad, Luke praised, noticing that even his voice sounded a little different. Our masks use a special material that can muffle sound to a certain extent, so your voice will come out a bit more dull than usual, the clerk explained when he noticed Luke's surprise. Luke nodded, walked out wearing the mask, and stood once again at the entrance to that alley. Then he stepped inside. Because of the terrain, the light in the alley wasn't bright. It was dim and shadowy. He didn't know where it led, so he could only walk downward step by step. But soon, he saw a door on the right side of the alley. Luke reached out and knocked. In less than 3 seconds the door opened. A person in a service uniform wearing a rabbit mask stood behind it. They stepped aside to let Luke enter. The moment he walked in, the door shut behind him. The lighting inside had the particular dimness of a special venue, a pale wine-red glow tinged with faint yellow. Past the door was still a corridor. The attendant spoke in a low voice. "Please follow me." They were really playing it mysterious. Luke felt his heart start pounding. As he followed the attendant forward, he saw many other people wearing masks. Could it be, was this some kind of special gathering? A masquerade party? He never would have guessed she had that kind of kink. Her image is ruined. Luke got a bit excited, looking around in every direction while following behind. After passing through the corridor, Luke realized he'd arrived at a huge venue. Masked people moved back and forth everywhere. In the main area, there were many separate ring platforms. There were also some private rooms. From time to time, sharp clashing sounds rang out, sword against sword. "Welcome to the Swordsmanship Enthusiasts Training Camp," the attendant announced grandly as they turned back. "I already took my pants off and you're showing me this. You're a Swordsmanship Enthusiasts Training Camp. Why are you making it look as secretive as some kind of underground party?" To be honest, Luke was massively disappointed. He hated this kind of deception. The purpose of establishing the Swordsmanship Enthusiasts Training Camp is to let everyone who loves swordsmanship wield a blade without restraint, to give those enthusiasts a chance. Here, there is no difference in status. No nobles and commoners. Here, once you put on a mask, you and I are just ordinary people. Use the sword in your hands to carve out your dream. No matter how passionate you make it sound, my dream died 5 seconds ago. Luke sighed and couldn't help asking, "Does it cost money?" "The mask is the entry fee. Anyone can come here even if you use the weapons provided inside, there's no charge. However, if weapons or armor are damaged, there will be a small compensation." "Of course, you may also bring your own," the attendant replied. Chapter 22, The Frog Swordsman. 1335 words. "All right, you're done here." Luke waved a hand, ignoring the attendant, and started wandering around on his own. The attendant gave a slight bow without a word, and went back into the corridor. Luke looked left and right. He still didn't see that figure again, but he was sure of one thing: she had come in here. And since she'd only just arrived, she wouldn't have left so soon. Might as well look around. "Hey, kid. First time here?" A warm, enthusiastic voice rang out. Luke lifted his head and saw a burly man wearing a bear mask, standing on a ring, and looking at him. He nodded. "Want to come up and trade a few moves?" The bear mask laughed twice. Even though the mask muffled his voice, it couldn't hide how rough and booming it was. Luke was actually pretty interested. Ever since he'd obtained the Way of the Wind swordsmanship, he hadn't tested it out. And now that he was here, this was a perfect chance. "Then get up here. What kind of sword do you want?" "I'll have my buddy get one for you." The bear mask reached down and yanked Luke up onto the ring in one pull. The guy was strong. Still, strength alone didn't prove how good he was. A long-handled curved sword. Luke thought for a moment and picked a type. In a world that leaned this heavily Western, there didn't seem to be a strict difference between sabers and swords. To them, a blade was a sword, and a sword was a blade. Yasuo's wind blade looked exactly like a long saber. But people still insisted it was a sword. What could you do? The curved blade Luke asked for was basically the same kind of weapon. The bear mask gave a look to someone below the ring, then turned back with a chuckle. "Hang on a sec. But while we wait, I need you to do me a quick favor." "What favor?" Luke asked. "Over here." The bear mask shouted. Not long after, an attendant walked over, holding a sheet of paper. The attendant asked, "Confirm registration." The bear mask nodded, then looked at Luke. "Kid, think up a name for yourself and register it. That way our match will be recorded." What's the point of that? Luke asked, surprised. Before the bear mask could answer, a few people showed up below the ring to watch. Haha, Bear Mask is bullying rookies again. How does he always catch them? Every time someone new comes in, he has to farm points off them. He looks like a brute, but he's pretty crafty. Haha, rookie killer. Kid, be careful. If you lose, you drop points. Some people laughed out loud, others kindly warned Luke. Get outta here. How is this bullying? I'm teaching him the rules. Bear Mask got annoyed and waved at them, trying to shoo them away. Stop running your mouths. What do you mean? Luke asked, curiosity kicking in. A helpful spectator pointed into the distance. A whole bunch of placards hung there, with numbers displayed behind them. See that? Those are points. In every recorded match, the winner takes a certain amount of points from the loser. If your score is high enough, it shows up over there on that board. If you make the board, you're a famous swordsman in this training camp, and the camp gives rewards too. Luke studied it for a moment. At the top of the board was someone named, I'm not Fiora. Not a bad name. He thought for a second, then asked, but I don't have any points. Who says you don't? Someone replied. Didn't you pay the entry fee before coming in? Meaning the money spent on the mask. Luke understood, but another question popped up: what happened if you lost all your points? Couldn't someone exploit that to maliciously farm points? Don't overthink it, the same guy said, as if he'd read Luke's mind. The camp rules are strict. If you lose all your points, you have to top up again. And as for malicious farming, the big shot behind this place isn't someone we can afford to offend. With that, Luke got it. So there really was someone backing this whole operation. He couldn't help looking at the bear mask across from him, who suddenly seemed a bit sheepish. So this guy was trying to stomp newcomers. A rookie comes in, doesn't know the rules, signs a name without thinking, loses and gets a chunk of points siphoned away. All right then. Before that, he needed a decent name. Then I'll be Frog Swordsman. Luke thought for a moment, then said to the rabbit-masked attendant. Seeing that Luke still intended to fight Bear Mask, the crowd stopped talking and settled in to watch. Bear Mask started grinning like an idiot. Looking at Luke's lean frame, he felt like he'd just found free points. The rabbit-masked attendant wrote down both names, then confirmed, Bear Mask and Frog Swordsman, do you confirm the match? Confirmed, Bear Mask answered first. Confirmed, Luke echoed. Registered. The rabbit-masked attendant scribbled a few more lines, then stood to the side with the sheet, waiting. At that moment, Bear Mask's buddy came back and handed Luke his curved blade, along with some protective gear. Kid, put the gear on. Wouldn't want me to hurt you later, Bear Mask even reminded him kindly. Bear Mask himself was wearing protective gear, covering a few vital areas. Luke checked the weapon. It wasn't metal, but it was tougher than wood and it had no edge, basically no lethal cutting power. Still, if someone really knew how to use a sword, even a blunt weapon could injure you. That was why armor mattered. Luke obediently put the gear on. He wasn't that strong yet. Late trainee level Demacia had trainees everywhere. Bear Mask is bullying a rookie again. Come watch. Someone below seized the moment and shouted, instantly drawing in even more spectators. The two of them walked to opposite sides of the ring, and faced each other. Bear Mask said, in a moment, Rabbit will ring the bell. Listen carefully. The instant it rings, the fight starts. His weapon was a greatsword, huge, wide, and rough-looking. Exactly the kind of thing a lot of Demacians loved. Luke nodded, took a deep breath, and gripped his blade one-handed, focusing his mind. This was the first step of the way of the wind swordsmanship, gathering wind intent. At level 3, he could already gather a small amount. If he concentrated, he could feel an extremely faint breeze swirling around him. That was wind intent. It had many uses. It could boost the cutting power of the blade, or be used to protect the body. Once the way of the wind reached higher levels, it could even be unleashed outward. Bear Mask suddenly felt something off about this kid's presence, and instinctively got serious. Ding-ling. The bell rang. Bear Mask charged forward at once. The great sword in his hands looked fierce and powerful, and as he swung it, you could faintly hear the air compressing with a low hum. He grabbed the sword with both hands and, without hesitation, brought it down in a vertical overhead cleave. The attack covered a wide range, while still leaving room to defend. This was one of the greatsword's advantages. Luke didn't panic. His blade slid past the edge of the greatsword by a hair, and he twisted aside with nimble footwork. In the same motion, he snapped a slash out. Bear Mask lifted his greatsword upward, blocking the strike, but immediately felt a surprisingly strong force transmit through the blades. He didn't even have time to be shocked. He retreated a step, and raised his greatsword diagonally into guard. But another slash came in right away. The lifted greatsword barely managed to catch it. At the same time, the defensive stance he'd just set up was knocked out of alignment. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, I'm not Fiora, EC, 12-17 words. What a vicious offensive. Bear Mask had never felt this much pressure from a rookie before. He hadn't even had time to catch his breath, when that blade flashed into view again. With a roar, Bear Mask exploded with brute strength and forcibly jolted Luke back. Luke hopped lightly backward, and the moment he saw Bear Mask already breathing hard, he gave him no room at all. He stepped in, and unleashed sweeping blade in one fluid slash. The curved blade drew a long arc through the air, looking light and effortless but carrying razor-sharp intent. Bear Mask had barely managed to get a breath in before he had to raise his greatsword to block again. Even though he stopped the strike, Luke rode the momentum of sweeping blade to squeeze forward, crushing Bear Mask's defensive space. His falling blade kept changing angles, in and out with total control. Bear Mask's strength was probably around the trainee stage as well, so Luke didn't feel much pressure. But for Bear Mask, it was the opposite. He was forced back step after step. Those hurried blocks kept draining his stamina. If these were real blades, he'd already have several new cuts on him. And he'd realized something too: this wasn't just some sword-obsessed rookie. This kid had a real foundation. This rookie's swordplay is seriously sharp. It's aggressive as hell. Bear Mask is actually getting suppressed. Did you notice? Even while he's attacking, his footwork still keeps a defensive posture. He's got room to advance and retreat. Bear Mask hunts birds all day, and today the bird pecked him right in the eye. The crowd below watched with relish. Seeing Bear Mask eat dirt felt amazing. At this point, anyone who knew even a little swordsmanship already understood how this match would end. Sure enough, after only a few more exchanges, Bear Mask's greatsword was knocked right out of his hands. He immediately threw both hands up just as Luke's blade arrived at his face. Damn kid. Old Bear really got caught out. Bear Mask had lost. Beneath the mask was a helpless expression. He gulped air, clearly drained. Luke drew his blade back and smiled. Good match. You've got good swordplay. In the future, you'll probably have a spot on that leaderboard. Bear Mask wasn't a bad guy at heart. After losing, he laughed and came over to pat Luke on the back, acknowledging his skill. Who knows about the future, Luke said modestly. Below the ring, the rabbit-masked attendant finished recording and announced, Bear Mask, minus 30 points. Frog Swordsman, plus 30 points. 30 points. Bear Mask instantly exploded, charging off the ring with reddened eyes. You're trying to kill me. Old Bear, you know the rules. Your points were way higher than his. Losing a big chunk is normal. Someone stepped up, forcing down a laugh as they tried to comfort him. Behind them, several people were already laughing out loud. Luke felt like this place was kind of fun. Still have stamina. Can you fight me? A voice rose from below the ring. Even with the distortion, you could still hear the chill in her tone. Luke looked down. A slim figure stood there, wearing different armor than the others, light and sleek. In her hand was a narrow blade, and on her face was a white mask that hid her features completely. But Luke was certain. She was the one he'd followed. The duelist. The duelist, let me fight you. I've got tons of energy. I can fight. The moment she appeared, the nearby men erupted, scrambling to volunteer. No other reason standing below the ring was the #1 swordsman on the camp's leaderboard, I'm not Fiora. No one knew what she looked like, but her pleasant voice even through the mask, her graceful figure, and her powerful swordplay made her a star in a training camp that was basically all burly men. She had a whole army of fanatics. You idiots, shut up. She's obviously inviting me. Bear Mask, who had been panting a second ago, somehow looked fully recovered now. He stepped forward with righteous conviction. Honestly, Old Bear only used 1/10 of his stamina earlier. I've got plenty left to accept the duelist's invitation at full strength. Up on the ring, Luke looked down and said, I've still got a bit of gas. I should be able to fight one more. The duelist hopped lightly onto the ring. Bear Mask, completely ignored by both of them, fell silent on the spot. Under the mask, it was probably the most awkward face imaginable. Do we need to register? Luke asked. The duelist shook her head and said coolly, the gap between us is too large. There's no point recording it. I'm only interested in your sword technique from earlier. Don't worry, I'll suppress myself as much as possible to fight at your level. Her tone was full of pride. She wasn't looking down on Luke, she was simply stating a fact. That's honestly kind of heartbreaking to hear, Luke said with a helpless laugh, knowing she wasn't wrong. The difference between them was huge. The only reason he'd caught her attention was because of the way of the wind swordsmanship he'd shown. A circle of people gathered below, all wanting to see the fight between a rookie and the camp's strongest. More importantly, watching the duelist fight was a treat. Whenever you're ready, you can attack, she said, raising her narrow blade. Luke gripped his curved blade at an angle and answered sharply, already bursting forward. After one step, the blade in his slanted grip swept out in a horizontal cut. He lowered his center slightly. This was a common body movement in the way of the wind, meant to keep his options open for immediate adjustments. But before he could close the distance, the duelist was already prepared. She gave Luke no chance to get in close, maintaining a fencing-like range. The instant Luke lunged into her striking distance, her narrow blade thrust out. Luke had no choice but to abandon the chance to stick close. In mid-swing, he changed targets, his horizontal cut slammed into her thrust. The two weapons collided and bounced apart, but the duelist's narrow blade came back even faster, stabbing again. Luke immediately blocked sideways, catching the thrust precisely with the flat of his blade. In the next heartbeat, he flowed into another change, his blade turned vertical, sliding along her weapon with a sharp scrape, and he surged forward with sweeping blade. The duelist's eyes flickered. So this swordplay really was interesting. She didn't panic. With calm footwork, she stepped back, just as agile as he was. In that moment she found the opening to retract her thrust and meet Luke's incoming pressure. Their blades collided again, only this time, they didn't bounce away immediately. They bound for a second before the two swordsmen disengaged and retreated. And once again, the duelist was the first to seize the next opening and launch an attack, partly because of the raw gap in strength, and partly because of her refined mastery of her own style. Luke felt the pressure instantly. He hadn't expected that the first real time he used the way of the wind swordsmanship, he'd run into an actual expert. Chapter 24, A Big Shot's Love for Newbies. 1333 words. Fiora hadn't lied. She really had suppressed her strength, keeping herself as close as possible to Luke's level. Even so, it was still a challenge for her. After all, it wasn't easy to take power you'd honed through countless battles and force it back down to a stage you'd already left behind. But it wasn't a big problem. Fiora liked challenges. Luke thought that if they were truly on equal footing, he wouldn't necessarily lose. Facing Fiora's assault, he pushed his wind control swordsmanship as far as he possibly could. From the crowd's perspective below the ring, the two of them were using entirely different styles, yet neither seemed inferior. Attack and defense wove together on both sides, blades colliding again and again in a dizzying, brilliant exchange that left people's eyes struggling to keep up. Didn't expect this. That newcomer is actually trading blows with Fiora. To fight her to this extent, the rookie's already incredible. That sword style really is something, but don't forget Fiora is suppressing her strength. Holding herself back definitely affects her offense to a degree. I really want to see them fight when they're actually equal. The audience buzzed with excitement. Below the ring, Bear Mask stared at Luke and raised a hand to wipe sweat from his mask despite the fact there wasn't any. Seriously, this rookie is that strong. Back when he fought him earlier, Luke clearly hadn't gone all out. Thinking about it carefully, back when Fiora had first entered the training camp, he'd also been blind enough to try and teach her a lesson. And then he'd been hung up and beaten senseless. Up on the platform, Luke could feel his stamina draining faster and faster. He could practically feel the sweat soaking his face beneath the mask, and even gathering the wind around him was starting to take real effort. Then, right at that moment, Fiora's offense suddenly stopped. Luke, puzzled, halted his blade mid-swing and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your swordsmanship is very good." Fiora rarely praised anyone's technique, but Luke truly qualified. Then she continued, "There's no meaning in continuing like this. I win by sheer endurance while you're already running low. Even if I win in the end, it would be an ugly victory. This time, let's call it a draw." Their strength had never been equal to begin with. In the short term, she simply couldn't run out of stamina. But Luke was only a late-stage trainee. Under the pressure of her suppression, he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. "Then doesn't that mean I'm the one getting the better deal?" Luke grinned. "Train your blade well. When you've fully mastered this style, I'll fight you again." Her voice remained cool and distant. She could tell, what Luke was using right now was only the beginning. This sword style had far more potential than what it currently showed. In the future, he could become much stronger. Her sharp duelist's intuition made her certain of it. After speaking, she gave a light hop down from the ring and said, "Bunny, transfer him 300 points. Are you sure you want to do that?" The bunny uniformed attendant asked. "I'm sure." After Fiora nodded, she left without looking back, leaving only a lone, arrogant silhouette difficult to approach, and even harder to draw close to. 300 points. As expected of Fiora, so generous. I'm insanely jealous. Jealous +1. Luke watched Fiora's retreating back and asked curiously, "What can points be used for?" "Oh, there's a lot you can do with those," a helpful spectator answered. "You can rent a private training room in this camp, or buy food, drink services too. You can even exchange points for cash. The rate is 5-to-1. Luke did the math. 300 points, that was 60 gold coins. That wasn't a small amount at all. No wonder Bear Mask had looked so shocked earlier. Beating him in a match was basically winning 6 gold coins in one go. Luke and Fiora weren't close at all. And yet just because Luke had shown this wind control swordsmanship, she'd rewarded him with 300 points. Thinking about it that way, Fiora really was generous. Was this what a big shot's kindness to a newbie looked like? The swordsmanship training camp really was interesting. Luke, having spent a fair bit of energy, rested inside for a while, and watched a few other matches. After resting for about long enough, he got up and left. If he had the chance later, he'd come back to play around some more. But for today, he still had other things to do. Leaving the alley, Luke wasn't worried about anyone recognizing him. He simply took off the mask. Next, he was going to see Miss Crownguard. As he walked, Luke suddenly thought, if he was going to thank Miss Crownguard, was it really appropriate to show up empty-handed? And that led to a new problem: what gift should he bring? Just as he was thinking that, his gaze landed on a cake shop along the street. He walked up to the storefront and saw all kinds of cakes displayed inside. Given Demacia's feudal atmosphere, a scene like this shouldn't really exist. But in reality, Demacia was only semi-isolated. Local merchants still did business with outsiders, so some foreign things still found their way into the country and became localized over time. From the background stories alone, you could tell that Lady Lestera Buvel of Demacia's greatest merchant house had once traveled all across Runeterra and brought back many useful things. During the Cold War between Demacia and Noxus, she had even taken her daughter, Sona, to perform in many places. Cake was one of those imported products originally brought in from Piltover. Then Luke saw the price tags under the cakes. 5 silver coins for a slice. That expensive? He patted his pocket. If he'd known, he would have exchanged some points for money back at the training camp. Luke thought for a moment, then turned and looked around. After confirming a spot, he walked over and stopped in front of a mannequin statue. "Give me another gold coin." From behind the statue, a white-clad bodyguard perfectly aligned with the statue's pose slowly stepped out and stared at Luke seriously. "Your Highness, are you sure you found me by luck?" "It's you again." Luke hadn't expected it to be this perfect of a coincidence 3 times in a row, finding the same guy. The white-clad bodyguard practically wanted to cry. He wanted to ask the same thing, why him again? There were so many guards following along to protect His Highness. Why was it always him who got found every time? He was starting to suspect his hiding technique was just terrible, and that was why he kept getting caught. It really was luck. Luke took the gold coin the guard handed him, then patted his shoulder in consolation. The bodyguard said nothing, but his eyes had changed in that instant. He didn't believe Luke anymore. "Yeah, right. Your Highness is absolutely lying to me. What kind of luck finds the same person 3 times in a row? It's not luck, my stealth is just too weak." Clenching his fist in silence, the white-clad bodyguard swore that once he got back, he would train his stealth technique in secret. Until he reached mastery, he would not leave the mountain again. Many years later, Runeterra would see the rise of a terrifying infiltrator, one whose victims never even knew where he was when they died. But that was a story for another time. For now, Luke walked into the cake shop, the image of Miss Crownguard's face flashing through his mind. He had no doubts, the gift he'd chosen was absolutely the right one. No matter how you looked at it, she was the type to be easily won over by something like this. Still, Luke himself also liked sweets. He looked around the shop for a bit, then chose 2 strawberry cakes, his favorites. Chapter 25, Don't you have any idea? 1233 words carrying the cake box, Luke wandered along while looking for the direction to the Crownguard estate. On the way, unable to resist his curiosity, he finished his own portion first. Before long, noon had already passed. The sun overhead began to give off an unpleasant heat, and there were far fewer people on the streets. Luke finally found where the Crownguard family's manor was. He stopped in front of a small estate, though even small, still looked imposing and grand. It was only small because there weren't many direct members in the Crownguard line. There was no need for a massive residence. Behind the iron gate blocking the road, a guard in a small booth noticed Luke. He opened the door and stepped out, asking, "What business do you have here?" "My name is Luke. I'm here to see Lux. I hope you can pass the message along. Please wait a moment." The guard looked Luke up and down, said nothing more, and turned to head toward the manor. Luke yawned as he waited. A short while later, the guard returned, this time with someone behind him, a woman. She had golden curls. Her features resembled Tiana's a little, but she seemed older, though it was easy to tell she must have been a beauty in her younger years. She wore simple clothes meant for relaxing at home, but even in something that plain, she still radiated the unmistakable presence of a noblewoman. It wasn't something she was deliberately projecting, it was an aura formed over many years. The noblewoman opened the door and welcomed Luke inside, smiling warmly. I was planning to go see you this evening. I didn't expect you to come to me first. Lady Agatha, it's our first meeting. I'm sorry I only prepared a gift for Lux. Luke spoke with perfect courtesy. Even though he had never met her, he still knew exactly who she was. Agatha Crownguard, Tiana's sister, Lux's mother. A true Crownguard by blood, with a status as high as it got. No need to be so formal. In the future, don't bring gifts when you visit, Agatha said with a relaxed smile. You've only just arrived in the capital. Once you've been here longer, you'll understand the relationship between the Crownguards and the royal family. She wasn't wrong. Since Demacia's founding, the Crownguards had been loyal to the crown. From ancient times to the present, there was no blood tie between them, and there had never been a marriage alliance. Yet their relationship was closer than brothers. Luke nodded and followed Agatha into the main house, taking a seat on the sofa in the living room. A servant soon brought tea and set it down. During that time, Agatha watched Luke with quiet curiosity. This new prince who had suddenly appeared in the kingdom, she truly had planned to meet him at dinner. And now he had come directly to her. He was a fine-looking young man, clean and neat, and it was clear from his face that he'd suffered quite a lot in the past. When she thought about it, he really was a pitiful child. Don't be so stiff. Treat this like your own home. When your brother visits, he's never once acted like a guest, he just does whatever he wants. Agatha looked at Luke sitting across from her. She knew that since this was their first meeting, some awkwardness was inevitable. So she took the initiative and changed the subject. Speaking of which, I should thank you. You didn't let Lux lose face completely getting scammed like a fool, and not even realizing it. With Lux's intelligence, I'm sure she would have spotted the flaw soon enough. Luke spoke up in Lux's defense, even if, deep down, he wasn't entirely convinced. Agatha seemed to let out a dismissive little snort. But when Luke looked up, he still saw the same gentle, kind face. Agatha smiled and said, "Don't polish it for her. I didn't expect fate to line things up so neatly." If Lux had done one good thing yesterday, it was probably running into Luke on the street. Luke glanced around and asked curiously, "By the way, where is Lux?" "Just call her Lux. Your brother calls her little sister and calls me aunt. You can do the same." Agatha waved a hand, telling Luke not to be so formal, and then a smile surfaced on her face. "As for Lux, she's atoning." Luke froze for a second. Then he heard Lux's voice. "I've had enough." An angry shout came down from the second floor. Lux burst out of her room in delicate pajamas. The bright, cheerful hair from yesterday was a bit messy now, and she vented her outrage toward downstairs. "Don't you think restricting someone's freedom is exploitation, something people in power do to people without it? My life should be blooming out in the world, not locked inside this stupid house, copying homework over and over again." At that moment, Lux looked nothing like a refined young lady. She looked like she was being driven insane. And Agatha, who had just been warm and gentle, tilted her head up and sneered. "There's no people in power and people without it here. There's a mother and a disobedient daughter. Why you're locked in your room, don't you have any idea? Oh, and Miss Crownguard, one more thing, we have a guest." Lux paused, then shifted her gaze to the right. Sure enough, she saw a familiar figure sitting on the sofa, calmly drinking hot tea, as if he'd seen absolutely nothing. A single tuft of blonde hair on Lux's head suddenly shot straight up. Her expression changed, and in the blink of an eye she sprinted back into her room. After a while, she emerged again, now wearing a lovely outfit. Her blonde hair had been neatly tidied, and she seemed like a completely different person, her posture poised and elegant. She walked down the stairs as if nothing had happened at all, smiling like a perfect young lady. "Your Highness, welcome to the Crownguard home." Agatha laughed at the worst possible time, and took a sip of tea. Lux shot her a glare, ignored it, and looked back at Luke. "So why are you here?" Luke smiled back. "I came specifically to thank you. This is a small token of appreciation. He picked up a strawberry cake and handed it to her. Lux's eyes lit up, and she accepted it happily. Thank you. It was obvious she really did like the gift. Looks like Luke hadn't guessed wrong. Congratulations, Agatha said, finishing her tea until only a little remained. She set the cup down on the table and looked at Lux. Since he's here to see you, I won't interrupt. Take care of the guest, Lux. Don't let me hear later that you were a poor host. In her view, people their age had more to talk about. There was no point in her staying. As she spoke, she stood up and looked at Luke again. Since you're here, stay for dinner tonight. I'll have someone take you back afterward. An invitation from an elder couldn't be refused. Luke hadn't planned on eating here, but it seemed he couldn't avoid it in the end. He nodded. Take care, mother. Lux sat down, beaming, and waved to see Agatha off, watching her leave. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Never seen anyone this rotten. 1198 words. It feels so good to be free again. Lux looked at Luke gratefully, letting out a long breath. You have no idea how miserable my day has been. I can kinda tell, Luke said, continuing to sip his tea, thinking back to what he'd just witnessed. Forget it. Let's eat cake. Lux's bright, sparkling eyes locked onto the delicate cake box. She said happily, this is my favorite place to buy from. I thought there was no chance today. Thank you so much. As long as it's to your liking, Luke said with a smile. As a thank you gift, I'm willing to share half of this cake with you. Lux declared generously. She opened the box. Inside was a beautifully made strawberry cake plus 2 little forks. But when she saw the single lonely strawberry sitting on top, she hesitated. One strawberry, how was she supposed to split that evenly? Luke said politely, no need. I'll just watch you eat. Lux refused on the spot. How is that acceptable? We have to split it. You can be the one to divide it. No need to make it complicated. I'll just have a little, Luke said. As he spoke, he picked up the small fork, speared the strawberry with pinpoint precision, and popped it into his mouth in one bite. Lux froze, staring as that vivid red strawberry disappeared into Luke's mouth. I'm not being greedy. Strawberries just happen to be my favorite fruit, Luke said with a satisfied sigh. Miss Crownguard, you're truly a good person. The moment he thought about how he'd already secretly eaten a whole cake on the way here, his conscience gave a faint, guilty twinge. Lux really was such a kind girl. Why, you're happy, that's what matters, Lux said through a forced smile. At that moment, it felt like her heart was bleeding. As if she wasn't the one who loved strawberries the most. She lowered her head and stared blankly at the strawberry cake that no longer had a strawberry. A cake without strawberries. It had no soul. But today, she had to take care of her guest first. Lux, be strong. Her sadness was painfully obvious, and Luke didn't have to look hard to notice. You look pretty upset. Was that strawberry really that important to you? Hearing that, Lux, already feeling wrong, couldn't help but nod. Of course, Luke was asking when he already knew the answer. He just couldn't resist teasing her, since Miss Crownguard always looked so cheerful. So he casually added, actually, I already ate one on the way here. Lux snapped her head up and stared at him in disbelief. Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't you know the strawberry is the soul of the cake? You already ate one and you still did that. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I would have said so, Luke said innocently. Why you re the worst. Lux finally saw through that innocent face and recognized what kind of person he really was. She couldn't take it anymore. 2 strawberry cakes, and this guy got 2 strawberries all to himself. And he left her with a strawberry cake that didn't even have a strawberry. He did it on purpose. Shameless. Lux had never met someone this nasty in her entire life. So are you eating it or not? Luke's eyes were already on the cake as he reached out with his sinful hand. Lux reacted instantly, grabbed the cake and sprinted away. Luke laughed. Didn't you say the strawberry is the soul? You still want a cake with no soul. The soul is important, sure, but a soul needs a body too. They're equally important. Lux argued righteously. Soul and body, she had to get at least one. Then she started eating. The way she ate was pretty adorable. Even though she was still mad, the sweetness of the cream gave Miss Crownguard a tiny bit of happiness. After finishing the cake, Lux seemed to recover a lot of her mood. She sat back down, poured herself a cup of tea, and said, I almost forgot you're a guest. Since you helped me get my freedom back, I'll forgive you for the strawberry thing. She'd gotten so angry at this guy just now that she'd almost lost her composure. That wasn't ladylike. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Crownguard, Luke said, grinning. Lux's tone abruptly shifted. There was more. You have to do one thing for me. Luke asked curiously, what is it? It'll be easy for you, Lux said, glancing toward the living room entrance and lowering her voice without realizing it. Go tell my mother and get her to agree to let me go out this afternoon. That's so simple. Why don't you say it yourself? Luke took a leisurely sip of tea. If it were that simple, would I have been confined this morning? Lux shot him a glare and urged, go on. All right, Luke said. He finished his tea, stood up, and walked out of the living room. Lux stood too, following behind carefully, whispering a reminder. My mother should be in the second-to-last room down the hall. Luke nodded. There weren't many rooms. He found it immediately. He stopped at the door, knocked and called out, Lady Agatha, are you in? The door isn't locked, come in, Agatha's voice answered from inside. Luke pushed the door open. Agatha was wearing round-framed glasses, stitching something with needle and thread, seemingly a classical painting. So people here were into that too. When Agatha saw Luke enter, she set her work aside and asked kindly, what is it? I want to look around other parts of Demacia City this afternoon, Luke said, coming up with a very solid excuse. But I'm not familiar with a lot of places on my own, so I'd like Lux to come along and show me around. Even so, Agatha asked suspiciously, Lux was the one who told you to come, wasn't she? To be fair, as a mother, she really did know her daughter too well. That intuition was terrifyingly sharp. Luke shook his head. Of course not. This is entirely my own idea. Is that so? Then you've found the right person, Agatha said with a smile, not overthinking it. No one knows the capital better than that girl. She's the one who runs around having fun all day. Luke asked, so you're agreeing? Why wouldn't I? Go on, just don't miss dinner, Agatha said warmly. She seemed extremely accommodating toward him. Thank you, Lady Agatha, Luke said. He left the room and gently closed the door behind him. Once outside, he spotted a small head peeking out from behind the far wall, Lux secretly watching. Luke raised his hand and gave her a thumbs up. Lux immediately beamed, stepping out openly at last. The instant she did, the door opened again. Agatha walked out from inside. Lux jumped in fright and quickly retreated back. Why is that child hiding? Agatha glanced at her strangely, then instructed, same as always, once you're out, don't just focus on having fun. Look after His Highness, the second prince. Understood. Understood. Lux straightened up on the spot, like a soldier receiving an important mission. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Half a Friend. 11-13 words. With Agatha's permission secured, the two of them left the Crownguard estate without any trouble. Lux seemed to have already forgotten what had just happened. In a great mood, she walked ahead, humming some little tune Luke didn't recognize. Luke followed behind, glanced up at the sun still giving off leftover warmth. The light was a bit blinding, and he couldn't help asking, so where are we going? To see a friend, Lux answered without turning around. I was going to go yesterday, but I ran into you halfway. Luke thought about it for a moment. Is it okay if I come along? This time Lux turned back and looked at him. Of course. You just got to the capital. Do you even know any friends here? Luke shook his head. Then I'll introduce her to you. Hopefully you two can become good friends too. Lux smiled, bright as the sunlight itself. She really was kind. Even though she'd only known Luke for a couple of days, she was already trying to help him build a circle of friends. Maybe it was because of the story she'd heard yesterday. Luke thought for a second, then asked, "Then, are we friends?" Let me think. Lux snorted, and the moment she did, she remembered what he'd pulled earlier. With a spoiled little huff, she declared, half a friend. That's right. Do you have any other half-friends, Miss Crownguard? All right then. It's an honor to be Miss Crownguard's first ever half-friend, Luke said with a grin, feeling like that at least made him kind of special. Lux couldn't help laughing at that. In a light, easy mood, the two chatted as they headed toward their destination. It wasn't far. About half an hour later, they arrived. It was a church. At the top of a short flight of steps stood an open white door, and above it was a stained glass window shimmering with colors. People in white clerical clothing went in and out. The one consistent emblem they wore was two diamond-shaped stars overlapped together, stars representing light. Seeing that, Luke already knew who they were. The Illuminators. A Demacian religious order, a charitable group that helped the sick and the poor. This is the place. Let's go in, Lux said, taking the lead up the steps. Luke went up with her. The moment they entered, before Lux even had time to look around, someone called her name. What are you doing here? It was a young woman's voice. Following the sound, Luke saw a girl wearing a silver-white robe. It fit snugly on her, making it obvious she had a great figure. She had long brown hair. About the same age as Lux and just as striking. Her brown eyes were bright and lively, giving her a fresh, clean sort of presence. Of course I'm here to see you. Lux ran over happily. I heard you joined the Illuminators. I wanted to come yesterday, but something came up and delayed me. I'm really happy you came. The girl smiled too. Then she noticed Luke behind Lux, looking around curiously, and asked with some confusion, "And he is?" I was just about to tell you. Yesterday was because of him. What I'm about to say, you need to be prepared, Lux said, suddenly grinning like she was about to reveal some grand secret. She shifted aside so Luke was fully in the girl's view, then announced, "Allow me to introduce him properly, Luke Lightshield, Demacia's second prince." The girl clearly hadn't been prepared at all. She froze, her face full of question marks. Lux looked extremely satisfied with that reaction. Then she started introducing Luke right back. And this is Kahina Buvel, my best friend in the capital. House Buvel. Luke had already heard of them before, Demacia's top commercial powerhouse. Like the Crown Guards, they were at the very top of noble society. In Demacia, their reputation was no less than the Crown Guards. Or rather, no one in Demacia didn't know this family. Their head, Lord Barrett Buvel, was famous in his own right, and also a current steward within the Illuminators. The Illuminators' origins traced back to House Buvel. Long ago, the family had already been helping Demacia's poor and sick. And apparently, Barrett was also a close friend of Luke's father, Jarvan IV. Hello, Luke said, after hearing the introduction, offering a friendly greeting. Kahina still looked like her brain hadn't caught up to what she'd just heard. She slowly turned her head and stared at Lux. You can't just joke about something like that. I swear on our friendship, I'm not joking, Lux said with a serious face. Seeing her like that, Kahina finally realized Lux wasn't messing with her. Still dazed, she blurted, "But how have I never heard about this?" "Even I only found out yesterday," Lux said with a mischievous little laugh. Then she looked at Luke. "Can I tell her the details?" Luke knew what she meant and nodded. "It won't be long before everyone knows anyway." he'd never planned to hide his identity. In a few days at most, once the date was set, the entire kingdom would know Demacia had a second prince. Then sit down. I'll tell you properly, Lux said, pulling Kahina over to find a place to sit. Luke, with nothing to do in the meantime, wandered around and looked at the place, while Miss Crownguard vividly reenacted the story like it had all happened to her. And Kahina, from start to finish, stayed in exactly one state, completely stunned. By the time Lux finished talking herself hoarse, Kahina had finally made it through the whole bizarre, twisty story. I'm going to get some water. You two talk, Lux said, standing up. She really was thirsty. Judging by how casually she moved, she'd clearly been here before and knew where to go. After saying that, she darted off. Luke watched Kahina's gaze slowly drift toward him. He smiled and repeated his greeting. Hello. Kahina answered hesitantly. She'd never expected a piece of news this explosive to get dropped on her out of nowhere. Then she hurriedly corrected herself, no hello, Your Highness. If Lux swore on their friendship, then there was no way she was lying. Which meant the person in front of her was a genuine prince. As a young lady from one of the kingdom's most prominent noble houses, Kahina naturally understood that status mattered. She stood up and gave a proper knight's salute, respectful and formal. At ease, Luke said. Then he added, Lady Beauville, pleased to meet you. I hope we'll get along. I as well. Kahina let out a small breath, forcing herself to calm down. Chapter 28, Lady Yuna, EC, 1196 words. So how did you and Lux meet? Kahina asked curiously. After listening to Lux talk for so long, it felt like Lux had been the thread tying everything together from beginning to end. But Lux hadn't explained how she'd even run into this new prince in the first place. Noticing the hint of formality in Kahina's tone, Luke said, We're about the same age. Just talk to me normally. Luke didn't actually dislike being treated respectfully, but if it made people keep their distance, it got boring fast. Besides, it wasn't like he was some shut-in. Of course he wanted to make more friends. I'm being a bit stiff, Kahina said, embarrassed. As for how Lux and I met, Luke had only gotten halfway through the sentence when Miss Crownguard suddenly sprinted back, slid in front of him, and still panting snatched the conversation away. We teamed up yesterday to expose a scam, so that's how we met, right? Lux said quickly. Afterward, she shot Luke a look half warning, half pleading, with those little puppy eyes. So Luke nodded and confirmed, that's right. That whole silent exchange didn't escape Kahina's eyes. Her first instinct was that something was definitely off. But she didn't make a big deal out of it, just nodded in realization. So that's what happened. Lux let out a quiet sigh of relief. She'd been halfway to getting water when she heard the key part of the topic. If Kahina found out what happened yesterday, she'd laugh at Lux for a whole year. Way too dangerous. To keep the conversation from going any further, Lux took the initiative. Do you have anything else to do later? Kahina thought about it. Everything I needed to do is already done. I don't think I have anything else. Then let's go out and have some fun together, Lux invited. Sure, Kahina agreed without refusing. After a quick discussion, the three decided Lux would lead the way. When it came to having fun, she was clearly the most experienced. Just like Lady Agatha had said, no one knew the capital's fun spots better than Lux. The three walked down the street, chatting as they looked around for anything new or interesting. Most of the time, Luke just watched. He couldn't really get into girls' conversations, but seeing two pretty girls talk and laugh like little silver bells was still pretty pleasant. My purse, my purse. Suddenly, a few voices with a sobbing edge pushed into their ears. All three heard it at the same time, and plenty of people turned toward the sound. An elderly woman, heavy-set, gray at the temples, easily over 60, was crying out. She hunched there helplessly, flustered as she searched around for something, looking completely lost. Many people hurried past. Some shook their heads helplessly and sighed. Isn't that Lola's mother? Kahina narrowed her eyes and recognized the woman. Seeing Lux and Luke's questioning looks, she explained quickly, Lola is a girl we went to visit a few days ago. She's had epilepsy since she was little. She can't speak, can't walk, and needs medication just to get by. Her parents took care of her the whole time. 2 years ago, her father passed away, leaving only her mother. After the Illuminators confirmed the situation, they provided assistance. Before she could explain more, she hurried forward. Lux had been about to go too, and she followed. You know what happened? Lux asked. Hearing her, the old woman looked up. The moment she saw Kahina, it was like she'd found a lifeline. She grabbed Kahina's arms anxiously. Miss Beauville, my purse is gone. That money was for Lola's medicine. Lux's expression turned concerned. When did you lose it? Miss Crownguard. Yuna recognized Lux and answered quickly, I only know that about 5 minutes ago, when I checked, it was still there. There was a lot of money inside, and I was scared I'd lose it, so I kept it in my inner pocket. She let go and pointed to her inner pocket near her waist somewhere you could confirm with a quick touch. But now there was a cut there, and it looked like the purse had slipped right out through the opening. Did you bump into anyone during that time? Lux asked again. It was obvious she cared about this. She was kind-hearted by nature. If she saw someone like this, she was going to help. I don't know. The street was crowded. I brushed past so many people. Yuna tried hard to remember, then shook her head again. Luke looked at the tear and said, then it was almost certainly stolen. You probably checked your purse too many times, so the thief noticed you and targeted you. The cut was clearly made with a blade. Not just Luke, Lux and Kahina could tell too. I didn't know. I was scared the money would be lost, so I couldn't stop worrying, and I kept checking. Yuna's last bit of hope collapsed, and she started crying helplessly. She knew it in her heart, but she'd still clung to the possibility that she'd dropped it somewhere. The money mattered too much. That was why she kept checking again, and again, only for a thief to notice her because of it. At this point, all three were sure Mrs. Yuna's purse had been stolen. There really wasn't much you could do about this kind of thing. Luke knew every place had people like this, and they were truly hateful. Because they didn't pick their targets. Here's what you do, Lux decided. She instructed Mrs. Yuna, go ask the nearby guards for help, and tell them I sent you. If it's only been 5 minutes, the thief might not have gotten far. We'll do our best to look. Miss Crownguard, thank you truly, Mrs. Yuna said, wiping at her eyes as she went off in a daze to seek help. The money in the purse was critical. Having it stolen like this was a heavy blow. Inside was the money that kept her daughter alive. We don't have much time. Let's split up and search, Lux said. We'll meet at the intersection ahead in 20 minutes. Lux was an action-first kind of person. She didn't know if it would work, but she believed you had to try even if there was only the tiniest sliver of hope. That was the part of her that genuinely moved people. The three split up on the spot, each choosing a different direction. Even though they all knew the chances of recovering the purse were already extremely slim. The capital was huge. 5 minutes was more than enough time for a nimble thief to slip far away. Trying to find the person who stole Mrs. Yuna's purse in a city this big was like looking for a needle in a haystack. As Luke searched, he couldn't help thinking his day had been eventful. He scanned the crowd and saw passers-by hurrying along, each busy with their own lives. And he saw Mrs. Yuna crying in front of the guards. The hunched, helpless outline of her back looked southwest, painfully out of place compared to the rushing crowd around her, like two different pictures overlapping. Chapter 29, and you still say you were just getting lucky. 1282 words. The agreed 20 minutes ticked by second. Luke walked the streets, feeling the sun's lingering warmth, but he didn't find a single useful lead. Honestly, the more time passed, the lower the odds of catching the thief who'd stolen the purse. At this point, it wasn't slim anymore. It was truly, genuinely down to dumb luck. Figuring it was about time, Luke headed toward their meeting spot. When he arrived, Lux and Kahina were also walking in from opposite directions. Under the blazing summer heat, it was obvious they'd searched seriously. Sweat dotted their foreheads. Luke asked, "Anything?" Lux and Kahina both shook their heads. Their mood had clearly been affected, too heavy and subdued. Even Lux couldn't force a smile now. "I covered such a wide area, but I didn't even know where to start," Kahina sighed. Deep down, they all knew what they were doing was basically pointless. Just burning their stamina for nothing. Lux let out a long sigh and sat down on a bench, still stuck on the whole thing. "Don't think about it. I'll replace the money Mrs. Yuna lost later," Kahina said, gently patting Lux's shoulder. "After all, it's our duty as illuminators. Do we just let the thief get away with it?" Lux's eyes were downcast. Yuna hadn't met us today. Who would have replaced her money? She couldn't accept it. Because the thief hadn't stolen just a purse. They'd stolen a family's support. But Lux also knew she had no solution right now. And she knew she couldn't change this reality. There were thieves everywhere. Kahina felt the same bitterness. "In my opinion, these thieves operate in groups. We don't necessarily have to catch the exact one who stole the purse. Maybe we can start with other thieves." In truth, all three of them had considered that. But the problem is, do you think a thief is going to tell you they're a thief? Lux looked around, helpless. Everyone passed by normally different expressions, different habits. Maybe one of them was the thief, but no one would be stupid enough to admit it. "I've got an idea." "We can try it," Luke said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. If he couldn't find the thief, then he'd make the thief come to him. The two girls turned to look at him at the same time, pretty eyes unblinking, clearly asking what the idea was. "Talking won't help. Let's just do it," Luke said, scanning left and right before quickly locking onto a direction. This time, he didn't even need to call anyone over. A white figure soon appeared, walking over with perfect timing. "Your Highness, what do you need?" the white-clad guard asked with a bow. At this point, the guard was numb inside. "And you still say you're just trying your luck?" "Take out all the money you're carrying," Luke said. Then he looked at the two girls. "And you two as well?" The white-clad guard moved the fastest, no questions asked. He pulled out his coin pouch and handed it straight to Luke. Lux and Kahina didn't really understand, but since Luke said it, they also reached into their pockets. Together they managed to scrape up a decent sum. A short while later, a young man walked down the street as if nothing was happening, like some country kid entering the capital for the first time, looking around in wide-eyed curiosity. Then, with one careless step, he bumped into someone head-on. "Clink, clink, clink," he blurted out. At the same time, a crisp, ringing sound burst out as one gold coin after another spilled onto the ground, rolling in every direction. Under the sunlight, those coins gleamed bright and eye-catching. This was not a small amount. The scene drew plenty of attention. People looked over and saw the young man panic as he crouched down to gather the scattered coins. The person he'd bumped into and a few kind passers-by helped him pick them up too. Thank you," the young man said, almost in tears as he thanked everyone one by one. He gathered the coins back up, then carefully tucked them into his inner pocket beneath his clothes. This time, he didn't dare get distracted. He focused on walking forward. That young man was, of course, Luke. Today he'd realized something. That sixth sense enhancement potion he'd thought was useless was actually far stronger than he'd imagined. It wasn't only a passive ability, sometimes he could actively use it. When Luke was relaxed, it functioned like an alarm bell in the background. Like the scam group from earlier today, he'd immediately felt the number of people tailing him increase. And when Luke was focused, his perception became even sharper. Like when he'd searched for the white-clad guard earlier, he'd clearly sensed that someone's gaze was coming from a particular direction. At first, he'd assumed it was just a feeling, no guarantee there was actually someone there, so he'd treated it as a gamble. But after a few more times, Luke realized there was barely any luck involved at all. Now he'd been walking for almost half an hour. Plenty of eyes had drifted toward him along the way, and Luke didn't know what emotions were behind those looks. But one thing he could confirm was this: for the past half hour, there had been a single gaze watching him the whole time. "Why haven't you made a move yet?" Luke frowned, puzzled. But at this point, he didn't have any more patience. He stopped, turned around, and slowly swept his eyes across each face in the crowd. Then suddenly he made very brief eye contact with someone. That person immediately looked away, showing no obvious reaction at all. "Don't run!" Luke suddenly shouted. He pushed off the ground and sprinted straight toward that direction. Startled pedestrians threw him odd looks. At first, the thief hiding among the crowd believed there was no way he'd been exposed. But very quickly, he felt it: Luke was charging directly at him. Under that pressure, panic finally cracked through his expression. A bead of sweat slid down his forehead as Luke closed the distance fast. Keep pretending, or drop the act. The moment the choice appeared, the thief didn't hesitate. He bolted. His arms pumped hard, full sprint, like his life depended on it. Screw pretending. He didn't know how he'd been exposed. Maybe he hadn't been exposed at all. But even if it was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he wasn't gambling on it. Because he couldn't fall here. The villagers were still waiting for him to return. He'd come to the capital carrying the will of his captured companions, faces flashing through his mind, those fellow thieves who'd been taken, turning into fuel beneath his feet, as he ran like the wind. "Am the man destined to become the king of thieves?" he roared, blood boiling. The next second, the so-called king of thieves was sent flying by a kick that came out of nowhere. He tumbled several times and finally crashed into a pile of roadside hay before stopping. "I was already irritated today," the white-clad guard said, exhaling deeply as he looked down at the thief sprawled on the ground. "And you still had to yell." The guard felt his mood improve instantly, like a massive knot had finally loosened. The thief struggled upright, furious, hammering his fist into the ground. "Impossible. Where did I mess up?" He couldn't understand it. Not at all. The white-clad guard glanced at the thief's face, and let out a contemptuous snort, feeling even better. "Can't figure it out? If you could figure it out, would I still be this miserable?" TN, there will be a little surprise on Sunday. Chapter 30, if we don't catch him, who do we catch? A lot of chapters today, 1232 words. Many passers-by were startled by what happened and backed away, though quite a few lingered to watch out of curiosity. Luke hadn't actually chased for long. Now he strolled back over at an unhurried pace. The white-clad guard said, "Your Highness, there is indeed something off about this man." Luke glanced at him and said, "No mistake. Take him in and interrogate him." The white-clad guard immediately stepped forward and hoisted the thief up like a chicken. The thief didn't dare resist at all. There was a kind of fear called an obvious gap in strength. After searching him, they didn't find any gold coins, but they did find 2 other items. When questioned, he admitted they'd been stolen not long ago. Not far away, Lux and Kahina saw what was happening and jogged over. Staring at the thief being held, their big eyes showed some surprise, but even more confusion and disbelief. Why did he just? In the end, Lux couldn't hold back her curiosity. Her bright eyes fixed on Luke. "Your Highness, how did you know he was the thief?" At that question, even the white-clad guard and the thief looked over. Even if he died, the thief wanted to die understanding why. "I didn't," Luke said, still in a thoughtful daze. "I just turned around and yelled once, took a few steps forward, there were tons of people behind me, but he's the only one who spun around and ran." "If you're going to grab someone, who else would you grab?" After that answer, all 4 of them fell silent. Lux and Kahina needed a couple seconds to process it. "You could do that?" The thief stared blankly for a few seconds, then snapped back, and he absolutely refused to believe that ridiculous reason. In that brief moment of eye contact earlier, the pressure in Luke's eyes, the thief had been stealing for years. He could tell. That was a dangerous look. Like a cat spotting a mouse. If it hadn't been, he wouldn't have chosen to run the moment Luke charged at him. You know how to interrogate people. Take him, Luke said, ignoring the thief's furious glare and gesturing for the guard to leave. Try to get a few more names out of him. If they could follow the thread and uncover a whole crew, that would be even better. And if he didn't have a crew, then at least they had someone to hand over. They might not have caught the one who stole Mrs. Yuna's purse, but they still needed to catch someone. Yes, Your Highness. The guard obeyed and took the thief away. Luke replayed that earlier sensation and became even more certain. His sixth sense really was something. Truthfully, he couldn't be 100% sure the man was a thief, but in that instant their gazes met, Luke felt something off, and he trusted that feeling. He might have said it was just luck, but in reality, he'd only locked onto one person. Then he'd put on a show and tried to spook him. If the guy didn't run, Luke couldn't label him a thief without evidence. But if he did run, then there was definitely something shady going on. Whatever the truth was, once the guard dragged him off and interrogated him, it would come out. And if Luke grabbed the wrong person? Not a big deal. He was a prince, someone would clean up after him. But now it looked like he'd absolutely grabbed the right one, which meant his sixth sense had been validated. So that's it. Lux watched the white-clad guard disappear. We really just caught a thief. Luke nodded. That's it. Lux blinked dumbly. But I didn't do anything. Luke understood she meant she hadn't felt involved. So he pulled out the coin pouch and explained thoughtfully, of course you did. If you hadn't provided money, the thief wouldn't have taken the bait so easily. If the amount was too small, a thief might not even bother. But this was clearly a tempting sum. And Luke had looked like a clueless country kid seeing the capital for the first time. What thief wouldn't get greedy? If that guy hadn't followed from the start, Luke wouldn't have been able to confirm him. With her own money returned, Lux felt like she actually had been useful. Fired up, she suggested excitedly, then should we use this chance to catch a few more? This time I'll do it. Sure, there was a bit of justice in it, but mostly it was her playful side. She'd realized this was kind of fun, and she wanted to copy Luke and randomly scare a few thieves. One is enough. What kind of idiot thief shows up every day just to let you catch them? Luke rejected the idea, looking at her sparkling eyes. There'd already been a commotion. If there were accomplices in that crowd, the news was probably already spreading. The same trick wouldn't hook anyone now. Besides, this only worked because it was Luke. Forget his accurate sixth sense for locking onto a target. Lux was famous. Miss Crownguard could walk down the street carrying 10,000 gold coins, and no thief would have the nerves to mess with her. All right. Lux pouted, but catching one was still satisfying. Then she said, let's go find Mrs. Yeah, Luke replied, returning Kahina's share of the money too. He'd give the rest back to the guard tonight. Kahina took the money, secretly studying Luke. She could tell it wasn't as simple as he'd made it sound. Lux was straightforward. People said something, and she believed it. But if you actually thought about it, a thief's nerves wouldn't be that bad. No way he'd panic and bolt just from being scared. This prince definitely used some other method, they just couldn't perceive it. It seemed Demacia's new prince wasn't simple at all. The three went back and found Mrs. Yuna, telling her what happened. They had caught a thief, but they couldn't confirm whether he was the one who stole her purse. Yuna thanked them over and over. She knew they'd done everything they could. Truthfully, once she'd realized the money was stolen, she hadn't dared hope she'd get it back. Because her daughter Lola's medicine couldn't wait, Kahina paid out of her own pocket to cover it first. Yuna cried and kept promising she would find a way to repay her someday. That was the old woman's last bit of stubborn pride, and Kahina didn't say anything more. Kahina remembered visiting Lola a few days ago with the Illuminators. They'd offered to bring Lola to the church to be cared for. There were free rooms and food there. Yuna had refused. She'd said that as long as she still had hands and feet, still had the ability to raise her daughter, she couldn't take a chance to be helped away from someone else who needed it more. Worried, Kahina declined Lux's suggestion to go together and decided to accompany Mrs. Yuna to buy the medicine. "Your Highness, I'm very happy to have met you today." "Goodbye," Kahina said politely to Luke before leaving. Luke said, "Me too, // to thank everyone for the power stones this week. I'll be uploading a bunch of chapters today." "Thank you so much. // check out my P at Tray0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 31, People Can Be This Devious. 1311 words after parting ways with Kahina. Luke and Lux wandered around outside until the sky began to darken, and by the time evening drew near, they'd seen plenty of interesting things along the way. Don't let Miss Crownguard's small frame fool you when it comes to shopping. Her energy is absurdly abundant. Because of Lady Agatha's invitation that afternoon, Luke was going to mooch dinner at House Crownguard tonight. Seeing it was already evening, the two of them returned to the Crownguard estate. After enduring the afternoon heat, a splash of cold water to the face made everything feel instantly fresher. "I've already had them start preparing dinner. It'll be ready soon," Agatha said with a smile when she saw the two of them back. Luke nodded. After drying his face, he sat down in the living room. In front of the sofa was a reception table. On it sat a small bookshelf with a few books arranged neatly. Bored, Luke casually picked one up and started flipping through it. Meanwhile, Lux carried over a pot of chilled tea, poured Luke a cup first, then poured one for herself. She sat across from him, cupping the tea in both hands, taking small sips. Not doing anything else, just drinking tea with complete focus. "Wait, that's not right." After Luke had read a few pages, he suddenly heard an excited, startled voice from across the table. He set the book down and saw Lux staring at him with her big eyes, a hint of suspicion finally appearing on her face. "How could that thief run just because you scared him a little? If he doesn't even have that much nerve, why would he come out to steal in the first place?" Luke couldn't help laughing. "You're still thinking about that?" Miss Crownguard's reaction time was a little long, but at least she'd caught up. She'd clearly picked up on how he'd brushed it off earlier. "You're definitely hiding something and refusing to say it." Lux's little face was dead serious, as if she'd solved the case. Luke said, "Because even if I told you, you might not believe it. So I figured I'd just say a couple random things." "Say it anyway." "What if I believe you?" Lux was suddenly extremely interested, her eyes bright with curiosity. Luke didn't mind humoring her, so he put on a mysterious expression. "Do you know a term called the sixth sense?" "What's that?" Lux perked up, ready to listen carefully. "You can understand it as intuition, but intuition doesn't fully cover it." Luke thought about how to describe it, then continued. "A normal person's senses include hearing, sight, smell, touch, and taste, 5 senses. But beyond that, there's actually another one, a sixth sense, sometimes called heart sense." Now, intuition was something Lux understood, but this heart sense was something she'd never heard of. "Of course," Luke added, "ordinary people usually can't grasp it." Hearing that, Lux immediately asked, "Then how did you grasp it?" "It's a talent I was born with," Luke said, showing off. Lux gave him a skeptical little look, clearly not buying it. Luke said, "Then I'll let you feel it. Lean your head closer. Don't move around." Driven by curiosity, Lux did as he said and leaned forward a little. Then she watched as Luke slowly raised 2 fingers and told her, "Close your eyes." Lux obediently closed her eyes. Very quickly, she felt a strange, tingling itch at the center of her forehead. She couldn't help opening her eyes only to find Luke's fingers weren't actually touching her. They were hovering about a centimeter away. And even with her eyes open, the sensation didn't disappear. Luke smiled. Can you feel something? Lux nodded, then asked blankly, why does that happen? That's the sixth sense. Luke pulled his hand back and said, a sense beyond the five. My hand isn't touching your forehead, but you can still vaguely feel something. And people with a strong sixth sense can perceive things even more sharply than that. Because the more he explained, the more believable he sounded. Lux couldn't help but believe him, though it still felt a little mystical. Seeing she still looked a bit lost, Luke decided to offer an even simpler method. Actually, there's another trick that can test your sixth sense. Want to try? Yes, yes. Lux nodded like a pecking chick. Luke said, then do exactly what I tell you. Lux nodded again. Luke continued, pick up the teacup on the table, then walk 5 steps to the left. Lux didn't doubt him. She picked up the cup on the table and walked 5 steps to the left, as instructed, stopping in the middle of the living room. And then close your eyes and let go. Luke guided her patiently. He truly hadn't expected Miss Crownguard to be this obedient. The moment his words fell, there came a crisp, pleasantly sharp crack splash. Chilled tea scattered across the floor, and the expensive-looking teacup shattered into pieces. Lux's eyes flew open, her little face turning pale. I suddenly have a really bad feeling about this. Luke nodded solemnly. That's your sixth sense. Luxana. Before Lux could say anything, a furious roar exploded behind her. What did you do to my beloved teacup? Why you, I. Lux's small frame started trembling. She stared at Luke, who was trying not to laugh in disbelief. She finally realized it. She'd been set up. So people could be this cruel. Damn it, if you do this, how am I supposed to believe the world is a good place? Lux felt a chill up her spine and couldn't help turning around. There stood Lady Agatha, hair practically standing on end, marching forward with a feather duster in hand. With every step, her killing intent spilled into the air. She looked at her daughter in the living room and sneered. I'm gone for a few minutes and you start causing trouble again, huh? My dear mother, if I said this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Lux made a weak, pitiful face. What do you think? Agatha smiled kindly. Lux didn't hesitate. She spun around and bolted. Let's see where you can run to. Agatha's elegant noble aura vanished completely. Her rage shot straight to the ceiling, and she stopped caring about appearances, chasing Lux all around the hall. And Luke, the mastermind behind it all, sipped his chilled tea and pretended he didn't exist. Mom, spare me. I'm testing the sixth sense. The sixth sense, you know. Hearing, sight, Lux tried to defend herself while running, clutching her head, her mouth not stopping for even a second. I don't care what nonsense you're babbling. Either way, today only one of us is walking out of this standing. Agatha grit her teeth. Seeing she couldn't catch up right away, she simply flung the feather duster like a projectile. Lux reflexively dodged to the right, and the feather duster flew past where she'd been, clattering to the floor. Seeing that, Luke, who'd witnessed the whole thing, blinked. She really might have a sixth sense sharper than most. Lux froze too. She stopped, eyes shining as she stared at the feather duster on the ground. She turned back, excitement written all over her face. Did you see that, Mom? The sixth sense. That was the sixth sense. Agatha hadn't seen any sixth sense. She only saw a brazen blonde brat openly challenging her authority. As her mother's tall figure drew closer and closer, Lux's posture shrank smaller and smaller, her voice dropping lower and lower until a scream from the depths of Miss Crownguard's soul echoed into the sky. Luke, as if he'd heard absolutely nothing, set down his teacup, sniffed the scent of food in the air, and muttered, "Time to eat. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Couldn't you just give me more all at once? 12:50 for words. After a pleasant dinner, Luke left the Crownguard estate under Miss Crownguard's resentful, lingering stare. Then he climbed into the carriage Agatha had arranged, and rode all the way back to the royal palace. Jarvan IV already knew Luke would be dining with House Crownguard, so he hadn't waited for him at dinner. After Luke returned, they exchanged a few words, and the king reminded him to rest well. Once Luke got back to his quarters, he washed up and prepared to sleep. A lot had happened today, and overall, it had been a pretty good experience. Lying in bed, with moonlight spilling in through the window, he drifted off not long after. At the same time, in Xin Zhao's room, all the white-clad guards from earlier were gathered there, and the familiar-looking bodyguard was reporting Luke's entire day step by step. Xin Zhao listened while sipping hot tea. Not long after His Highness left the palace this morning, he attracted a group of thieves who tailed him. But somehow, His Highness noticed them and lured them all into an alley, then handed them over to us to deal with. At midday, His Highness went to a noble restaurant for lunch. However, because he didn't bring money, he found this subordinate and took 10 gold. As he said that, the white-clad bodyguard looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him whole, but he still forced himself to continue just speeding past that part as quickly as possible. Xin Zhao, however, picked up on it immediately and gave him a surprised look. He found you. How did he find you? According to His Highness, it was pure luck. The bodyguard gave a bitter smile and continued. After lunch, His Highness seemed to notice something interesting, and then found a swordsmanship training camp. Entry required buying a mask, and he was short on money again, so he found this subordinate a second time, and took 5 gold. Xin Zhao lifted his eyes, and looked at the bodyguard again. The bodyguard didn't quite dare meet his gaze as he hurried on. After leaving the swordsmanship training camp, His Highness remembered he should give Miss Crownguard a thank you gift. Third time short on money, he found this subordinate again, and took 1 gold. The more he spoke, the lower his head dipped. Xin Zhao set his teacup down and couldn't help saying, "Couldn't you have just given him more at once? This kid. Why is he so honest? He asks for an amount and you hand over exactly that amount." So when His Highness found this subordinate the 4th time, he directly took all the money on this subordinate, 40 gold in total. The bodyguard practically couldn't lift his head anymore. He hadn't expected to be this unlucky. And after they got back, he was the one who had to report it. Was this a report? This was a full-blown public execution. The other white-clad guards around them were all on the verge of losing it. Xin Zhao was here, so they wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Xin Zhao's expression turned strange after hearing it all. He sighed with emotion. I have to say, His Highness had a pretty eventful day. For one person to go out for a day and run into that much, it wasn't easy. At that, the bodyguard seemed to recall something and said, "Seneschal, this subordinate feels His Highness may have an unusual talent. His perception is extremely sharp." He wasn't saying this to excuse the fact that he'd been found 4 times in a row. He genuinely felt His Highness was not ordinary. I can tell, Xin Zhao said, gazing at the still surface of tea in his cup, thoughtful. Looks like after surviving at the bottom for so many years, His Highness has some real ability. Perhaps His Majesty's worry for him is unnecessary. In Xin Zhao's view, it was a good thing for His Highness to have secrets. It meant Jarvan III would have less to worry about. And those secrets were not something Xin Zhao had any need to investigate no matter what. Luke was Demacia's 2nd prince. Investigating would be overstepping. All right, that's enough. I've got a general picture. Xin Zhao slowly stood and said, "As for the money you fronted, go collect reimbursement from the treasurer." The bodyguard answered immediately. "And one more thing," Xin Zhao added, raising a hand to pat the bodyguard's shoulder. His tone grew heavier. "Train your stealth properly too. Don't embarrass the royal guard." The bodyguard's face went awkward. He nodded again. The next day, by late morning, Luke was woken by a knock at the door. Sunlight poured through the window and warmed the bed. He sat up, yawned, then rolled out of bed. After getting dressed, he went downstairs and opened the door. "Your Highness, His Majesty was worried you'd wake too late and miss breakfast, so he had me bring it to you." A servant stood outside pushing a small cart with several breakfast dishes on it. "Is that so?" "Thank you," Luke said, stepping aside and offering his thanks. "It's my duty." The servant smiled, pushed the cart into the sitting room, arranged everything, then said respectfully, "When you're finished, call for me. I'll wait at the door." With that, he withdrew. Luke sat on the sofa, breathing in the aroma rising from the food, appetite surging instantly. Sleep as long as you want. Wake up and someone brings you delicious breakfast. Wasn't this exactly the life Luke had always dreamed of? In a good mood, he finished breakfast, called the servant in to clean up, then got up to go pay his respects to Jarvan IV. It was basic etiquette, he couldn't neglect it. He chatted with his kingly father for a while, then used "I don't want to delay your work" as an excuse and slipped away again. Back on the sofa, he lay there thinking about whether he should go out today. After thinking for a bit, he decided to forget it. Going out alone, without that blonde girl, it felt like there was less fun in it. Besides, Luke wasn't planning to see Miss Crownguard for the next few days. As for the reason check-in. Remembering another day had passed, Luke opened the system interface and selected today's check-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining movement skill, Gecko Wallcrawl LV3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining rare exotic fruit, odd flavor fruit *1, skill detected Gecko Wallcrawl. Today's check-in only popped 2 notifications before ending. But it was just a normal daily check-in, so the rewards naturally couldn't compare to yesterday's. Luke hadn't been expecting much. Still, he'd gained another skill. Looking at the prompt, he chose to learn it. In an instant, a strange sensation washed through his body, especially gathering in his lower half, as if it were strengthening him bit by bit. A flood of experience appeared in his mind. After a while, the sensation faded. A movement skill, huh? Luke stood up thoughtfully. He'd heard that if Gecko Wallcrawl was mastered to the highest level, you could run along walls like a gecko, as if walking on flat ground, absurdly powerful. And it also strengthened his footwork to a certain extent. He tested it inside the room with a few nimble leaps, and he really did feel lighter than yesterday. Not because his weight had changed because of Gecko Wallcrawl's effect. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Not many tough ones. 1209 words. His level was still too low, and Luke wasn't interested in experimenting further. It wasn't like lightness skills where you could leap around rooftops and fly over walls. So he sat back down on the sofa and opened the system inventory. He took out the odd flavor fruit stored inside. It was about the size of an apple, glossy red all over, with a cherry-like look to it. It actually looked pretty appetizing. Luke opened his mouth and took a big bite. Juice and sweetness burst across his tongue, surprisingly delicious. Before long, a new system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, aptitude +1, so this rare exotic fruit could improve aptitude. That meant it was good stuff. Luke chewed on the odd flavor fruit like it was an apple. It only had a tiny pit, and after he finished the whole thing, his aptitude had increased by 2 points. As for what it felt like after aptitude increased, honestly, he didn't feel much. But besides that, Luke also felt warmth spreading through his body, like he was still digesting another effect from the fruit. His constitution had improved a little too. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after he finished and lay down for a moment, there was another knock at the door. He got up and opened it. This time, Xin Zhao was standing outside. "Zhao, what's up?" After asking, Luke noticed there were 2 people behind Xin Zhao, an elderly woman and a middle-aged woman. Greetings, Your Highness. The two of them bowed in unison when they saw Luke. No need for that. Zhao, they're royal tailors, Xin Zhao explained. They're here to take your measurements. As he spoke, his gaze couldn't help lingering on Luke's face for a couple extra seconds. Is there something on my face? Luke noticed and rubbed his cheek, confused. It's nothing, Xin Zhao said. It just looks like your skin's gotten a lot better. He still remembered the first time he met Luke. Luke had already been striking back then, but it wasn't hard to tell his skin had been in poor condition. If you touched it, it would have felt rough. That much was easy to understand, considering the environment Luke grew up in, and the nutrition he'd lacked. But it had only been a day or so, and Xin Zhao was surprised to see Luke's complexion looking noticeably better than before. Maybe palace food is good for you, Luke said with a smile, tossing out a convenient excuse. In his head, he figured it was probably the odd flavor fruit. Luke had never cared much about looks anyway. In his opinion, Runeterra didn't exactly have many people who could compete with him. Enough about that. Xin Zhao didn't dig deeper. He led the two tailors inside and said, Your Highness, stand still and cooperate with them. Luke nodded, only then realizing were they making him some kind of outfit. They'd even brought in two royal tailors. As if he'd read Luke's thoughts, Xin Zhao smiled and explained, the discussion results between His Majesty and the ministers came out yesterday. They've decided that 3 days from now, they'll summon the people of the capital and publicly announce your identity, formally granting you the crown of a prince. For you, that day is important. Your attire has to be ceremonial and dignified. So that's what it is. Luke understood immediately. 3 days from now. That fast. He hadn't even mentally prepared. Which meant in 3 days, the entire capital would know their kingdom had a second prince. His kingly father really was decisive. Luke didn't know what had been said in yesterday's meeting. But he could imagine plenty of nobles and ministers had been shocked then, just like 18 years ago, some of them would have opposed it. Setting the date only 3 days away was enough to show Jarvan III's determination this time. Thinking back to how Jarvan III had dominated the hall yesterday, Xin Zhao couldn't help feeling a little emotional. He hadn't seen Jarvan III radiate that kind of presence in a long time. Back then, not a single noble or minister in the chamber dared to speak. Ever since Jarvan III stopped leading campaigns personally, he'd played the benevolent ruler the world wanted to see. Yesterday, it felt like he'd become himself again, like he'd become a father again. And yet, even after all these years, there were still so many people who opposed it. Watching Luke cooperate with the tailors, Xin Zhao's eyes flickered. Demacia wasn't as calm as it looked on the surface. Jarvan III was holding it down, and nobody dared reveal their true colors. No matter what, he just hoped they wouldn't drag Luke into that whirlpool. After they finished taking Luke's measurements, the two tailors left. Now they had to work fast, only 3 days. If they failed to finish the outfit in time, it could cost them their livelihoods. Xin Zhao didn't leave. He still had things to do. For the next 3 days, he would be responsible for teaching Luke certain noble etiquette. Luke had to learn all of it from scratch. Looks like the next 3 days wouldn't be quiet either. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Those 3 days, the capital was unbelievably lively. News leaking out from the palace spread through every street. And later, when Jarvan III personally summoned the citizens, it all but confirmed the news was real. Demacia's second prince had appeared. The news practically detonated the entire capital. No one expected that 22 years had passed since the day Jarvan IV was born, and now, 22 years later, Demacia had gained another prince. Everyone was intensely curious. Soon, another story began circulating through the capital, one that explained the origins of the second prince. It was the tale of Jarvan III's campaign long ago, and the love and tragedy entwined within it. People gossiped everywhere, and this was the king's gossip of all things, so for days the streets were full of people talking about it. There were even traveling bards turning it into short stories and performing it aloud. It had to be said it was a very successful bit of publicity. Even though most had never seen Demacia's second queen, after hearing the story, people still felt genuine warmth and admiration for that kind and brave woman. And because of that, they grew even more curious about the unseen second prince. At the same time, people began debating Jarvan III's two great romances. Most felt what Jarvan III did couldn't be cleanly judged as right or wrong because one day, in the future, you can suddenly fall in love with someone, and that isn't something you can predict or prevent. A smaller number argued that what Jarvan III did later was a betrayal of the late Queen Catherine Ireland. Those voices were expected. Before this, Jarvan III had already prepared himself. The arguments had raged for 3 days, and they were destined to spread for a long time across all of Demacia, and even farther across Runeterra. And today that new prince was about to appear before everyone. Whether they supported him or opposed him, everyone would gather at the Grand Plaza. // check out my P at Tray0 for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 34, Festival, Ceremony 1261 Words Morning came, bright sunlight spreading across the land. On the streets of the capital, pedestrians were rare. And whenever a few figures did appear, they were hurrying in the same direction. I slept way too hard this morning. Has it started over there yet? No, but it's about to. Move faster. Wait for me. This is all your fault for getting up so late. We won't get a good spot anymore. I don't even know if we'll be able to see what this second prince looks like. And at the same time, on the other side of the capital, the Grand Plaza. This place covered an enormous area, and could hold a staggering number of people. Whenever the capital had something important, this was where citizens were gathered and announcements were made. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of people. If you borrowed the viewpoint of the dragon bird riders circling in the sky above, the crowd on the ground would look like a dense swarm of ants. Even for a summer morning, nobody felt hot. The entire plaza buzzed with conversation. A few vendors with small wooden boxes strapped to their chests moved through the crowd, calling out as they went. Along both sides of the plaza stood a long line of knights in white armor like silver walls standing perfectly straight, spears in hand, stern eyes sweeping the scene, as they maintained order. In the center of the plaza was a long corridor that connected to a castle at the far end. A high platform jutted out from the castle, and atop it sat a throne still empty for now. I wonder what the second prince looks like. I heard he's broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, taller than most people. I heard he's skinny as a stick. He grew up poor. How would he have the nutrition to become some big brute? Hey, maybe he's just. Everyone knew what day it was. The way they talked brimmed with curiosity, their imaginations running wild about this unseen new prince. Whoom! Right then, a deep bell hum rolled out from the high platform. The sound wave swept across the Grand Plaza, all the way to its very edge. In that instant, everyone in the plaza, no matter what they were doing, lifted their heads in unison, and looked toward the castle. The next second, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Your Majesty, Jarvan III. Long live the king. Demacia, forever. On the viewing platform, Jarvan III appeared in full regalia, his crown upon his head, a golden robe draped over his shoulders, a ruby scepter held in his hand. Several ministers followed behind him. Roy and Tiana were among them. Jarvan IV stood slightly behind to the left. Once Jarvan III seated himself upon the throne, Roy stepped forward. He wore a solemn grey and white robe, his expression dignified and severe as he spoke. In Demacian year 661, His Majesty Jarvan III's second son was lost among the common folk. Now, in Demacian year 679, the second prince has returned. For this reason, the citizens are gathered here, and this is announced with full ceremony worthy of celebration. His voice wasn't loud, yet through the golden amplifying horns on both sides, it carried across the air above Dawn Castle. The moment he finished speaking, a cannon blast thundered into the bright day, followed by dignified drums, then a grand, ceremonial accompaniment. The atmosphere in the plaza instantly turned festive, lively like a great rite. Nobody knew who saw it first. But the crowd's gaze snapped as one to the start of the corridor, where a lone figure slowly climbed the steps. A cloak-like outer mantle in gold and silver draped over him, while his main attire was an elegant white ceremonial outfit. He looked every bit the part, imposing and refined. On his chest was the light shield crest. And above that a handsome, clean-cut face, sharp lines, defined features, brows like blades and eyes like stars, memorable at first glance. His build wasn't bulky, but he wasn't short or frail either. With a perfectly balanced frame, he walked down the corridor at an unhurried pace, carrying himself with unmistakable presence. This was the rumored second prince. Neither ordinary, nor plain. Even though Luke had prepared himself for this moment, the instant he stepped onto the corridor, and saw that dense black mass of people stretching farther and farther into the distance, pressure still rose in his chest. There were too many more people than he'd seen in his entire life. No one knew how many had come from the capital. Nearly every gaze was locked onto him. If he made a fool of himself now, he'd never be able to hold his head up again. So he walked carefully, step by step. The noise in his ears was a chaotic roar. He couldn't even make out what people were saying. A corridor that normally took a few minutes to cross
took him a full half hour. Xi and Zhao had instructed it that way. Luke needed the citizens to remember his face. Finally, he entered the castle. Someone was already waiting for him there, a tall figure. "Brother," Luke said. Jarvan IV smiled and stepped forward, lifting a hand to pat Luke's shoulders lightly.
"A little," Luke admitted honestly. "It'll get easier. Right now, you've got way more pressure than I ever did." Jarvan IV guided him forward, smiling as he spoke. "The first time Father dragged me down that corridor, I was only 4. I didn't understand a thing. It was early as hell, I was half asleep, and they basically hauled me up there. By the time I finally realized what was happening, I was already used to it." He teased his younger self on purpose, trying to ease Luke's nerves. Luke pictured that scene, and couldn't help laughing too. "In a moment you'll feel it again, but it's nothing major," Jarvan IV said, and by then they'd already reached the second level. From here, you could see the back of the throne, and a great many people. Everyone standing inside was among the highest-ranking figures in Demacia. The instant Luke walked in, every single gaze converged on him. There were familiar faces and unfamiliar ones. Agatha was there as well. She offered Luke a faint smile. "Your Highness, please," someone signaled, reminding Luke he didn't have time to stand there daydreaming. Luke stepped forward. He understood the procedure well enough. He walked 2 more steps, then turned to face Jarvan III. At the foot of the throne platform, Luke dropped to one knee. In Jarvan III's hands was a platinum white crown. The king rose, placed it gently upon Luke's head, and his eyes were filled with warmth and tenderness. Then Jarvan III sat back down. Luke stood, turned, and faced the outside. Still that endless, tightly packed crowd filling the grand plaza, deafeningly lively, the air boiling with voices. Roy spoke at just the right moment. "Luke Lightshield IV of true royal blood today, in Demacian year 679, is crowned with the prince's crown. This is worthy of celebration." As his words fell, the plaza below erupted into a roar so fierce it seemed to pierce the clouds. Standing on the viewing platform, Luke looked down and saw golden sunlight spread across every face. In their eyes, it was as if his silhouette was reflected there. Those faces were all smiling. Countless people celebrated from the heart, welcoming Demacia's second prince home. And in that moment, a nameless emotion inside Luke quietly expanded larger and larger. // check out my P at Tray0 for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 35, It's Falling Apart. 1292 words. The celebration lasted a full 2 hours, so even after it ended, the entire capital felt even livelier than usual. And for Luke, today's busy schedule was only just beginning. He had barely returned to the Citadel of Dawn. He hadn't even had time to sit down and drink a couple sips of water before nobles started coming in to greet him, introducing themselves and presenting congratulatory gifts. Xin Zhao had told him this was a required part of the process. Luke needed to remember these nobles, and they needed to remember him. No sooner had the first noble left than the next one walked in. And every single one of them had to be received by Luke personally. He was basically a living prop. At first he could still smile, but eventually his smile went numb, and he repeated the same routine over and over like a machine. Someone tell me, exactly how many nobles does this capital even have? Finally, the Meet the Nobles segment ended and there was still more to do, the evening banquet. The banquet was hosted by Jarvan IV, and attended by many nobles. The location was the Citadel of Dawn itself, and the purpose was obvious, to celebrate Luke. So as the centerpiece of the night, he had to appear. But at least this part was less of a headache than the afternoon, because he'd already met the nobles he needed to meet. They called it a banquet for Luke, but really it was just the adults switching rooms, so they could keep talking business somewhere nicer. "Your Highness, are you ready?" someone came to urge before it began. Luke straightened his outfit. He was still wearing the same clothes from the morning, and the prince's crown had already been put away. Jarvan IV had said there was no need to wear that thing all day. His own had been sitting at home collecting dust. Besides, even without it, in Demacia nobody would ever forget who he was. Following the servant who came to fetch him, Luke headed to the banquet hall. His job was a short speech before things started. Once he said a few words, he could basically do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't leave. When he arrived, the room was brightly lit. The banquet spread was already fully prepared, lavish dishes laid out like a buffet, with an entire section devoted to desserts. Drinks were arranged in 2 separate areas, and there was even a vintage gramophone playing relaxed music. All the guests had already arrived, waiting for the main character to enter, every noble dressed in formal attire. Luke pushed the door open, and his sharp look immediately drew countless eyes. With everyone's attention snapping to him, the gramophone music stopped at just the right moment. "Welcome, everyone. You're all respectable people, so there's no point in me rambling. I'll say just one thing: enjoy tonight's banquet." Xin Zhao had prepared a full script for his entrance, but it was long. Later, seeing how Luke had been dragged around all afternoon, Xin Zhao told him it wouldn't matter if he didn't follow a script at all. So Luke improvised. He couldn't be bothered with fluff. He said 2 quick lines, and the gramophone started up again. The nobles snapped out of it, offered some polite applause, and didn't make a big deal out of it. The atmosphere stayed cheerful. After all, Luke was the star tonight. Luke walked over to Jarvan IV, and offered a respectful bow. Jarvan IV was speaking with Roy. Seeing Luke, he smiled and said, "Go have fun. Don't worry about anyone else." Luke nodded and walked away. The tightness in his body finally loosened. Then he saw a tall man approaching, white hair, white beard, clearly past 50, yet still straight-backed and broad in presence. Luke bowed again. "Uncle Barrett." This was Barrett Kahina's father, and Jarvan III's close friend. A couple days ago, Jarvan III had already introduced Luke to him. "Good kid," Barrett said with a booming laugh, teasing him. "Looks like today wore you out pretty bad." Luke smiled helplessly. "I won't keep you," Barrett went on. "You know Kahina, right? She won't be able to come for a while. But your uncle brought you a gift today, hope you enjoy yourself." He left that cryptic line behind and walked off. Luke was curious, but he didn't chase him down to ask. Right now, he just wanted to find a place to sit and rest. He wasn't interested in heavy food, so he set his sights on the dessert section. Dessert was one of his hobbies, after all. But the moment he got there, he ran straight into the person he couldn't avoid. The instant Luke arrived, his eyes met the gaze of a blonde girl holding a plate with a slice of cake on it. The second their eyes connected, Miss Crownguard snorted and turned her head away. Still mad? Luke sat down in a nearby chair. Lux looked especially stunning tonight, delicate and elegant like a princess. What are you talking about? The word mad isn't even in my dictionary, Lux said, turning back with a fake sweet smile. The very next second, her fork viciously stabbed into the cake. Looking at the cake's miserable condition, Luke cleared his throat. About last time I was wrong. I really wanted to apologize, but these past few days have been so busy I couldn't spare a second. The moment I had time tonight, I came straight to you. Because of him, Miss Crownguard had gotten smacked for no reason. To be honest, if he had to quantify his guilt, there was a little. But after that first moment, the idea of apologizing had vanished completely. Still, looking at Lux like this, if he didn't say something, there was no way she was letting this go. Lux turned back, her little eyes full of suspicion despite how earnest he sounded. Really, Luke said, nodding with absolute seriousness. Still not good enough. Lux wavered for a split second, but the memory of that day hit her again, and her tone turned firm. The trust between you and me is just like that cup, it shattered into pieces. After saying that, she snorted again, lifted her fork, and stuffed nearly half the cake into her mouth in one bite. But I didn't even lie to you, Luke defended himself. Did you or did you not end up discovering the sixth sense? You had better ways to test it. Lux gritted her teeth. This time Luke had nothing to say. Looks like Miss Crownguard's anger wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, so he stopped bothering her, and let her enjoy her cake in peace. He grabbed a plate too, picked a cake that looked especially good, and started eating leisurely. The two of them sat there less than a meter apart, not talking, just eating like their lives depended on it. Before long, it turned into a silent competition. Lux realized this jerk was eating faster than she was without her noticing. He'd already eaten one more slice than her. When it came to cake, she had never admitted defeat to anyone. No way she could tolerate that. She immediately sped up. Luke had been eating just fine, but when he saw her start grabbing with her hands like she was raiding a battlefield, he worried there wouldn't be enough left for him, so he sped up too. And just like that, the desserts in the dessert section began disappearing at an alarming rate. The two of them ate pastries with the intensity of people taking down a full dinner. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 36. Chapter 36. I don't get it, but it sounds impressive. 1183 words. What are you two doing? When Kahina found Lux, she saw her sprawled against the back of a chair, staring blankly at the ceiling like her soul had left her body. And Luke wasn't doing much better either, slumped in his chair, looking like he was contemplating the meaning of life. The only thing that looked truly alive was the battlefield on the dessert table, its traces loudly proclaiming just how brutal the carnage here had been. After some deduction, Kahina concluded these two had simply eaten themselves stupid. I suggest a ceasefire. Lux weakly raised a hand. She really couldn't take another bite. So this whole time you were having a competition? Luke sat up and glared at the little blonde across from him. He knew it, no wonder she kept snatching the ones he liked. And whose fault is it you kept stealing the desserts I like? Lux huffed, loudly expressing her dissatisfaction. Luke actually laughed in disbelief. Nice try playing the victim first. You're the one who kept stealing. The two looked ready to start bickering for real. Kahina, who'd been watching for ages, quietly added, has it ever occurred to you that maybe you both like the same kind? Both of them fell silent at the same time. That did seem possible. So that's what it was. Then it must be my fault, Miss Crownguard. Since you like this dessert, please go ahead. Luke had a sudden realization, then warmly picked up a plate, took a portion of the dessert he liked, and personally set it in front of Lux. After eating that much already, one more bite would surely finish off this little blondie, right? No, no, no. I misunderstood your highness at the start. You're the star today, you should eat first. Lux pasted on a fake smile and pushed the plate back toward Luke. She was thinking the exact same thing. Watching them politely shove the plate back and forth again, Kahina sat down speechlessly and cut in with her hand, stopping their little performance. Forget it. I'll eat it. Spell interrupted. The two of them finally settled down. Did you two argue? Why does it feel like you're at each other's throats? Kahina picked up on it immediately and said it out loud. The moment she heard that, Lux got fired up. Who's at whose throat? He's the one who's been targeting me. You're here, judge for yourself. Then Miss Crownguard, righteous indignation and all, recounted what happened last time. Kahina ate dessert while nodding along, occasionally cooperating with a perfectly timed, "That's outrageous," fully embodying what it meant to be a bestie. Tell me, was that too much? I'm even starting to suspect that so-called sixth sense was just something he made up to fool me. Lux slammed her small hand on the table as she vented her anger. After listening, Kahina thought for 2 seconds and replied, I don't think His Highness was lying to you. In the military, this kind of thing is usually called spiritual awareness. It means that in certain moments, you instinctively become extremely sensitive to danger and may even react in advance. So that's how it is. Lux nodded in sudden understanding, lifting her pale chin, and looking at Luke with a proud little attitude. Fine, then. I'll forgive you, reluctantly. In truth, she hadn't been all that angry. How could the open-minded Miss Crownguard be that petty? She was just quietly planning how to get revenge later, that's all. I'm deeply grateful for Miss Crownguard's boundless mercy, Luke replied, taking a sip of a drink he'd casually grabbed off a tray as a servant passed by, his tone not exactly enthusiastic. By the way, how do you know that? Lux turned to Kahina again, curious. I read it in a book. And thinking about it, calling it a sixth sense does fit pretty well. Kahina remembered how Lux had explained the sixth sense as the sixth human sense, something everyone had. So last time, His Highness used that sixth sense to catch the thief. She lifted her eyes and glanced at Luke as he drank. Compared to last time, he seemed more refined somehow, and his skin looked unbelievably good. The change was bigger than she'd expected. But that wasn't the point right now. From what Kahina understood, the requirements to develop spiritual awareness were extremely harsh. This wasn't a skill just anyone could pick up. Let alone using it to detect a thief who was merely tailing them from behind. That could only mean one thing: His Highness's sixth sense had grown so strong it had reached a level ordinary people could never touch. Then why couldn't I do it again afterward, no matter how I tried? Lux asked in confusion. That was the question she'd been obsessing over these past few days. For days, she'd had her family's servants cooperate, she'd turn her back, and they'd throw pillows at random to test her sixth sense. But no matter how many times she tried, she never succeeded. Luke glanced at her. You think it's that easy to train? Is there really no other way? Lux asked unwillingly. Miss Crownguard seemed oddly determined about this. Luke couldn't help asking why. Why are you so obsessed with this? Obviously because Lux looked toward Agatha in the distance, who was chatting and smiling with other noblewomen, and sighed faintly. She walks like she makes no sound at all. She always just suddenly appears, especially when I'm slacking off in my room. I always get caught. But if I master the sixth sense, that won't happen anymore. As she spoke, Lux clenched her fist. Seeing how serious she was, Luke thought for a moment, then said, Actually, there is a method. Instantly, both Lux and Kahina looked at him. Lux's eyes glittered as she urged, Tell me, tell me. Luke cleared his throat and began. The so-called sixth sense refers to a psychological feeling of predictive inference formed when stimuli from the five senses are processed and reflected through some unknown cell or organ in the brain. The two girls nodded as they listened. So many technical-sounding terms. They didn't understand any of it, but it sounded incredibly impressive. Even Kahina, who knew a little, couldn't help listening more seriously when Luke started talking so professionally. So there's a commonly used training method, walk while blindfolded. After he said that, he saw their puzzled expressions and explained, as everyone knows, the sixth sense is also called mind sense, and the eyes are the window to the soul. The connection between them goes without saying. Even in daily life, vision is extremely important. When you shut off visual perception, the world becomes pure darkness. That's the closest state to mind sense. If you can cover your eyes and freely walk a full lap around the main hall at home without relying on anything external, that means you're close to mastering the sixth sense. Honestly, he felt like being able to make up nonsense this smoothly was an achievement in itself. // check out my P at Tray0 for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, out of 10, 5 can't be trusted 1247 words. I get it. Lux's face lit up with sudden realization. This time, she truly understood. Hearing it explained like that, she felt like she was only one step away from mastering the sixth sense. At that moment, those big eyes of hers were filled with fighting spirit. Once she got home, she was absolutely going to try it. Kahina wasn't nearly as hyped. She felt like something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. At first, it had sounded pretty reasonable. But the further it went, the more it started to feel kind of unreliable. And after Lux's case study, Kahina couldn't shake the feeling that when this prince talked, 10 parts of it came with 5 parts you couldn't trust. She forced herself to calm down, and decided not to think about it anymore. As for Lux, seeing how excited her best friend was, Kahina ultimately chose to stay silent. Found you, found you. A familiar voice rang out again. They looked up to see Jarvan IV walking over with a broad smile, looking like he was in an excellent mood. Behind him was a short-haired man who wasn't any shorter than him, built solidly, with a face as sharp and steadfast as a minted coin, handsome, too. Luke recognized him instantly. The silhouette was iconic. The might of Demacia, Garen. A real, no-nonsense Demacian man. The moment Lux saw him, a big chunk of her excitement evaporated, and she sat back down. Let me introduce you, Jarvan IV said warmly to Luke. This is Garen Crownguard, my good friend. Then he leaned in closer to Luke, smug as could be. Garen, this is my brother. Way more handsome than you, right? Just like last time, he really did have to show off a little. Garen ignored him completely, raising his right fist to his chest in a formal salute. Second Prince. A pleasure to meet you. Luke stood, smiling as he offered his hand. Garen lifted his head, reached out, and shook it. All right, that's all. Just wanted you two to meet first. You keep chatting, we out. Jarvan IV had a good sense for timing. Seeing his brother happily talking with the two girls, he pulled Garen along to leave. Before he went, Garen glanced at Lux and the faint evidence of annihilated desserts on the table in front of her, then reminded her, don't forget mother told you to eat fewer sweets. Don't be like last time, thank you for your unnecessary concern. Lux cut him off immediately with a radiant smile and a swift farewell. Garen didn't say anything else. His expression remained stern and composed as ever, and he followed Jarvan IV away. Last time. What happened last time? Luke couldn't help getting curious. Lux and Garen were siblings, but their relationship looked visibly terrible. Knowing won't do you any good. Lux picked up her silver-glinting fork, an invisible threat. Luke heard that and instantly knew it had to be Miss Crownguard's embarrassing history. So he decided not to ask openly. Later, when he got the chance, he'd ask Garen in private. He loved hearing other people's embarrassing stories. Just then, the lights in the hall dimmed, with most of the illumination focusing on a single spot. Luke followed the bright pool of light and saw a blue-haired woman seated on a chair, her figure graceful and elegant. Her long blue hair fell naturally down over her full waistline, and her stunning beauty carried a poised, refined nobility. She wore a classic aqua blue dress, and in her arms was an instrument that was unmistakably Ionian in style and etwal. Simply sitting there, she looked exquisitely unreal, like a fairy stepped out of a painting. Maven of the strings Sona. The hall fell quiet almost without anyone realizing it. Sona lifted a pale hand and gently placed it on the strings. The next moment, a beautiful melody flowed out. A solo performance. Yet with only that single instrument, every note seemed to land directly on each listener's heartstrings. It made people feel refreshed, at ease, and strangely weightless. Luke listened in silence. Sona's command of her music matched everything he knew on all of Runeterra. She was the kind of existence that sat at the very top. It really was incredible. So this was the gift Barrett had prepared for him. Sona was Kahina's older sister, and Barrett's daughter. In Demacia, she was regarded as a musician whose performance was impossible to buy no matter the price. Countless people were captivated by her music. Some nobles offered fortunes just to hear her play a single piece, and still were refused. Because House Buvel had never lacked money and every one of Sona's performances depended entirely on her mood. She didn't choose her audience. Street kids, butchers selling pork, self-important scholars and refined artists. In her eyes, they were all the same. When the piece ended, the audience remained immersed in the afterglow of that music. It took several seconds before people slowly came back to themselves. Then applause erupted, filling the entire hall. No matter how many times I hear it, it's still unbelievably good. Lux clapped enthusiastically, sighing with emotion. Kahina smiled, genuinely happy. Every time she saw Sona praised, it made her happy. The lights returned to normal. Sona rose and walked toward Luke with light, elegant steps. When she reached them, she hugged the etwal close and dipped into a slight bow, a courteous greeting. But no sound came from her lips. Because ever since she was little, Sona had been unable to speak. She was born mute. Still, Luke knew if she had a voice, it would be as moving as her music. He smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Sona." Sona lifted her head. Her eyes, like clear water, curved in a gentle smile. She signed two quick gestures toward Kahina. "Kahina says my sister is wishing your highness a happy day, and she'll be leaving first," Kahina translated. "Safe travels," Luke replied, seeing her off. Sona bowed lightly once more, then turned and walked away. Luke watched her retreating figure, and thought that maybe he wasn't some chosen one after all. Only he knew Sona seemed to be able to speak, but no one had ever been able to hear her voice. For a split second earlier, Luke had thought maybe he could. Now it seemed he was out of luck too. "My sister doesn't like crowded places when she's not performing," Kahina explained softly. Luke nodded. If she disliked crowds, it was probably because in crowded places, there were simply too many sounds, too much noise. He turned his head and didn't notice that Sona, nearly out of the hall, paused, turned back, and tilted her head, studying Luke's back with faint curiosity. "Right, what were we talking about again?" Lux suddenly remembered. Kahina thought for a moment. "The sixth sense training, I think." Lux asked, "Are you busy tomorrow?" "Tomorrow's my day off," Kahina answered. "Tomorrow we meet at His Highness's place 9 in the morning." Lux decided instantly. Luke nodded and didn't refuse. He had a feeling tomorrow would be interesting. Just then, he noticed someone on the other side of the hall standing alone, giving off an unapproachable, icy elegance. The Grand Duelist Fiora. She happened to raise her head. Her cool, clear eyes met Luke's. The next moment, she only gave a small nod in greeting, then looked away again. Very cold. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www. com/Raziel0810. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. First time I've seen someone explain slacking off so clearly and elegantly. 1221 words. The next day, Luke was woken by the cicadas outside. Those desperate mating cries that also meant summer was about to hit its hottest stretch. He was awake, and honestly he wanted to go right back to sleep, but the moment he rolled over, he remembered someone had said they were gathering here today. So he sat up in one motion, scratched his messy hair, and yawned. After washing up, he got dressed. The outfit the designer had painstakingly made yesterday had already been tossed into the wardrobe. Looked great, sure, but it wasn't comfortable. Check in. He said it silently in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Ordinary Realm Upgrade Card *1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Ordinary Skill Upgrade Card *1. Hearing the system prompt, Luke opened his item inventory to check the descriptions. Ordinary Realm Upgrade Card. After use, realms below unyielding can be automatically increased by 1 level. Ordinary Skill Upgrade Card. After use, skills below LV5 can be automatically increased by 1 level. Good stuff. After reading it, Luke used them without hesitation. Sure, saving them for later might have made the effect better, but to Luke, that wasn't important. Getting stronger without effort felt incredible. Ordinary Realm Upgrade Card used successfully. Congratulations, host, your realm has advanced to Heroic, early stage. Ordinary Skill Upgrade Card used successfully. Congratulations, host, your skill Wind Controlling Swordsmanship has advanced to LV4 Integrated Mastery. As the upgrade chime rang out, a familiar sensation spread through Luke's body. A warm current surged from his heart, flowing into his limbs, and throughout him unbelievably pleasant. A minute later, the warmth faded. Luke felt the difference. Right now, he could absolutely deal with 2 versions of himself from 1 minute ago easily. At the same time, with Wind Controlling Swordsmanship leveling up, new insights and experience appeared in his mind, as if he'd trained for a long time. A small boost like this didn't really move Luke. By then, he'd already left his room, heading to greet Jarvan IV. After meeting Jarvan IV, he even ate breakfast with him. Roy and another minister were also there, and they happened to be discussing Luke. This minister believes that since your highness is already over 18, you should not be left idle in the palace with nothing to do. Perhaps, like His Highness Jarvan IV, you should define a clear goal as early as possible. Roy clasped his hands together, speaking calmly. Jarvan IV had moved out of the palace at 18, and even then he'd already had an extremely clear goal. Simple, become stronger, become an excellent commander, and defend the nation. Now, Luke had only been back in the palace for a few days, and the ministers were already thinking about his future. Luke, eating on the other side, heard Roy say that and immediately felt this old man was pretty annoying. That's true, Jarvan III seemed to think for a moment, then looked at Luke. What goals do you have for the future? The question landed on Luke. After thinking for a second, Luke said frankly, Father, my goal is to plant a few acres of good farmland. In spring, I'll sow a handful of seeds, water them a little every day, and wait for winter to harvest. Everyone present fell silent for 2 seconds. It was the first time they'd ever seen someone describe coasting through life with such clear-headed, refined honesty. Anyone else could say that and nobody would blink. But you're a prince. Roy held his temper and asked again, Does your highness have no other ambitions? Ambitions? Luke thought, then flashed a bright grin. My former ambition was to become someone above everyone else. I've already achieved it. Silence again. Roy's mouth twitched as he lifted his gaze at Luke. If your brother said that, he'd get beaten. Only you would dare say that to your father's face. Jarvan III maintained a gentle smile the entire time. A person's ambitions are endless. You simply haven't found new ambitions yet. There's plenty of time, you can think slowly. We'll leave it at that for now. Go have fun. His tolerance toward Luke was obvious to anyone watching. With just a few sentences, he brushed the matter aside. Yes, father. Luke was basically done eating. He stood, gave the ministers a slight bow and left. Your Majesty, no matter what, Prince Luke is still a prince of the realm. You must not raise him to be too lax and idle, Roy reminded seriously. Jarvan IV replied slowly, he just hasn't adapted yet. Give him more time. What only he cared about was this. The two ambitions Luke had named were both the most bottom-level goals, things an ordinary person might pursue for their entire life. Your Majesty, he's your son. Of course you see him with a halo, someone else spoke up then, tone lightly teasing. Everyone looked over. Tiana sat in her chair, smiling. If you ask me, that boy isn't simple. Roy asked, High Marshal, what is your view on this matter? I think that boy is pretty similar to my girl. Neither of them has any definite goal for the future. They both live one day at a time. If they can be happy for a moment, then that moment is enough. As Tiana spoke, she took a sip of tea. Only after swallowing did she look at Jarvan IV with a smile. The only difference is, my girl has a strict mother, while that boy has an overly doting father. That was very clearly aimed at Jarvan IV. And Jarvan IV only smiled, not refuting her. Tiana then turned to Roy again. When someone's status changes drastically in a short span of time, their mindset can easily change a lot as well. Trying to shape his future right now is simply too rushed. At this stage, no matter what goal he claims to have, it may not be real. My view is, free range. After Tiana finished, Roy asked, what do you mean by free range? Tiana said, it means you manage the big things, and don't micromanage the small ones. Life-defining matters must be managed. Trivial matters don't need to be. With Luke's status, what counted as big or small would still need careful consideration. But Tiana's meaning was already clear. She wasn't saying Luke should be neglected. A nobody gaining the greatest power in the shortest time, what kind of mindset change could that cause? Only asking Luke himself would give the clearest answer, but the people present could very easily imagine the worst. That was the kind of big thing that had to be managed. Jarvan III's gaze flickered. He'd considered all of this too. But because of the guilt in his heart, the king's strictness still lost to the father's compassion. Smiling, Jarvan III said, just say it all at once. I can tell you already have an idea. It's not really an idea, Tiana stood and offered her suggestion. But he's young. If he stays idle like this, sooner or later he'll become useless. My recommendation is, stuff him into the academy. Let him study for a year first. After a year, we'll see the results. During that time, I'll also keep an eye on him for you, Your Majesty, // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 39, Chapter 39. All those wall 1184 words. Tiana had noticed something different about Luke. She was a woman with sharp instincts, and most of the time, she trusted them. And this time, her instincts told her again Luke wasn't ordinary. Tiana had a subordinate named Lev, the current commander of the Dauntless Vanguard. Back when Tiana herself had been the commander of the Dauntless Vanguard, Lev had been a complete nobody. His dream was simply to be a common soldier until retirement. Yes, despite possessing tremendous strength, he only wanted to be a regular footman. Until one day, on the battlefield, Tiana accidentally discovered Lev's outstanding performance. If she hadn't noticed him then, she would have missed a promising talent right under her nose. As for what came after, whether Lev wanted it or not, his rank kept climbing. Now he'd risen all the way to commander of the Dauntless Vanguard. And right now, Luke gave her the same feeling. Curious and genuinely amused, Tiana looked forward to seeing what Luke would do over the next year. Walking down the corridor, Luke suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and glanced back suspiciously. Was Roy, that old man, meddling again? After thinking about it, he decided not to bother arguing with Roy. Roy meant well. He was just old and loved worrying about everything. Luke only wanted to live the laid-back life, eat until full, sleep, wake up and eat again. Wasn't that comfortable? Why would he go suffer for no reason? Besides, so many generations of royals had planted so many trees, was it enough for little Luke to enjoy the shade? With his hands clasped behind his back, Luke walked with an oddly world-weary elder vibe, and happened to run into Miss Crownguard coming the other way. Lux wore a pale, light-colored outfit that made her look bright and fresh. But right now, on that soft, fair face of hers were two very obvious red marks. One on her forehead. One on the tip of her nose. Luke took one look and chuckled. Miss Crownguard, you're really good at makeup. Distinctive. I don't feel like talking to you. Getting teased the second they met, Lux shot him an angry look and walked right past him. She knew this place better than Luke did. Lux had only been there a short while when Kahina arrived too. She was also dressed casually, nothing extravagant, but pretty girls looked good in anything. As soon as she reached them, Kahina's eyes locked onto Lux, and then dashed. The moment she saw Lux's innocent face, and those two bright red marks, she completely lost it. Just looking at it, she could imagine last night's Lux blindfolded smacking into walls over and over. A full-on iron-headed menace. Good thing Kahina had only tried once at home, failed, and immediately gave up. Luke had already finished laughing, but when Kahina laughed too, he couldn't hold it in. He laughed so much his conscience started to sting a little. Was it really okay for him to deceive such a pure, innocent girl like this? Very okay. Stop laughing. Lux snapped, mortified and furious. She slapped the table and glared at Luke. I'm seriously starting to think your tutorial is wrong. You can't train a sixth sense like this. High-level techniques only succeed through repeated practice. Who masters something on the first day? Luke said with grave, heartfelt sincerity. Kahina could see it now, this guy probably spent his days entertaining himself by teasing Lux. And Lux, with her straightforward little brain, had no chance against him. For her best friend's sake, Kahina had to step in. I think next time His Highness gives you a method or advice, you should make him demonstrate it first. Even yesterday, when she first heard this method, she'd felt it was unreliable. Who could walk around blindfolded without relying on anything? Let alone in a place with lots of obstacles. Only Lux would hear it and believe it. And with an already not too clever head, she'd now slammed it into walls that many times yeah. Lux froze. Why hadn't she thought of that last night? Wait, so all those times she hit the wall were for nothing. Realizing it, Miss Crownguard got even angrier. She slapped the table again, staring at Luke with a dangerous expression. Don't look at me like that. You're scaring me, Luke said, sitting across from her, feeling his skin prickle under those big eyes. The next second, Lux pulled a handkerchief out of her pocket, smiling with clear ill intent. Your Highness, since this is your method, it's not too much to ask you to demonstrate it, right? Actually, I read this in a book. That's not important. Isn't your Highness a special awakened sixth sense user? Lux cut him off and handed him the cloth, smiling sweetly. Let me see it for myself, okay? A smile like that was usually impossible for men to refuse. But only Luke could feel the cold behind it. Looks like Miss Crownguard was absolutely determined to see him smash into a wall today. And with Kahina on her side too, she looked a bit smarter, but still far too green. Luke sighed, closing his eyes. If you insist, I'll demonstrate. Go ahead and tie it. Very quickly, he caught a faint scent probably coming from Miss Crownguard. She stood behind him, wrapping the cloth around his eyes, loop after loop. Done checking. Don't say I cheated later, Luke asked as he stood up. No problem. Each girl answered once. They were certain Luke couldn't see anything at all. Then let's set a route. From here to the statue in the center of the back garden, there and back. Everything around Luke was pitch black, but he wasn't panicking in the slightest. After drinking the Sixth Sense enhancement potion, his perception now felt like he'd turned on X-ray vision. That had been confirmed through repeated tests afterward. Right now, his Sixth Sense reactions weren't any worse than that movie scene where Spider-Man fights Mysterio. In other words, just follow the feeling and you're good. Seeing how confidently he said it, the two girls suddenly felt a little less sure. Soon, they saw Luke start moving. Even with his vision blocked, he walked at a normal speed, smoothly sidestepping the sofa and heading toward the door. For the first part, you could still manage it with memory and basic awareness. That was what they told themselves as they followed behind. From here to the statue in the center of the back garden was about 200 meters, and there were plenty of obstacles along the way. As time passed, the two girls went from disbelief to wavering to outright shock. How is this possible? Kahina was stunned. She couldn't help running ahead to check whether Luke was cheating. He wasn't. Kahina didn't doubt that a sixth sense could exist, but she never imagined Luke's perception could be this strong. Lux was completely transfixed. Remembering how she'd slammed into walls again and again last night, the spark that had died inside her suddenly reignited. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 40, Where did all that nutrition even go? 1239 words. Luke calculated the distance in his head while feeling the wind speed around him, roughly confirming where he was. After all, he was only cheating a little. This wasn't real X-ray vision. When he felt the wind pick up and the space open up, Luke confirmed he'd reached the back garden. I don't need to keep demonstrating, right? Luke pulled off the handkerchief. Even though the deal had been to reach the statue in the middle, the two girls behind him had been silent for a long while, so it probably wasn't necessary. Kahina, who had been convinced the entire time that Luke was just messing with Lux, blinked and nodded dumbly. From the starting point to here was at least 200 meters. Luke had been blindfolded and he'd even walked a little faster than a normal person. Was that training method actually real? Meanwhile, Lux's eyes were sparkling, like her brain was already projecting a glorious future where she awakened her sixth sense. Watching the two of them like that, Luke couldn't help feeling a little worried. Were these two fair, soft, innocent girls really about to get completely converted by his nonsense? Not his problem. Honestly, it seemed kind of fun. When the three of them wandered back into the living room, they found Xian Zhao waiting there. Uncle Xian, what is it this time? Luke asked, curious. Your Highness, there is indeed something. Xian Zhao stood and said, His Majesty has purchased a residence for you outside the palace. You can go take a look now. A residence? Luke was still puzzled. Why buy a house outside out of nowhere? Xian Zhao explained, Jarvan IV believes you may need an environment where you can be more independent. So you can move out of the palace today. Luke paused. Moving out was going to happen sooner or later, but he didn't expect it this soon. And it definitely wasn't because Jarvan IV didn't want to see him. Thinking back to the conversation that morning, Luke suspected someone had been stirring things up. Most likely that old man Roy. Still, moving out of the palace didn't sound bad. If he lived alone, Luke would be more comfortable. They set off immediately. There wasn't much luggage to pack anyway, so he was done in a few minutes. Lux and Kahina also wanted to join the excitement. The group got into a carriage and headed toward Luke's new home. After a while, the carriage came to a stop. Your Highness, we've arrived. The white-clad bodyguard from that day pulled open the carriage curtain. Xian Zhao couldn't leave the palace, so this man was handling the errand. The three of them got out. In front of them was a 3-story villa, one of those with a private yard. The yard wasn't small, probably 300 to 400 square meters. There were flowers and shrubs planted around, and a stone path running through it. Lux stared at the villa, looking puzzled. After they went in, they walked around the outside first. It looked small from the outside, but it was actually quite spacious inside. Further back, there was even a rear courtyard, 2 trees, a cluster of greenery, lush and vibrant. At the far end, there was also a fish pond about 100 square meters, set against the wall, though it was empty for now. Then there was the house itself. Inside, it wasn't small either, at least as big as before. There wasn't much furniture yet. After walking the whole place, Luke was satisfied. A house like this was something his old life self probably could never afford in a lifetime. Meanwhile, Lux kept finding it more and more familiar. She frowned and said, "Why does this feel kind of familiar?" The white-clad bodyguard glanced at her and answered, "Miss Crownguard, this property was purchased by His Majesty Jarvan IV from High Marshal Tiana." Lux immediately understood. That explained it, this place used to be hers. "Is it close to your house?" Luke asked. He still wasn't familiar with the capital, and he hadn't recognized the area when they arrived. Lux nodded, thinking a moment. "A 10-minute walk." "That is pretty close," Luke said thoughtfully. "So doesn't that mean I can go to your place and mooch dinner every day?" "You're welcome anytime." Lux beamed. "Your Highness, this is your allowance from His Majesty." At that, Luke saw the white-clad bodyguard take out a heavy coin pouch. It was noticeably bigger than a normal one. "There are 250 gold coins inside," the bodyguard said as he set the pouch on the table. "As for the keys, I'll hold them for now in case you're not home this afternoon. Furniture will be delivered one after another." Luke nodded. "All right, got it. Your Highness, do you have any other questions?" "Then I'll take my leave." The bodyguard seemed to have a bit of trauma around Luke, because he left very quickly. Luke picked up the coin pouch, weighed it in his hand. It was satisfyingly heavy. In a good mood, he waved grandly and declared, "I'm treating today. Order whatever you want." They were definitely eating out for this meal. Kahina and Lux didn't refuse. The 3 of them went to the same restaurant Luke had visited last time. This time, when the server saw him, the attitude was respectful to the point of reverence. The meal ended up costing over 30 gold coins. Absurdly expensive. Mainly because Luke had a big appetite, and seated at the same table was Miss Crownguard, who was no less terrifying. Ever since that so-called cake competition, Luke had learned something. Lux might be small, but her appetite absolutely wasn't. Watching her order 2 more dessert portions, Luke finally couldn't help looking at her a few extra times. Lux noticed immediately. She stared back, wary. "What are you looking at me for? When we ordered, you didn't say you wanted any." Ever since the strawberry incident, she'd gotten a little protective of food around Luke. Luke fell silent, looked away, and waited lazily. He honestly had no idea where all that food went. "Looks like we're not far from the Illuminator's church. Want to go take a look after this?" Kahina suggested. Luke figured he didn't have anything else planned for the afternoon, so he agreed. Lux didn't mind either. In her eyes, as long as she wasn't going home far away from that tiger of a mother, anywhere was fun. After eating, the 3 of them headed to the Illuminator's church. They ran into old Lady Yuna again. And her daughter, Lola. From what they learned, old Lady Yuna came here to help out. To repay the Illuminator's kindness, she used her free time outside of work to assist here. At the same time, Luke also learned that the thief who had stolen her purse last time had actually been caught. "Speaking of that, we really have to thank your Highness," old Lady Yuna said, looking at Luke. She hadn't expected the young man, who helped her before, to be a prince of the realm. Luke looked confused. "But I didn't really do anything." Kahina smiled and explained, "After your Highness caught that thief last time, the Capital Security Bureau went on high alert. They started a major crackdown on thieves that very day. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www. com/Raziel0810. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Miss Crownguard frozen on the spot. 1201 words for the thieves in the capital. The past few days could only be described as a bloodbath. The thief who had stolen old Lady Yuna's wallet was caught during that period as well. Under interrogation, since he remembered it clearly, he confessed everything. So that's what happened afterward. Luke had no idea about any of the follow-up at all and hadn't cared in the slightest. He remembered that after returning that day, he hadn't left the royal palace. I heard the crime rate among thieves in the capital has dropped a lot these past few days, Kahina said with a bright smile. Catching more is never a bad thing, Luke chuckled, showing his support for the crackdown. The three continued strolling around. Just then, a burst of children's voices caught their attention. Luke looked over and saw a bunch of kids still pretty young laughing and playing as they ran out. He asked in confusion, since when were there so many kids here? Kahina sighed. 2 days ago. The Illuminators found them while traveling all over the country, kids without parents, or kids abandoned by their parents. The children wore matching outfits, laughing innocently as they played. This was one of the Illuminators' duties. They were spread across the nation, searching for those in need. Children who'd lost their parents like this appeared every year. The Illuminators' responsibility was to do their best to find adoptive parents willing to take them in. If none could be found, then the Illuminators would raise them so that in the future, they would become new Illuminators themselves. The children played in small groups of 2 or 3, but the 3 of them noticed one lone figure. A short-haired boy, about 6 or 7, sat on a bench in the church. A crude red cape hung over his shoulders, and he quietly watched the other kids playing. In those eyes was a sadness that didn't belong to someone that young. Lux asked, "Why is he alone?" "That child's name is Moth. He grew up faster than kids his age. He seems to know he was abandoned by his parents, but he refuses to accept it, so even after coming here, he can't bring himself to be happy," Kahina said. As she spoke, the 3 also noticed another detail. Every so often, Moth would open his hand to look at what was inside. It seemed to be a piece of candy, something he guarded like a treasure, as if he couldn't bear to eat it. Seeing that, Luke thought for a moment, then suggested, "Miss Crownguard, want to have a little contest." "A contest for what?" Lux immediately asked, curious. Luke smiled. "Let's see who can get that candy from Moth first." Lux curled her lip. Even so, she still walked over to Moth. She flicked her hair, adjusted her expression, then squatted in front of him with an angelic smile. "Your name is Moth, right?" Moth looked at her and nodded. "My name is Lux. Can we be friends?" Lux spoke gently. Moth hesitated, then nodded again. "Then we're friends now, Moth. Could you give me that candy?" "I'll pay you back with lots and lots of pieces," Lux said sincerely, brimming with confidence. Who would have thought Moth would become instantly guarded? He jumped off the bench, backed away from Lux, and clutched the candy like it was his life. "My mom said the prettier the woman is, the less you can trust her." Guess she was right. Miss Crownguard's angelic smile froze on the spot. She stood there stiff, like she couldn't believe she'd been rejected. She was Lux Crownguard. Forget one piece of candy, she had no idea how many noble young men were lining up to gift her an entire candy house. And yet now, she'd been turned down by a little kid. And it happened right after she used her most confident, gentle approach. Lux stood up and trudged back, completely deflated, only to see Luke's faintly mocking look, and that infuriating grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. So infuriating. Extremely infuriating. She flared up at once, teeth clenched. "I don't believe you can do it." She could see it clearly, in Moth's eyes right now, nothing mattered more than that candy. If even she, Lux Crownguard, had failed, she refused to believe Luke could succeed. Luke asked, "And if I do it?" Lux answered immediately, "Name any request you want." Luke nodded. "To be safe," Lux added seriously, "and you can't lie to a child." What do you take me for? Luke shook his head with a laugh. Then, confident, he walked over with a smile and stopped in front of Moth. Moth was already on high alert now. Someone was trying to take the candy he loved most, absolutely not allowed. First came a big sister, a really pretty older girl, smiling beautifully. Now came an older guy, also smiling beautifully. His instincts told him these two probably weren't good people at all. Don't be so tense, Moth, Luke said, gesturing for him to calm down. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. Want to make a bet? Moth was a kid, so it wasn't hard for curiosity to slip in, but he still asked warily, a bet on what? Do you believe I can draw a little turtle on that sister's face over there? Luke kept his voice low, flicking his eyes toward Lux. Moth turned his head too, checking again and again, then said decisively, no. Then we'll bet on that. Luke smiled. Give me your candy. If I lose, I'll pay you back 10 pieces. Moth looked back at Lux again. He hesitated for a long time. He really didn't believe it. In the end, with immense reluctance, he handed the candy to Luke. Watch closely, Luke said. Candy in hand, he stood and walked back, smiling. He opened his palm and showed the candy inside. Miss Crownguard, do you need to confirm if it's real? Lux stared at the candy, her big eyes full of disbelief. How did you do that? Doesn't matter how I did it. Are you still honoring what you just said? Luke asked with a cheerful grin. At that moment, Kahina was smiling too, clearly entertained by her friend digging her own grave. Lux felt a little guilty. With Luke looking at her like that, she had a very bad feeling about what was coming. But backing out would be even more embarrassing. In the end, Miss Crownguard clenched her teeth. What request? Luke turned to Kahina. Do you have a pen? Lux immediately realized what was about to happen. She looked at Kahina pitifully, hoping her friend would make an excuse and brush it off. But instead, Kahina replied instantly, I do. Wait here. She practically jogged away, like she was afraid she'd miss something. In less than 2 minutes, she came back with a pen. Your Highness, the pen is here. Kahina said with a smile, handing it to Luke. And Lux could only stare at her friend in disbelief. Like she couldn't believe she'd just been sold out like this. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Mom won't let me play with idiots. 1206 words. Miss Crownguard, choose for yourself. Where do you want me to draw it? Luke took the pen and asked with a grin. Lux seemed like she'd already foreseen her fate. She simply closed her eyes, lifted her chin, and said, just make it quick. Luke showed absolutely no mercy. He popped the cap, and the black ink immediately marked Miss Crownguard's flawless pale cheek. After a few strokes, Luke pulled his hand back in satisfaction. My drawing skills are still pretty good. A cute little turtle had appeared on Lux's right cheek. Kahina rubbed her chin, and nodded in agreement. They really are. Lux's eyes flew open. She hurried around looking for a mirror. A moment later, she stared at her reflection with a despairing look in her eyes. How was Lux supposed to face anyone like this? Didn't she have any dignity at all? Miss Crownguard, remember you can only wipe it off tonight, Luke added smugly. In the mirror, Lux immediately caught sight of his unbearably arrogant face. Unforgivable. Year 679 of the Demacian calendar, Luke Lightshield has made me lose all face. I, Lux, will remember this. She silently clenched her fist, adding another tally mark to her grudges. So I won, right? Luke said, smiling at Moth as the boy walked back over. You won. Moth replied, accepting the loss. He still couldn't quite believe it, but the truth was right in front of him. Then this candy is mine. Luke tore open the wrapper and, without the slightest hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. It was sweet just like plain sugar. Seeing that, a flash of reluctance and disappointment passed through Moth's eyes. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Lux, still holding the mirror, suddenly sensed something was off. She turned around and demanded, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand any of it?" Luke said, "It's simple. The candy may have ended up in my hand, but before that, it didn't belong to me." Lux didn't get it at first. "What does that mean?" Luke smiled and shot back, "You really want to know?" Seeing him still playing coy, Lux glared at him and urged, "Spit it out." So Luke explained, "Moth didn't believe I could draw a turtle on your face, so he bet this candy against me. And the result is obvious, I won." "Why you?" Lux froze on the spot. It took her ages to react, her finger pointing at Luke as she got so flustered she could barely speak. "What about me?" Luke asked innocently. "Cheating. Did the rules say I couldn't do it like that?" Luke's second question left Lux stunned again. In just a few lines, it almost fried Miss Crownguard's brain. Because the rules really hadn't said he couldn't. At the start, the condition for winning was simply getting Moth's candy. But later she'd added that extra wager he could make any request, and the added rule was that he wasn't allowed to trick Moth. From start to finish, Luke technically hadn't tricked Moth at all. He'd just exploited a loophole in the rules and pulled off a double win. Once Lux figured it out, the world instantly became a far less beautiful place. Staring at that infuriating face of his, Lux's anger exploded. Shameless. She had never seen someone so devious and shameless in her life. Kahina watched her friend's furious, defeated look and could only shake her head. She'd basically figured it out. Lux wasn't going to outplay His Highness. Not even close. Moth lifted his head and stared blankly at Luke. He'd more or less pieced it together as well. He finally understood, the candy was the key to everything. Luke had used it to get a double win and Moth had handed it over with his own two hands. He shot Luke a resentful look, then turned around and left. "Now he's mad," Lux said, looking at Luke with disgust. "You even swindled a kid out of his candy." "Fine, you got it then, you actually ate it." "What did I swindle him out of?" Luke chewed as he spoke, righteous as could be. "I won it with my own ability. Why shouldn't I eat it?" "I'm not even going to talk to you," Lux snapped, rolling her eyes. Then she looked over and saw Moth sitting alone again, those disappointed eyes fixed on the children playing in the distance. So he did want to play. Realizing that, Lux walked over. Soon, she was in front of Moth again. She crouched down and put on a pleasant smile. "Moth, do you want to go play some games with me?" Miss Crownguard had regained her confidence. With Luke as such a glaring contrast, she refused to believe Moth would reject her again. Moth looked up at her, glanced at the turtle drawn on her face, silently scooted farther away, and shook his head. "My mom says I'm not allowed to play with idiots." "You're this young and you're already this good with words." Rejected a second time, Lux froze as if struck by lightning. What just happened? Who was she? Where was she? Did she really have not even a tiny bit of charm? Lux stood up and wandered back again, completely deflated. "Let's go back. I don't want to stay here anymore." "Don't lose heart. Honestly, you have a lot of good qualities," Luke tried to comfort her. Lux lifted her head, eyes shining. "Like what? For example?" Luke choked, then immediately tossed the problem to Kahina, who'd been enjoying the show. "Kahina definitely knows." "Kahina." She couldn't think of anything either. Seeing their reactions, Lux felt like an arrow had pierced her heart. Her mentality outright collapsed. Luke saw the resentful look in Miss Crownguard's eyes and felt that if he stayed any longer, he might actually get bitten. So he slowly walked away straight toward Moth. Moth noticed him approaching, looked up once, then immediately looked away. "Why don't you go play with them?" Luke asked. I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm not playing those childish games, Moff replied with a face full of disdain. Impressive. Then why do you keep watching? Luke asked again. Moff shot Luke a look and turned his head away. I don't want to talk to you. Luke immediately grinned. About what happened just now you're not convinced, are you? Of course. Moff snapped back, clearly angry. If I'd known you two had your own wager, I never would have handed over the candy. There's no such thing as if I'd known in this world, Luke chuckled. His words were like a knife, mercilessly stabbing right into Moff's wound. Then let me ask you, if you'd known your parents would abandon you, what would you have done? Moff went rigid. He was left speechless, mouth opening and closing, but not a single word coming out. If he'd known his parents would throw him away, what could he have done? Cling to them before they abandoned him? Refuse to sleep? That wouldn't work. He was just a kid. If they wanted to leave, they'd find a way, and he couldn't stay awake forever. // check out my P at Tray0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Does this country even have a future? 1261 words asked them not to leave him. If that worked, would he still be here? Scene after scene flashed through Moff's mind. The more he thought, the sadder he became. If that was how it was, then he'd rather never have known in advance. That way, the final memories of being with his parents would still be beautiful. As he kept thinking, Moff's eyes filled with tears. He clenched his jaw and fought hard not to cry. The truth was, he understood everything. He'd been abandoned, he just refused to accept it. He desperately wanted to ask why. There is no why. Aren't you the one who calls yourself an adult? Then I'll tell you, this is the adult world. Luke could tell from Moff's expression exactly what he wanted to say. He spoke with a cruelty that didn't sound like something you'd say to a child at all. If you insist on a reason, then here it is, you were a burden. You dragged the family down. Maybe you love them but they don't love you. That line broke Moff on the spot. Tears fell one after another onto the floor, and the next second he let out a wail, and completely fell apart, sobbing at the top of his lungs. The crying immediately drew plenty of attention inside the church. The illuminators saw it was the prince teasing a kid, and didn't plan to interfere. This prince really had a nasty sense of humor. He'd made a child cry, and was still grinning. The children who'd been playing around also heard the sobbing and looked over. Moff is giving everyone a demonstration of how to cry your heart out, Luke said with a smile. He knew his words had been harsh, but he could tell Moff could take it. Because Moff already understood everything. No one had just ever spoken it out loud to him. At that moment the kids crowded over, faces full of amazement. Wow, that's awesome. He's crying so realistically. I thought it was real. I can only cry like that when my mom hits me with a stick. Surrounded by a bunch of kids like a zoo animal, getting gawked at and commented on, Moff ended up crying so hard he started feeling embarrassed. Little by little, he ran out of steam. His eyes were red. He sniffled and wiped at his tears. All right, show's over. Luke waved a hand, and the kids immediately chattered as they ran off. Then he looked back at Moff, still cheerful. Aren't you an adult? Adults cry like that? Moff glared at him, jumped off the bench, and pointed angrily. You're awful. When I grow up, I'm going to beat you up. He'd never seen an adult say something that cruel to a kid. Only this guy. Not only did he swindle candy from a kid, he also stabbed a kid right in the heart. Then it wouldn't be too much if I beat you up first, right? Luke dropped the smile, stood, and stepped closer. Moff was instantly scared and backed away repeatedly, fear flickering in his eyes. Was this guy really going to hit a kid? Seeing that, even Lux couldn't help wanting to walk over and stop him. because she genuinely suspected Luke was capable of doing it. But Luke wasn't quite as bad as they feared. He sat back down and mocked him instead. You scare that easily and you still want to beat me up someday. With my status, I wouldn't even need to lift a hand to deal with you. Moff asked instinctively, what status? Do you know who the king is? That's my father. Moff froze. Even at his age, he knew what the king meant. Which meant the guy in front of him was. Staring at this rather good-looking man, Moff found it hard to believe. If this was what the prince of this country was like, did it even have a future? Luke asked, so. You still want to beat me up? Moff thought about it, then tested the waters. If I beat you up, would I be punished? This time, Luke paused. This little brat's brain really was stubbornly direct after all that, he was still considering it. You'd probably get thrown into a dungeon for a very, very long time, Luke said after snapping back to himself. By the time you got out, you'd be an old man with white hair. Moff pictured it, coughed and said, then never mind. I don't want to beat you up anymore. I like how sensible you are, Luke said with satisfaction. Lux and Kahina were both speechless. Did Jarvan IV know that his son was over here bullying a 7-year-old? Come here. I want to talk to you in private, Luke said, beckoning. Moff hesitated, but still walked over and hopped back onto the bench. I don't admire people like this very often, Moff. You're pretty impressive, Luke said, rare praise in his tone. Now I'm going to give you a mission. Moff looked confused. What mission?
See that group of kids over there? They'll be very useful to me in the future, but I don't know them well. Luke nodded toward the children playing. I'm ordering you to become their leader, and in the future, you'll be used by me. Moff asked blankly, how am I supposed to do that? However you do it, you have to succeed.
Understood. Luke patted Moff on the shoulder with heavy, serious emphasis. The moment that hand landed, Moff's emotions surged uncontrollably. In Luke's eyes, he saw trust. Even though he'd hated this guy earlier, right now, Moff realized he'd been wrong. Because from the very beginning, only this guy had treated him like an adult. And now he was entrusting him with something this important. Can actually help the prince. The thought made Moff even more excited. He jumped down from the bench, raised his hand over his head solemnly, and said, I will complete the mission. After that, he shot Luke a look and marched straight toward the group of kids. Chest out, head high, he called out loudly, that's not how you play the game. If you want to play Eagle Catches the Chicks, put your thumb up. The second he said it, it grabbed all the kids' attention. I want to play. I want to play. The innocent kids immediately raised their hands with their thumbs up, showing they wanted to join. So Moff started organizing them, and before long, he was completely absorbed into the group. Lux just stood there, stunned. She turned to Kahina, baffled. Why did their relationship suddenly get so good? Why would Moff rather play with this guy than play with me? Lux couldn't understand it. Luke had literally made Moff cry, and Moff still went running after him happily. She'd been so gentle, and Moff couldn't have cared less. Kahina tilted her head, thought for a moment, then said, maybe because you're dumb. Lux slowly produced a question mark, her expression growing increasingly dangerous. What is wrong with you today? I've been putting up with you for ages. Miss Crownguard pounced on Kahina. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Kahina yelped and took off running. The two girls chased and wrestled playfully, and inside the Illuminator's church, it was like the sadness had vanished, bursts of laughter drifting out now and then. // check out my P at Tray0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 44, Made. 1269 words. The three of them stayed at the Illuminator's church and volunteered to help with quite a few tasks. The whole process was actually pretty enjoyable. By around evening, they left the Illuminators' church. Needless to say, the moment Miss Crownguard got home with a little turtle sitting proudly on her face, she ran straight into Lady Agatha's dark expression, and promptly experienced what motherly love truly meant. Less than 2 minutes later, a furious, miserable scream rang out from the Crownguard estate, filled to the brim with resentment toward a certain prince. Meanwhile, Luke was walking home alone when he suddenly sneezed for no reason. It feels like I've been targeted by a vengeful spirit. With his sixth sense greatly enhanced, Luke's expression turned serious. Demacia really wasn't as peaceful as it looked on the surface. This country had plenty of hidden threats. Ferocious beasts, demons, things like that existed in all sorts of regions. But then he remembered he was in the capital, so he didn't dwell on it. When he was close to home, he saw the white-clad bodyguard standing quietly at the door, waiting. He'd clearly been there all afternoon. "Your Highness, these are the keys." When Luke approached, the bodyguard handed him the keys to the mansion behind him. "Thanks for your hard work," Luke said as he took them, genuinely feeling how tough their job was. "This is my duty," the bodyguard replied, lowering his head. "Considering you'll be living alone, the palace has been selecting several outstanding stewards from across the capital. If all goes as expected, there will be results by tomorrow morning." "Then let me know when it's decided," Luke nodded. He'd been feeling like something was missing. Of course he was a prince, yet he had no one at his side to handle daily service. "I'll take my leave." The bodyguard gave a slight bow and departed. Luke opened his front door and stepped inside. Once in, he found the furniture already fully arranged. The house no longer felt so empty. He lounged on the sofa. The warm dusk light spilled through the window, and he couldn't help stretching lazily. So this was what living alone would be like. The thought put a smile on Luke's face. Originally, he'd been thinking maybe he'd go mooch dinner at the Crownguard estate. But the moment the idea surfaced, an aggrieved face flashed through his mind, and Luke immediately killed the thought. "Never mind. I'll figure something out myself." The next day, Luke woke up hungry. When he opened his eyes, it was already late morning. Sunlight poured in through the window and spread across the floor, making the whole room feel pleasantly warm. He sat up and stared into space for a bit. No one would bother him anymore, sure, but it really did seem like he needed someone around to make breakfast. Daily check-in. After thinking it over, Luke did his daily check-in first. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained skill, prestidigitation." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained fearless, early stage, power trial card, 1 hour." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained rare exotic fruit, crimson jewel grape." "Skill detected, prestidigitation." "Learn it." Seeing he'd gotten another skill, Luke glanced at it and chose to learn it. At once, a strange, wonderful sensation rose up. Luke lifted his hand, feeling a subtle difference. Whether it was his imagination or not, his hands seemed better looking. When the sensation faded, information about prestidigitation appeared in his mind. Just as the name suggested, it was a magician-like skill, enhancing hand coordination. It sounded pretty ordinary, but Luke's dexterity and speed had clearly increased by a lot. He took out a silver coin. With a flick of his thumb, it leapt into the air, then, as it fell, Luke caught it again. The coin rolled deftly across his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye it vanished. With normal eyesight, you wouldn't be able to track it at all. Luke played around for a bit, then quickly got bored. After that, he took out the rare exotic fruit, the crimson jewel grape. The crimson jewel grape was bright red. It looked like a pear, crystal clear, and when you examined it closely, it was as dazzling as a gemstone. It looked incredible, like a work of art. Any girl who saw it would probably hesitate to eat it. Luke glanced at it once, then took a big bite and started crunching away. He was hungry in the morning anyway. No wonder it was called a grape. The flavor really was grape, sweet and fragrant. "Congratulations, host. Aptitude +1 of congratulations, host. Aptitude has advanced to promising. 2 notifications popped up in a row. Luke looked, and sure enough his aptitude had advanced. It had reached promising, and it looked like there were 5 more tiers after that. The moment he thought about it, Luke instantly lost interest. After feeling it out, he didn't notice much of anything from the breakthrough, so he couldn't be bothered to care. The last reward was the Fearless, early stage, power trial card, lasting 1 hour. After using it, for 1 hour Luke would possess early stage Fearless strength. It could serve as a self-defense trump card. Not bad, but he'd keep it for later. He finished the Crimson Jewel grape in a few bites and leisurely went to wash up. Right after he finished, he heard someone outside ringing the bell. Of course, Demacia wasn't at that level of technology yet. Calling it a doorbell was just a figure of speech. There was actually a small bell at the entrance. If a household didn't have servants waiting at the door, visitors would use a small hammer prepared nearby to strike the bell. So Luke went outside and saw quite a few people standing there, with the white-clad bodyguard in front. Thinking of what the bodyguard had said yesterday, the people behind him were probably the high-quality stewards the palace had screened. Luke opened the door and led everyone into the living room. "Your Highness, these are the candidates selected by the palace," the white-clad bodyguard said beside him. "You may choose whichever you find satisfactory. From today onward, that person will be responsible for your household affairs." Luke sat on the sofa while the stewards stood in a line in front of him. He scanned from left to right. There were both men and women. There was an old man with white hair slicked back, dressed in a proper suit, wearing glasses, standing ramrod straight. One glance, and you could tell he was a veteran steward. There were also younger ones, sharp and efficient, full of vigor, like newcomers who'd only just entered the profession. Overall, each had their own strengths, but none of that truly grabbed Luke. Looks were definitely a priority. And beyond that, the men could leave. Very quickly, Luke filtered out a large portion in his mind. The ones left were all pretty girls. They wore standard maid outfits and were dressed up neatly and attractively. And among them, one stood out in particular: waterfall-like black hair, violet eyes as beautiful as gemstones, about 170 centimeters tall. With the oversized maid outfit, it was hard to tell her figure. Most importantly, her expressionless, delicate face paired with that maid outfit so perfectly it felt uncanny. Luke couldn't deny he'd always been a looks guy, but the reason this maid caught his attention wasn't just her appearance. More than anything, it was the unique aura she carried. As if she had been born to be a maid. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. It has to be that looking at trash stare 1205 words. So during the one-on-one interview, Luke asked her, "What's your name?" "Your Highness, my name is Yerna Doer," Yerna replied. Her voice was mature and cool, yet even when answering, there wasn't the slightest ripple in her tone, giving off an icy, aloof vibe. Luke thought for a moment, then asked, "If the person standing in front of you is someone you absolutely hate, what expression would you show?" Faced with that question, Yerna looked puzzled. But she didn't ask why. As a maid, her job was simply to respond. So Yerna thought seriously for a moment. Then she lifted her chin slightly, angled her delicate nose toward Luke, drew out the corner of her mouth as if clicking her tongue, furrowed her brows, and her eyes looked at him like he was literal garbage. The dark vibe shot straight to max. This was the soul of a maid. Luke was applauding internally. In that instant, Yerna gave the word maid its very soul. That look like you were trash was just too perfect. "Stop," Luke said calmly, signaling her to end the performance. The very next second, Yerna's face returned to its previous blank expression, completely natural, perfectly controlled. "Since your Highness has chosen Yerna, I will return to the palace to report," the white-clad bodyguard said after learning Luke had finalized his selection. "Go on," Luke nodded. Soon, the bodyguard left with the rest of the candidates, and the mansion was left with only master and servant. Yurna, Luke asked from the sofa, what exactly are your duties? First, attend to your highness's daily needs, such as 3 meals a day. Second, manage affairs within your residence, including purchasing necessities and settling accounts. Third, protect your highness's safety, Yurna said, standing to the side. Protect my safety. Luke glanced over and examined the calm-faced maid. Are you really that capable? One of the palace's screening requirements is strength at late stage unyielding, Yurna replied evenly. It was just an explanation, but it also meant her strength started at late stage unyielding at minimum. Luke couldn't help looking a few more times. Who would have thought she was a combat maid? Late stage unyielding meant she was already close to fearless. By that measure, her realm was nearly 2 full major tiers above Luke's. But it didn't matter. Go pour me a glass of water, Luke yawned. Yes, Yurna answered, turning and leaving at once. Luke leaned back into the sofa, watching the pretty maid bustle around, and couldn't help sighing. So this was how the rich lived. From now on, even something as simple as pouring water wouldn't require him to do it himself. Before long, a cup of hot water was placed on the table in front of him. After finishing, Yurna stood quietly to the side, expressionless, waiting for the next order. Just then, another round of bell ringing sounded outside. Luke didn't say a word. Yurna had already turned and gone to open the door. What's your name? A voice asked outside. To Miss Crownguard, my name is Yurna Doer, Yurna replied. The palace sent you to take care of that guy. Sounds like you're going to have a rough time, Lux said. From outside came a bit of casual chatter, the clearest part being a blonde girl slandering him like she was on a mission. She was just about done turning him into a useless wreck. Luke was already slightly annoyed, and had just stood up when he saw Miss Crownguard walking in along with the very obvious red marks on her forehead and the bridge of her nose. Instantly, Luke decided to forgive her. Then he spotted Kahina too. She'd ultimately gotten hit by it as well. Clearly she'd been training hard last night too. No telling how many times she'd slammed into something. You two really love that makeup style, huh? Luke coughed. For one of the few times in his life, his conscience actually twinged. The two girls shot him a look at the same time. Seeing how obviously he knew exactly what was going on, their irritation spiked immediately. This sixth sense training method was way too brutal. Last night my mom thought I'd lost it and wouldn't let me keep practicing, Lux sighed, sitting down as the topic landed there. Same, Kahina sat too. My sister thought I was possessed. Remembering Sona's worried look, Kahina felt like she really had been acting crazy. Who knew how many times she'd run into the wall last night? Toward the end, her head had been fuzzy, yet she still felt like she'd gained something. That was the beauty of self-delusion. Even if it didn't work, if it felt like it worked, then it worked. Yurna had heated water at just the right time and poured cups for the two of them. Luke lifted his cup, took a sip, and said, I think stopping while you're ahead is fine. Maybe this method is still too early for you. Actually, I've got another pretty good option. As he spoke, he could already feel the two girls' looks change. Their gaze turned into blades, stabbing straight at him. Lux stared at Luke with a dangerous expression. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Kahina's eyes were just as hazardous. For the first time, Luke felt a little guilty, but then he remembered he had a combat maid standing behind him, and his confidence came right back. I just wanted to test. Before he could finish, a throw pillow flew straight at his face. Luke dodged on instinct. The pillow sailed past and Yurna caught it cleanly. I knew it. This guy was messing with us on purpose. Lux fumed, grabbing another pillow. This time, Kahina had no patience left either. She clenched her small fist, and her knuckles actually cracked. It was genuinely intimidating. In that split second, Luke realized that if he didn't calm them down right now, he'd very likely be lying on the floor in the next second. The method depends on the person. And now I think you're actually better suited for a different method, he said, keeping his composure. Sure enough, before beating Luke up, the two of them still cared more about an alternate way to train their sixth sense. So Luke handed them the introductory guide to guiding spiritual energy. Demacia definitely didn't have something like this, and it was absolutely useful. If they learned it, it would increase mental power would that indirectly strengthen their sixth sense. Explaining it out loud wouldn't be easy to understand. The best option was writing it down, and letting them study it at home. Under the girls' suspicious stares, Luke repeatedly guaranteed it was real, and only then did they grudgingly forgive him. Just read it yourselves. And burn it after you're done, got it? Luke took another sip of water and reminded them. The two girls nodded repeatedly, promising they wouldn't spread it. When it came to something like this, they were still very serious. Honestly, Luke wasn't even afraid of it leaking. It wasn't anything especially important, moreover, it was only the introductory section, and even he didn't think much of it. // check out my P at Tray0 for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Have these two always been this brave? 2468 words. The two girls huddled together and studied it for ages, but still couldn't make heads or tails of it. In the end, they decided they'd dig into it properly after they got back. As for right now, there was something else to do. Let's play a game, Lux suddenly said with bright enthusiasm. Kahina immediately nodded. What about you, Your Highness? Two pairs of eyes instantly turned to Luke. I'm fine with it. What are we playing? Luke nodded. There really wasn't anything else to do at the moment. Lux looked like she'd been prepared for that question. She slipped a hand into her pocket and actually pulled out a deck of playing cards. Cards had started getting popular pretty early on, and people had come up with all sorts of ways to play. She opened the box and took out the deck. Lux blinked and asked, "Ever played Turtle Duck Rabbit Race?" Luke shook his head. It's like this, you take a deck, remove the two jokers and 4 random cards, then deal it into 3 hands, 16 cards each. A is just below 2. Other than that, high cards beat low cards. Whoever gets rid of all their cards first loses. Lux explained the rules. Luke understood. It sounded like a variant of those run-fast style card games, pairs, straights, bombs, 3 of a kind, and straight flushes and the like. Even the name gave it away, Turtle Duck Rabbit Race. Whoever runs the fastest wins. Except in this game, there would only be one loser. Anyway, if you don't know how to play, you'll get it after 1 round. Lux started pulling cards out while she talked. She first picked out the 2 jokers, then randomly removed 4 more cards. Then she shuffled and dealt. The 3 of them played a quick practice round while she explained the details as they went. Unsurprisingly, Luke lost the first round. Got it now? Lux asked. Luke nodded. Lux said, then now we're playing for real. Kahina thought for a moment and said, should we set a punishment for the loser? Actually, there has to be one. Lux agreed instantly, then looked at Luke. What do you think? I'm fine with it. Luke nodded again. So what punishment? Lux asked. All 3 of them fell into thought. Luke pondered for a second, then, as if by accident, glanced at the red marks on the 2 girls' foreheads. After thinking it over, he tested the waters. How about a flick to the forehead? Kahina. 2 giant question marks slapped Luke right in the face. Flick your, are you serious? I'm kidding. Luke was just about to take it back. Lux abruptly lifted one hand to stop him. With a cold snort, she said, since you suggested it, that's the punishment. I agree too. Kahina added right away. They both agreed. Let me be completely honest, at this game, I'm known as the undefeated king. Lux preened confidently, giving Luke a mocking look. Just hope you don't regret it later. That good, huh? Luke rubbed his chin, looking at her confident little face. Something was off. 9 times out of 10, something was very off. Have these two always been this bold? Lux turned the cards over, casually picked 4 to remove, then gave the deck a quick shuffle. Without drawing attention to it, she shot Kahina a look and said, "All right, I'm dealing." Kahina returned the look. Today, they were going to make this annoying guy learn what it meant to ask for trouble. They came prepared. The two of them had formed an alliance long before they came to Luke's house 2 against 1. No matter how you looked at it, the advantage was theirs. The revenge match was today. You like flicking foreheads, do you? The two girls sneaked a glance at Luke. On the surface, though, one kept dealing calmly, while the other started sorting her hand as if nothing was going on. "Yurna, go bring down the fruit from upstairs," Luke said as he picked up his cards, giving an order at the same time. "Yes, Your Highness," Yurna replied immediately and went. Very soon, Lux finished dealing. All 3 picked up their hands and started pulling out any pairs from their cards. "Who has the 3 of hearts?" Luke asked while organizing his hand. Lux already had her hand sorted. She revealed the 3 of hearts and secured the first lead. "I'll start with this." The first play had to include the 3 of hearts, so she tossed it onto the table. Then it was Luke's turn. He looked at his cards and followed with 1. Kahina chose to pass. Just then, Yurna came back down the stairs and said, "Your Highness, it seems the fruit has already been eaten." "Eaten already? All right then." Luke answered casually. Neither girl paid any attention to it, and they kept playing. The first couple of rounds were calm enough. All 3 were trying to fight for control of the lead. Halfway through the game, Luke began to notice something. He realized that when he didn't have the lead, Lux and Kahina didn't interfere with each other at all. But the moment he took control of the lead, the gunpowder smell between the two girls shot straight through the roof. Add in their terrible acting and those totally inconspicuous, exchanged glances, Luke finally got it. So he jumped right into a trap. No wonder these two had been so eager to play and so eager to set a punishment. Still, even though he saw through it, Luke had no intention of calling them out. He continued playing along with their performance. After all, who would win and who would lose was still up in the air. Round after round went by. Finally, the 3 of them were running low on cards. The lead was in Lux's hands. She'd just taken it from Luke. At this moment, Luke had 4 cards left. Lux had 7. Kahina only had 1. By this situation, Kahina was extremely likely to lose. But Lux glanced at her excellent hand and curled her lips into a confident smile. A bomb of 6s plus 3 8s. If she wanted to win right now, she could play the 3 8s first and then finish with the bomb instant victory. But if she did that, Luke would get the lead afterward, which would be very bad for Kahina. However, they hadn't seen any 7s the entire game, and since 4 random cards had been removed and Luke had just passed earlier, it proved that Luke's 4 cards weren't a bomb. After a split-second brainstorm, Miss Crownguard confidently played a single card. An 8. That's right. She was going to win twice over. Luke looked troubled, glanced at his hand and sighed. That answer surprised both girls. Kahina's face lit up with delight. She immediately slapped down her final card, and became the first to go out. Next came the one-on-one showdown. And Lux, from Luke's response, launched another round of frantic calculation. If he couldn't beat a single 8, then his hand was either a straight, 2 pairs, or low singles below 8. No matter how you looked at it, he had no chance of winning anymore. And as for her, no matter what she played, she wouldn't lose. The sweet rush of revenge was already flooding Miss Crownguard's heart. Giddy, she decided she was going to savor this and torment Luke properly. So another 8. Then another 8. Lux's little face was flushed with excitement, making her look ridiculously adorable. For the first time seriously, the first time in her life she was holding Luke so effortlessly in the palm of her hand. You can't play, can you? Watch me. Just as Miss Crownguard was about to close it out with her bomb, she suddenly saw Luke smiling. A bad feeling rose up instantly and it grew alarmingly strong. Then she watched as Luke slowly laid down his 4 remaining cards. On the table were 4 sevens. That bomb blew the soul right out of Miss Crownguard. That excited look was still frozen on her face, but her bright eyes dimmed bit by bit. Looks like I win too, Luke said with a grin. Lux still hadn't mentally prepared herself to accept defeat. She held up her 4 sixes, staring in disbelief. With a god-tier hand like this, she still lost. Why did you pass earlier? Lux snapped as she finally reacted, furious as she demanded an explanation. He obviously could have ended the game earlier, but he kept passing. Luke only answered her with a smile. In an instant, Lux understood. If he had gone out earlier, how could the one losing right now possibly be her? He did it on purpose. This hateful guy did it on purpose. Then can we move on to the punishment? Luke said cheerfully, raising his hand and flexing his fingers a little. Lux immediately put on a pitiful, helpless little rabbit expression and whispered, Your Highness, can you be gentler? Don't worry. Luke smiled at her with warm tenderness. He pressed his middle finger and thumb together, brought them up to Lux's forehead, and flicked with force. In the scorching summer heat, that sound was crisp and sweet like a perfectly ripe watermelon. It's splitting open. Lux wailed, crying as she rolled around on the sofa clutching her forehead. The proud undefeated king had fallen. That flick almost sent her straight to the heavens. It took a long while before the pain finally eased. She sat back up, shooting Luke a look that was half grievance, half rage, and swore to herself, this revenge will be repaid. Kahina felt sorry for her, so she only reached out and gently tapped Lux's forehead once. Second round. Lux demanded immediately, eyes burning with vengeful resolve. Want me to shuffle? Luke gathered up the cards on the table and asked with a smile. Naturally, the 2 girls had no objections. Luke shuffled seriously for a few moments, removed 4 cards, then started dealing. Kahina and Lux exchanged a secret glance. This time, they were definitely going to make him lose. 2 minutes later. Kahina stared at the single card left in her hand, and at Luke who held the lead trembling slightly. A pair of 7s, a pair of 9s, 3 6s. Luke laid down his cards, announcing the end of the game. He was a big believer in fairness. Since he'd already flicked Miss Crownguard's forehead once, then Miss Beauville couldn't be left out. As Luke's words fell, clear despair appeared in Kahina's eyes. Your Highness, remember, she tried to say something to awaken a shred of conscience in him, but she didn't even get to finish before Luke's fingers flicked out. This watermelon sound was just as crisp. Someone once told Luke, if you want to know whether a watermelon is sweet, you listen to whether it sounds loud when you tap it. Nice and loud, Luke said, satisfied, pulling his hand back. Kahina instantly understood exactly what kind of pain Lux had just suffered. She let out a muffled whimper, stubbornly refusing to cry out loud. How about we stop? Luke said sympathetically. I'm worried you 2 won't be able to take it. The moment the words left his mouth, both girls rejected him in perfect unison. They'd come this far, there was no backing out now. But their stubbornness, in the face of real strength, was utterly helpless. After 2 more games, tears clung to the corners of Lux and Kahina's eyes. With cards in hand, they looked at Luke carefully, their pitiful little gazes practically begging for mercy. They had gradually realized something. Luke was strong. And not just strong, absurdly strong. This hateful guy had acted like he didn't know how to play, at first purely to make them drop their guard. Even when they teamed up, they hadn't won a single time. This hand's pretty good, Luke said as he played. A long straight starting with the 3 of hearts, then a 3 of a kind, and finally a bomb to close. The game had barely started before it was already over. Meanwhile, Lux and Kahina still had a pile of cards in their hands. The two of them went completely dumbfounded, then looked at each other. At that moment, whatever sisterly bond they'd had was gone. What remained was only one truth: winner takes all. A slaughter began. Neither held back, both trying to kill the other on the spot. If someone had to lose, it absolutely could not be me. When the game ended, Lux collapsed onto the sofa, limp all over, her face full of despair. Luke wore a devil's smile as he slowly approached. Miss Crownguard trembled, terrified, and squeezed her eyes shut. But this time, Luke only flicked lightly. Because he was a little worried if he flicked her stupid, would he have to take responsibility afterward? After all these games, it was like her already not bright brain had been hit with a fresh layer of snow on top of frost. Lux let out a breath of relief. For a brief moment, she even felt grateful that Luke had gone easy on her. "Still want to play?" Luke asked. The instant the two girls heard that, their bodies shuddered. Nope, I'm done. My mom's calling me home for dinner. I still have to go to the Illuminators' church this afternoon. I'm going back to rest first. Farewell, Your Highness." They fled in a panic, their earlier confidence completely gone. Today's revenge plan officially failed. They were the ones who suggested the punishment in the first place, and in the end, they were still the ones who suffered for it. "Yurna, well done." Luke smiled at his maid. She was sensible. He was very satisfied. Earlier, when he told Yurna to go get fruit, there hadn't actually been any fruit in his house at all. When Yurna went upstairs and discovered that, she understood Luke's meaning. After she came back down, she didn't stand behind him. Instead, she stood behind the two girls. When those two were exchanging flirty little signals and secret codes, they had no idea Yurna was also feeding their whole cards to Luke. Of course, that was just insurance for the first round. Hearing Luke's praise, Yurna stood quietly to the side without speaking, silently sympathizing in her heart. Miss Crownguard and Miss Buvel were so pitiful. They didn't know that the moment His Highness gained the right to shuffle, it had already become a game where whoever he wanted to lose would lose. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 47. Chapter 47. That's why it's so expensive. 1229 words, get everything settled. It's noon, let's eat out. Luke was in a very good mood, and once again decided to go dine at a proper restaurant. Don't ask. If you ask, the answer is, because he's rich. Yurna had come straight here with luggage. Hearing that, she gave a slight bow. Yes, Your Highness. With the luggage in hand, she chose a room on the first floor, more convenient for everything. Luke, having nothing to do, sat on the sofa and stared at the deck of cards Lux had forgotten to take with her. He casually picked one up and toyed with it. Then a new idea struck him. He aimed at the cabinet on the far side and flicked his wrist with one hand. The playing card carved a straight line through the air and pinned itself precisely into the cabinet. Twisted fate. The thought flashed through Luke's mind, and he found it amusing. When Yurna came out of the room, she happened to see Luke striking dramatic poses while flinging playing cards, having the time of his life. A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. She didn't know what His Highness was doing, but she waited patiently at the side anyway. Finished tidying up? Then let's go. Luke noticed Yurna beside him and stopped. Throwing playing cards wasn't that interesting. Some other day, he'd level up that sleight of hand skill a bit more. The two of them left the mansion one after the other. Outside, the weather was a bit hot, the sun pouring out heat without restraint. Luke suddenly realized something: as a prince, he couldn't just walk everywhere every day. He needed some kind of transportation. The most popular thing right now was a carriage. He should get one. Preferably something flashy, worthy of his status. He'd leave that to Yurna. For today, they'd just make do. Luke was getting tired of the restaurant they went to last time, so he decided to switch it up. He strolled around for a bit, and before long found a high-end place that looked pretty good. The manager was deeply honored by the prince's visit and personally came out to receive him, brimming with enthusiasm. The food came quickly, too. In no time, the dishes Luke ordered were set on the table steaming hot, rich with aroma. During the meal, there was a small issue. When Luke ate, Yurna stood quietly off to the side. It looked like she planned to wait until Luke finished, then go eat afterward. There really was a rule here that servants couldn't eat at the same table as their master. Among nobles, it was called table etiquette, an old tradition that wasn't meant to be crossed. Luke, living a second life, didn't care about that sort of thing. Still, he wasn't planning to change anything, either. He just thought, if he finished and then had to wait for her, that would be annoying. So he glanced at Yurna. "Sit and eat." "Yes, Your Highness." Yurna bowed in reply. She rarely showed expression, and simply walked to the opposite side, sat down, and began to eat. That was one thing Luke found extremely satisfying about her. Especially obedient. No matter what Luke ordered, Yurna would carry it out immediately, never adding a single unnecessary word. While eating, Luke glanced up briefly. Yurna ate as quietly as she lived, small bites, unhurried, looking very proper and refined. But her face showed absolutely no reaction to the taste. As if delicious and terrible were exactly the same to her. Luke suddenly wondered, if Yurna ate truly incredible food, would she show a new expression? He tucked the question away and kept eating. By the time Luke was nearly done, Yurna was almost finished as well. Even though she ate in small bites, she wasn't slow at all. Or rather, it was more like she timed it perfectly to finish when he did. If Luke ate faster, her pace would probably still match. Luke picked up the napkin and dabbed at his mouth, then raised a hand in a small gesture. The manager, who had been watching from afar, hurried over at once. "How much?" Luke asked. "Your Highness, it's an honor for you to visit. This meal is on the house." The manager bowed slightly, smiling. "As long as you come often." Luke stood. "Yurna, pay whatever it costs. I'll wait outside." Luke naturally wasn't going to mooch a meal. He gave Yurna the instruction and walked out. The manager stared after him, full of regret. After waiting outside for a moment, Yurna came out as well. "Your Highness, it was 28 gold in total." Luke nodded casually. Even more expensive than the previous restaurant. But Luke didn't feel the slightest pain. Don't ask if you ask, it's because he's rich. After he'd appeared at the Grand Plaza, his status had become truly extraordinary. He was the kingdom's suddenly revealed second prince. Whether openly or in the shadows, people were definitely watching him. Little favors like comped meals weren't worth accepting at all. Walking along the street, Luke remembered the swordsmanship enthusiasts' training camp he'd visited before. He thought this would be a good time to go work off the food. And maybe, just maybe, he'd run into Fiora by chance. With that thought, he glanced sideways and sized up Yurna. She was wearing an eye-catching maid outfit, her long legs below the knee-length skirt wrapped in black stockings, drawing plenty of attention. "Let's go to a clothing shop first. Change into something casual." After thinking it over, Luke decided to change her outfit first. Before long, Yurna's maid uniform was replaced with a light, convenient set of everyday clothes. Only after she took off the maid outfit did her figure really show curves in all the right places. They wandered to the mask shop and pushed the door open. "Pick one you like." As he spoke, Luke went to the mask rack and chose another frog mask. The one he bought last time was at home. He hadn't thought to bring it when he went out. The rabbit attendant recognized him at a glance and said, "Before you leave, you can store your mask with us. We guarantee we won't reveal a customer's identity." "Is that so?" Luke responded, but still bought a new one. By then, Yurna seemed to have chosen her preferred mask as well. She pointed to a black cat mask and said to the attendant, "This one." "This one's a bit more expensive, 10 gold, the rabbit attendant said. Yurna looked to Luke. Luke nodded. He'd already handed his wallet to Yurna. She had the money on her. With his approval, Yurna paid. Once she put on the black cat mask, it paired nicely with her ever-calm violet eyes, and it even came with a pair of cat ears. Luke figured that was where the price went. He brought Yurna into the alley. After entering the training camp, he glanced at the rabbit attendant walking ahead. Then Luke gave Yurna a quiet reminder from behind. "Everyone's equal in there. Once we're inside, keep a low profile." Yurna answered this time. She dropped the "Your Highness." Luke didn't really mind people knowing his identity. But those were the training camp's rules, and he could only follow them. // check out my P at Tray0 for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Looks like we hit an iron wall again. 1251 words. The rule here is simple. You duel someone one-on-one. The winner can take points from the loser, Luke said as they walked. And those points seemed to have a lot of uses. Yurna followed behind and gave a slight nod. "Can you use a sword?" Luke turned and asked. "I can, a little," Yurna replied. "Then go look around on your own, or find someone to spar with. I'm going to the restroom." He'd probably had too much water that morning. After leaving her with that, Luke turned to go find the restroom. Something like that obviously wasn't something Yurna should follow him into. And Yurna understood what he meant, so she didn't. When Luke finished and came back, he happened to catch a pretty entertaining scene. He'd just been thinking how he hadn't run into anyone familiar, and then there one was. Up on the ring, a burly man wearing a bear mask was explaining the rules to his opponent. "You're called Black Cat, right? Put your protective gear on properly. There aren't many female swordsmen in this training camp. If there's anything you don't understand, let me teach you." The bear mask's voice was rough, but right now it sounded almost absurdly gentle. For one very simple reason. His opponent was Yurna. Luke hadn't felt like thinking too hard, so he'd just named her Black Cat on the spot. In a hot-blooded training camp like this, just like Bear Mask said, there were women here but not many. Let alone someone like Yurna, a great figure, and a presence that looked refined at a glance. With the mask framing them, those violet eyes of hers looked even more striking, more lingering. Yurna put on her gear and chose a short blade as her weapon. A crowd had gathered below the ring. Part of it was because Bear Mask had a reputation, and the other part didn't really need explaining. Here we go, the classics starting. Newbie killers back in business. This guy's been behaving for a few days ever since he got put in his place last time. Didn't think he'd show up again today. What he's after, we all know. The chatter was non-stop. From what Luke heard, Bear Mask really had come back. And honestly, he had good taste in targets. At this point, both fighters' names had been registered. A rabbit attendant stood below the ring with a ledger in hand, ready to record the result. Bear Mask spoke with confidence and perfect gentlemanly flair. "When the bell rings, the duel starts. You can attack at any time. Don't worry, I can take it." Yurna heard him, and didn't react at all. The bell rang. Bear Mask smiled. "Come at me." He was thinking to himself, another day full of gentlemanly charm. Wouldn't this have the girl totally dazzled? Yurna stepped forward the moment the bell rang. No fancy footwork, and her movements didn't resemble any recognizable sword style. She simply closed the distance, raised the short blade when she was near, and brought it down. "Your sword." Bear Mask confidently started to give pointers, but then he suddenly realized the speed of that strike was what the hell kind of fast. His vision blurred. He hurriedly lifted his greatsword. Clang. The great sword flew sideways right out of his hands. And along with the sword, Bear Mask's huge body went flying too. By the time he crashed down off the ring, the spectators still hadn't fully processed what they'd just seen. Bear Mask was stunned as well, like he couldn't believe it. Got one shot. Didn't you say you could take it? Someone in the crowd finally blurted out, snapping back to reality. That was a little embarrassing. Bear Mask got up, cleared his throat, and somehow managed not to look too awkward. Looks like I hit a wall again. Seriously, what has been going on these past few days? Last time it was a frog. This time it's a black cat. And they keep getting stronger. This one just deleted him in one hit. How was he supposed to play like that? This black cat seems strong. No kidding. She one-shot Bear Mask. You can do that. I wonder who's stronger between her and Fiora. Definitely Fiora. Fiora is forever the GOAT. Some fanatic nearby threw an arm into the air yelling. Luke immediately took a few steps away in disgust. Still, Luke could tell Yurna really did have skill. Bear Mask was, at best, an apprentice. Challenging someone at the unyielding peak stage, of course, he'd get instantly crushed. Just then, someone recognized Luke. Hey, aren't you the frog swordsman? You're here too. The person greeted him. After all, in this training camp, basically nobody wore such a dopey-looking frog mask. As attention drifted away from Black Cat, people naturally noticed Luke. As the guy who'd made Bear Mask retire last time and the guy Fiora had boldly tipped with 300 points, quite a few people still remembered him. A number of them came over to say hello. Luke answered them one by one. Over on Bear Mask's side, he'd gotten 30 points deducted and had been wailing about it. Hearing the commotion here, he jogged over too. Where've you been these days? Haven't seen you. He was pretty friendly, all things considered. The big guy wasn't bad at heart, he just liked picking on newcomers. Luke's impression of him was decent, so he replied, had some things to deal with. With the fight over, the crowd dispersed. And because of what Yurna had just shown, nobody dared go up and flirt with her now. She didn't come to bother Luke either. She stepped down from the ring and waited quietly a short distance away. Where's Fiora? Luke asked curiously. Maybe she's not here today. I heard she's got a duel scheduled for this afternoon, she's probably still preparing. After saying that, Bear Mask added, but you won't really run into her in the outer area anyway. With your skill, you should go check the inner area. The inner area? Bear Mask nodded. You noticed it too, right? Me included, the outer area doesn't really have many people who can actually use a sword. It's mostly sword enthusiasts who call themselves swordsmen. The real monsters are in the inner area. Fiora too, she's usually active in there. Sword enthusiast and swordsman weren't the same thing. When Luke came last time, he'd already noticed the training camp's skill range was ridiculously wide. He just hadn't known there was an inner area. Now it clicked. No wonder he'd followed someone in last time, but couldn't find them. Then they'd suddenly appeared later. They'd gone into the inner area. Once he understood, Luke asked, where's the entrance? There are two. Usually people go straight in through the corridor. The second entrance is over there, see that tunnel at the far end. As he spoke, Bear Mask pointed toward the deepest part on the left. Luke followed the direction and spotted a tunnel entrance. Go down through that and you're in the inner area. If you want to enter, someone will explain the details. I won't bother. Bear Mask clearly couldn't be bothered explaining. He'd just taken another big points hit, and was in a miserable mood. Thanks, Luke said. No big deal. Bear Mask sighed and turned away. Right now, he was seriously considering whether he should actually retire for real this time. // check out my P at Trey0 for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www com/Raziel0810 Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Miss Fiora 1233 words. After entering the inner area, Luke quickly realized it was much more professional in here. For example, rank tiers. The inner area used for kinds of badges: iron, bronze, silver, and gold, dividing everyone into 4 ranks. That made the gap in strength much clearer. It also made things more competitive. Lower-ranked fighters could refuse duel invitations from higher-ranked fighters, while higher-ranked fighters could not refuse duels issued by lower-ranked fighters. The penalty for refusing was a points deduction. There were also more professional scorekeepers, with point changes recorded and updated at any time. In the outer area, point changes were handled on a daily standard, based on the last recorded score. Whatever your points were for that day stayed the same for determining gains and losses, regardless of wins or defeats. Only the next day would your new points be updated. All of that was tournament structure. Luke wasn't really interested. After asking around a bit, he learned that Fiora, just like Bear Mask had said, really was scheduled to duel someone called Third Young Master of the Capital this afternoon. Inner area, huh? Even the nicknames sounded a lot more flashy. The duel challenge had naturally been issued by Third Young Master of the Capital. There was only an hour left until the duel time. Luke's timing today was pretty perfect. Since it wouldn't be long, he rented a lounge with points and took a short nap. Time ticked by. More and more people gathered outside. Yerna gently shook Luke awake. After his nap, Luke felt pleasantly sluggish. He sat up, yawned, and walked out of the lounge. A crowd had already formed outside. All the front row viewing spots had been snatched up. And the 2 fighters were already standing on the ring. The most eye-catching one was Fiora, dressed in white. Wearing that white face mask, she stood on the stage with a cool, distant aura, holding a slender blade in her hand. Her opponent wore a painted face mask, dressed in ornate clothes, and his weapon was also a long sword. Fiora, Third Young Master of the Capital, said with polished courtesy, "If I win, will you let me see your face beneath the mask?" To be fair, he really did have a gentlemanly air when he spoke, nothing like Bear Mask's forced performance. Fiora only answered calmly, "You won't win." No need to say that so early. Third Young Master of the Capital showed a confident smile. "Anything is possible. My ranking is second only to yours. Why would I have no chance to win?" "Because you won't win." Fiora repeated it again, her voice cold. She had no interest in this fight to begin with. She was even starting to lose interest in the training camp itself. She ranked first because the camp's ceiling was right there. And he ranked second because his own ceiling only reached second. That simple truth was exactly why this place no longer held any possibility of making her stronger. From the day she discovered this place to the day she became its strongest, it had taken Fiora less than half a year. Even if there's a tiny chance. Third Young Master of the Capital asked again, unwilling to give up. "If you can make me feel even a little interest, just a little, I'll take off my mask," Fiora said, her patience thinning, but still giving him that. The moment those words landed, the crowd below erupted. The mysterious Fiora, what did the face under that mask look like? For so long, it had been a topic of endless speculation, a scene countless people had imagined. Was today finally the day they'd see it? The crowd grew excited, throwing encouraging looks at Third Young Master of the Capital, hoping he'd step up and deliver. He raised his longsword vertically in front of his face, his expression sharpening. "Then watch closely." Fiora simply held her blade angled at her side, her eyes as cool and clear as ever. A crisp bell rang from below. In the same instant, both fighters moved. But the fastest was Fiora. Her slender blade thrust out like a streak of white light. Third Young Master of the Capital swung to block, but the second strike was already stabbing in. His pressure instantly spiked to the limit. Still, he was ranked second for a reason. His mind worked quickly, and he found a response at once. He twisted his body hard to the side, catching an opening to counterattack. Fiora shifted into defense, letting him press forward. But after only a few exchanges, disappointment grew heavier and heavier in her eyes. A sword style forged like it came off an assembly line every move, and posture locked into a fixed pattern. It carried generations of experience, yes, but it also shackled the user inside it. She had seen this kind of swordplay too many times. She could even predict his next move, she could even tell where his next strike would land. Once her interest vanished, Fiora began to apply force. With a sharp upward flick, she knocked his longsword aside, and then her offense fell like a rainstorm. Third young master of the capital struggled to defend, retreating step by step, the pressure doubling with every step back. He tried to counterattack in the gaps but quickly realized it would only make him lose faster. Before long, he couldn't hold on anymore. Even though Fiora's weapon wasn't sharpened, every hit still sent sharp pain through his body. Finally, his sword was cut away and sent flying, and Fiora's slender blade stopped right in front of his face. "Fiora, you really are incredible." Third young master of the capital sighed, then because he'd lasted so long asked with hopeful anticipation, "And your evaluation of me is?" "A stagnant pool. Unbearably dull." Fiora drew her blade back and delivered 8 icy words. Third young master of the capital froze. He hadn't expected the strength he took such pride in to earn only that. To the spectators, the result seemed almost inevitable. Fiora turned, about to leave. Then, in the crowd, she caught sight of a frog mask that looked unbelievably dopey just standing there made the wearer seem silly. In an inner area full of all kinds of masks, it was distinctive in its own way. More importantly, Fiora remembered that mask. "Frog swordsman." She murmured it softly. A lot of people below heard her and immediately started looking around, trying to see who that name belonged to. In the crowd, Luke raised a hand in greeting. "We meet again." Everyone realized there really was only one frog mask in sight. A few people from the outer area also recognized him. Fiora, who had been about to leave, suddenly changed her mind and invited him herself. "Want to spar?" Luke answered immediately. As the crowd instinctively parted to make a path, he walked up onto the ring. At this moment, the people who had never heard of the frog swordsman couldn't help feeling confused. Why had Fiora suddenly issued an invitation? And third young master of the capital, who had already stepped down and was about to leave, also stopped and stared puzzled. Ever since entering the training camp, he had never once seen Fiora proactively invite someone to spar. "TN, thank you so much for the stones. // check out my P at Tray0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 50. This is straight 1192 words now, though. She had invited this frog swordsman, someone most of them had barely even heard of. Third young master of the capital, who had been about to leave, stopped in place. At this moment, Luke had already stepped onto the ring. The audience below still hadn't dispersed, and the chatter continued, but Fiora didn't care. She looked Luke over once, then asked, "Have you improved lately?" Her impression of the frog swordsman wasn't just a little. If anything, it was deep. Because the swordplay he used, while it felt inexperienced from top to bottom, every move, and every form was incredibly novel. It was something she had never seen before. And with just one look, she could be sure of it, this sword style had tremendous growth potential. "A bit," Luke said modestly. "Is that so?" Fiora raised her blade, took 2 steps back and said, "Then same as last time. When you're ready, you can attack whenever you want." She suppressed her strength. Thinking back to their last bout, she assumed Luke wouldn't have improved all that much in just a few days. Luke took a deep breath. A wind-like presence gathered around him. The spectators might not have noticed anything. But Fiora, standing across from him, could clearly feel that Luke's aura had changed. A rare hint of interest surfaced in her cool eyes. The next second, Luke attacked. He dashed forward, sweeping blade, his sword light carving a half-arc through the air. Fiora blocked the first strike, and immediately felt something was off. Luke's blade, stopped by the parry, flowed upward in the same motion. Wind gathered along the edge, and then he thrust Steel Tempest straight in. That attack made even Fiora feel danger. She reflexively stepped back and raised her sword, blocking with genuine focus. Then, as Luke's follow-up exchanges came in, a flicker of surprise appeared in Fiora's eyes. You call this a bit? In just those few strikes, even she'd been caught off guard. With a small ripple in her thoughts, Fiora shifted from defense to offense and raised the level of strength she was suppressing. Luke met attack with attack. The familiar pressure surged back, but this time he seemed able to handle it more smoothly. After several defensive exchanges, he could still find openings to strike back. Fiora's surprise didn't lessen, it grew. She became more and more convinced that her first feeling hadn't been wrong. This frog swordsman's strength hadn't just increased by a tiny amount. His swordplay was sharper, his power greater, and even his footwork carried a harder-to-pin down, almost elusive quality. It was, without question, a massive leap. But when she thought about it, how long had it been since she'd last seen him? 5 days. That rate of growth. A thoughtful look appeared in Fiora's eyes. I lose. Luke felt the pressure mounting higher and higher. He figured he was about to crack, so he surrendered. Fiora snapped back to herself, looked at the sword in her hand, and realized she'd unconsciously raised her output again. She couldn't help feeling a little awkward. After a second of silence, she said, "You've improved a lot." Luke honestly wasn't sure. This was only the 3rd time in his life he'd fought someone. In his eyes, it really did feel like just a small improvement. But the truth was, the wind swordsmanship had only 9 levels total. Even 1 level of progress was already a huge variable. And his strength had reached the early heroic stage. Add in his gecko wall-crawling footwork woven into his movement, his combat ability had practically undergone a qualitative change. No wonder Fiora looked surprised. I'm leaving. Are you coming? Fiora considered for a moment, then asked. Since it sounded like an invitation, Luke had no reason to refuse. He nodded. The moment the crowd heard Fiora say that, they exploded again. Leaving together. What did that mean? Leaving the training camp together? And when they saw Fiora and the frog swordsman actually walking away side by side, it only confirmed what everyone was thinking. Damn, if they were leaving the training camp together, didn't that mean the kid called frog swordsman might get to see the face beneath Fiora's mask? And Fiora had brought it up herself. 3rd young master of the capital was completely baffled too. He'd watched from below the whole time, and couldn't see what was so special about that frog swordsman. At best, the guy knew some swordsmanship. If he went up there, he'd make him surrender in a few exchanges. So why was Fiora so interested in him? And now they were even leaving together. Was she going to reveal her face to him in private? The more he thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. At this moment, Luke and Fiora were already moving through the inner area passage toward the main floor corridor. The lighting there was dim. Fiora spoke. Want to know why I called you to come with me? Luke asked curiously, why? When he turned his head, he saw Fiora had already lifted a pale hand to her mask. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she removed it. Beneath the mask was a breathtakingly beautiful face, snow-white skin, soft red lips, a delicate, refined oval face with a cold, striking allure. Her cool eyes were as beautiful as pure ice. Long black hair spilled over her shoulders, with 2 distinctive red bangs framing the front. The Grand Duelist Fiora. Your Highness, Fiora said with a faint smile, next time you follow someone, you should be a little more careful. So you noticed a long time ago. Luke wasn't really surprised. Last time, when Fiora led him weaving left and right, he'd already had a vague feeling she might have realized she was being followed. Fiora asked, have we met before? It's just that you resemble a friend of mine, so I acted on impulse, Luke said, shaking his head. He obviously couldn't say that friend of his was literally the Grand Duelist. As a former top lane player, it was only natural he'd be curious. Is that so? Fiora watched him with those cool eyes as he spoke. He didn't look like he was lying. But she didn't really care about that. What interested her more was the sword art Luke carried. She withdrew her gaze, walking forward as she said, "Your swordplay is very interesting." Walking beside her, Luke smiled. "I'm honored. If you train seriously for some time, I think you'll have great achievements in the art of the sword in the future." That was Fiora's evaluation. She was born with exceptional instinct for the blade. She wouldn't claim she'd seen every sword style in Demacia, but she knew quite a bit about the reputable, established ones. As for the obscure, unranked styles, most of them were unimpressive anyway. But Luke's swordplay was something she had never seen before. With his talent, he might achieve something remarkable one day. Hearing that, Luke didn't respond, he just acted like he hadn't heard. Train hard. That's basically asking for my life. // check out my P at Tray0 for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 51, That's Life. 1302 words. The two of them left the training camp through the main level passage, coming out from the opposite side. Walking along the street now, Luke took off his mask. He glanced at Runeterra silently following behind him, then turned his gaze forward again. "Will you be coming again tomorrow, Miss Fiora?" "I will tomorrow, but after that probably not." Fiora didn't try to hide it. She answered plainly. Luke paused, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I'll come tomorrow to cash out my points. After that, I shouldn't be setting foot in the training camp anymore." Luke asked, curious. "There's nothing here that can make me stronger anymore. If I stay, what's the point? Other than wasting time, what does it offer me?" She sounded as if she had zero attachment to the place. There wasn't even the slightest emotion in her voice. She wanted to become stronger. So she wouldn't spend time on anything meaningless. Even so, she had run into a bottleneck lately. Her growth had slowed to a crawl. So that's how it is. Luke looked at the woman beside him, strong, sharp, and unyielding, and he could vaguely guess why she was so desperate to improve. House Loran was a famous Demacian family of swordmasters. Across the generations, it had produced no shortage of powerful duelists. But the family also had an old tradition: their swordsmanship was passed only to men, never to women. And this duelist in front of him had been born into House Loran. They walked shoulder to shoulder as pedestrians streamed past around them. Along the way, Fiora seemed like she wanted to say something, hesitating, holding it back, but in the end she dismissed the thought. At a fork in the road, she stopped and looked at Luke. "I still have some things to do. Let's part ways here." There was a clear note of farewell in her words. Luke nodded. "I hope you enjoy the rest of your day." With that, Fiora turned and left. Luke watched her go, then chose a different direction. He still didn't feel like going home. He planned to wander around the capital a bit more. Only then did Runeterra step closer. Luke thought for a moment and said, "Go back and cash out the points. I'll wait for you at the intersection ahead." He was referring, naturally, to the training camp's point system. If Fiora wasn't planning to return, then he probably didn't need to go back there either. Counting the 300 points Miss Fiora had given him, cashing them out would net him a nice little profit. Runeterra nodded and turned back. Luke strolled along at an easy pace, looking left and right, trying to find something interesting. He wandered around for most of the afternoon. He didn't find much worth seeing. If anything, the sun baked the strength right out of him. In the end, he gave up on sightseeing. He decided to go home and relax properly. But right as he arrived, something mildly interesting happened. He stood at his front door, staring straight at Miss Fiora across from him. "Miss Fiora didn't expect to run into you again." Luke lifted a hand and greeted her. Fiora frowned slightly. Her clear blue eyes pinned Luke in place, looking at him like he was some kind of creep. Your Highness, do you really have a hobby of following people around? This time, Luke was genuinely wronged. He looked completely innocent. I didn't follow you. This is my house. If anything, I should be asking why you're here. How could he be accused of stalking while standing at his own front door? Fiora hesitated, then said, This is the road I take home. If you keep going 10 more minutes, you'll reach House Loran. Luke froze for a second. He hadn't expected House Loran and House Crownguard to be neighbors. And now that this mansion was his, did that mean he was literally wedged between the two houses? Just then, Runeterra opened the front gate. Luke took the chance to ask, in that case, would you like to come in for a bit? With the door already open, Fiora didn't press the suspicion further. It seemed the prince really had moved out of the palace. She was curious but she didn't ask. Faced with Luke's invitation, Fiora considered it for a heartbeat, then shook her head. All right then. Safe travels, Miss Fiora. Luke didn't insist. After a brief farewell, he walked inside. If they lived this close, they could meet whenever they wanted. Fiora watched his back disappear past the doorway. The thought she'd suppressed earlier surfaced again. She should wait a few more days and see. With that in mind, Fiora stepped away and slowly left. As evening drew near, the doorbell rang. Runeterra went to open it. A moment later, Luke reading on the sofa saw Miss Crownguard stumble in, shoulders slumped, completely drained. The bright, lively look she usually had was gone, her face pale. The moment she entered the living room, Lux didn't say a word. She flopped onto the sofa like she'd been thrown there, motionless. Where'd you run off to this afternoon? What did you get up to? Luke lowered his book, baffled. She'd been bouncing around at noon. How did one afternoon leave her looking like her soul had vanished? Get up to what? Lux wriggled a little and turned her head, revealing her delicate face. She spoke with barely any strength. I just took a trip to hell. It sounded dramatic, but after Luke asked a bit more, he learned that Miss Crownguard had simply gone to a tutoring class. Tutoring class? That used to be Luke's nightmare too. But now, he didn't have to deal with it at all. A tutoring class did this to you? Seeing Lux looking like she might fall asleep standing up, Luke immediately started laughing at her. Lux's misery was his source of joy. Now that he'd escaped school and all that extra tutoring, this was exactly the kind of thing he loved seeing. Lux glared at Luke's smug, delighted expression and felt even more annoyed. She protested, indignant. Why am I the only one who has to suffer like this? Luke was the same age as her, so why did he get to stay home every day, doing whatever he wanted? Seeing the envy in Lux's eyes only made Luke even more pleased with himself. He sighed dramatically. That's life. Lux turned her face away, not wanting to look at him anymore. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She turned back, full of resentment. I curse you. You're not a kid anymore, and you're still this childish. Luke sipped his hot water, completely unconcerned, feeling unbelievably refreshed. A curse just because you say it out loud? Who would that actually work on? Lux buried her face in the throw pillow, not wanting to talk at all. Just thinking about going home, about her mother quizzing her on this, and that made her feel like she didn't have a shred of energy left. She almost thought, maybe I should just stay at the prince's place tonight. The moment the bold idea appeared, Lux immediately crushed it. If she really did that, her mother might actually skin her alive. And right then, that irritating, ha 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 laughter kept drifting into her ears. So annoying. In that moment, Lux prayed with absolute sincerity, hoping to receive the goddess of light's blessing. Let the guy next to her suffer the exact same torment she was suffering right now. Luke, at that moment, was laughing happily. But he had no idea, he wouldn't be able to laugh for much longer. Check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 52, because I can't beat you 1277 words over the next few days, nothing major really happened. Everything it all overlapped perfectly with the life Luke had imagined. He slept until he woke up naturally every day. Once he was up, he did his daily check-in. The rewards these past few days were all rare fruits and exotic produce, most of them stored away in the system inventory. After getting dressed, the maid downstairs would hear him moving around and bring up a freshly made breakfast. At noon, he'd take a carriage into the capital and pick a decent restaurant for lunch. In the afternoon, he'd wander around, and every so often he'd get to laugh at Miss Crownguard, who'd run over to his place to hide out. Dinner was naturally eaten out as well. Over these few days, Luke had practically toured every famous restaurant in the capital. Life was comfortable and unhurried. Now, even when he lay down to sleep each night, the corner of Luke's mouth would be curled up in a smile. Until this day. Your Highness, it's time to get up for school. In his sleep, Luke heard Yurna's voice. She gently shook his body. Let me sleep a little longer. He thought he was dreaming, rolled over, and kept sleeping. Your Highness, the High Marshal is waiting for you. Yurna continued. The High Marshal. Luke's brain cleared for a split second, then the drowsiness swallowed it again. Forget the High Marshal. Even if his father showed up today, nobody was stopping him from finishing this sleep. 1 minute later the door was shoved open with a loud sound, followed by the sharp clack of hard-soled shoes stepping across the floor. Yurna, be quiet. Luke thought it was Yurna making the noise. He rolled over again, cracked his eyes open, and glanced that way. And once he saw who it was, he couldn't close his eyes again. A familiar face was right there. Tiana smiling as she looked down at him. The High Marshal really came. Luke's eyes snapped open. There was still a trace of blank confusion in his gaze. If I remember correctly, this is my house, isn't it? Tiana nodded. How did you get in? I walked in. Tiana answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Luke stared for a moment, then said, You do know breaking into someone's home is illegal, right? But it's fine. Tiana smiled, completely unconcerned. We can just add a law that says the High Marshal entering the prince's room doesn't count. Luke. He couldn't even argue. Was really how it worked. Thinking seriously about it, yes, she probably could be that casual. The woman in front of him was, in Demacia, one of the very few people whose status and authority came second only to his father's. At this point Luke felt a little numb. He still hadn't figured out why Tiana was here. 3 minutes, Tiana said warmly. Can you get up? Luke nodded reflexively, then immediately reacted. Get up for what? Tiana replied, School. Luke froze again. School for what? You're not dumb enough to need me to define that word, are you? Tiana straightened up, clearly not interested in explaining. Why do I have to go to school? Luke rubbed at a temple that was already starting to ache. Tiana countered, Why can't you go to school? I am a prince. And being a prince means you don't have to go to school. Luke had just woken up. His head still wasn't fully running. But he had a sharp sense that something was seriously off. Why was the word school even something that could be connected to him? Wasn't he supposed to be long past that? I still remember your brother looking just as confused as you do now, Tiana said, recalling it with obvious satisfaction. But after I beat him up once, his understanding became a lot clearer. As she spoke, she lowered her head and gave Luke a gentle smile. I think you're a little smarter than your brother. That smile made Luke shiver for no reason. He wasn't about to gamble on whether Tiana would actually beat him up. Because she was one of the few people in all of Demacia who absolutely would, and she'd face zero consequences afterward. which was deeply unpleasant. If it were Roy, that old man, Luke would at least dare to shout a couple of lines at him. But right now silence was his only reply tonight. Change into this. You still have a bit of time, no need to rush. The carriage is already prepared. Tiana tossed down a set of clothes that had clearly been readied in advance. Then she placed a hand on Luke's head and rubbed his hair a few times, deliberately messing it up until it looked thoroughly ruined, before turning and leaving the room. Luke sat on the bed with hair like a bird's nest, suddenly questioning his life choices. He turned to look at the maid standing beside him and asked, "Why didn't you stop her? This was his house, wasn't it? And Yerna just let someone barge in like that? Outrageous." Faced with the question, Yerna answered with a perfectly serious expression, "Because I can't beat her." Luke. A sudden wave of despair. Even though he didn't want to, Luke still followed his body's instincts, got up, washed up, and changed clothes. He was wearing the school uniform now, and honestly, it looked pretty good on him. After admiring himself for a second or two, Luke finally went downstairs. And there, outside, was Tiana waiting. To be personally waited on for this long early in the morning by a nation's high marshal, most people would probably consider that an honor. A carriage was parked at the door. It looked like it belonged to House Crown Guard. Yerna stood at the entrance to see him off. "Safe travels, Your Highness." Luke looked back at her with reluctant longing, then climbed into the carriage in despair. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside and immediately saw Lux, wearing the exact same expression of despair. They stared at each other for several seconds in complete silence. Then Luke quietly sat down on a seat to the side. Lux, who'd been half dead from sleep a moment ago, suddenly looked energized. She snapped upright in one smooth motion and scooted closer. Then she patted Luke's shoulder with her small hand, full of emotion. "That's life." The words were soaked in mockery. That punchable little expression was exactly the same one Luke had been wearing before. Seeing Luke sit there, silent the whole time, Miss Crownguard's mood instantly improved and she laughed with genuine delight. Luke hadn't expected her curse to actually come true. All of a sudden, he felt like Jarvan IV making him move out of the palace had a deeper meaning after all. And not only that, he'd been moved to a place no more than 10 minutes away from House Crownguard. So this was a conspiracy. A premeditated conspiracy. He'd never seen a nation's high marshal go to someone's home early in the morning just to drag them off to school. "What did I ever do to deserve this?" "It's not as painful as you think," Lux said, speaking as a senior now, sharing her rich experience. "Just endure it and it'll pass." Looking at Lux's smug, delighted little face, Luke decided he didn't want to talk. And right then, he suddenly understood one simple truth of life: you really can't be too arrogant as a person. // Check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 53. Chapter 53, The Charm of Language, EC, 1158 words. The carriage rode for about 30 minutes, swaying the whole way. Just like Luke's brain right now, swaying. When the carriage finally stopped, he was dragged down by Tiana like a prisoner about to be marched to the execution grounds. Being personally sent to school by a nation's high marshal, the feeling was, well, you know. You really do. Tiana hauled him to a stop at the entrance of the Royal Academy. Luke stared at the grand, imposing building ahead, and at the huge sign engraved with the words Royal Academy. His psychological trauma returned instantly. "Do you want me to walk you inside?" Tiana asked with a smile at his side. "No, thanks." Luke let out a sigh. At this point, all he could do was go to his death with dignity. He knew that with his own strength alone, there was no way he could change this outcome. That detestable woman had probably already smoothed things over with his father, too. In the end, it was just bad luck with age. If this body were even 2 years older, he could have left this cursed academy behind. "Lux, I put him in the same class as you. Take care of him." Tiana still added one more instruction, giving Lux a pointed look. "Don't worry, Aunt Tiana." Lux promised with a very serious little face. Quite a few carriages were parked outside the Royal Academy's gates. Anyone who studied here was the child of some noble family, with only a small number coming from commoner backgrounds, rare talents from humble homes. Plenty of people noticed Luke and Lux walking in together. And honestly, with their looks, the two of them side by side were absolutely attention-grabbing. The moment Lux stepped onto campus, she immediately returned to her bright, energetic self. She wore a cute smile, and whenever someone came up to greet her, she'd politely respond. Don't be fooled by how airhead Miss Crownguard could be. In the capital, she had a lot of popularity. Quite a few people also greeted Luke, introducing themselves along the way. But Luke had a serious morning temper. He brushed everyone off with vague replies. Even so, he still left a good impression on plenty of the noble girls who approached. No special reason. He was just handsome. Halfway there, Luke suddenly remembered something and asked, "Where's Kahina?" Kahina should be the same age as Lux, so why hadn't he seen her once since getting to the academy? "She's not in the Royal Academy," Lux explained. "Kahina's always studied at the Martial Academy. Supposedly it's her dream, she wants to become a great knight someday." The Royal Academy, as the name implied, was an academy run by the Crown. It was like a capital university. The subjects were fairly balanced, and the main students were young nobles. But the Martial Academy was more specialized. Apparently, it had produced quite a few outstanding knights. Garen, for example, people said he graduated from the Martial Academy. And Jarvan IV studied at the Royal Academy. "I'm honestly kind of jealous of her," Luke said. "Figuring out your goal that early, that's impressive." He really was a little envious. Young girls with that much drive and energy were nice. Unlike him, his heart already felt old. Every day he just wanted to slack off and do nothing. "Yeah," Lux said, sounding just as envious. Beneath her bright, innocent look, there was the faintest hint of uncertainty. She sighed softly. "I don't even know what I'm going to do in the future." Luke glanced at the blonde girl beside him and smiled. "I think it's fine if you just stay like this." "Stay like this, meaning what kind of this?" Lux tilted her head, confused. "Like you are right now." Luke smiled and quickened his pace. Lux hurried to catch up, still pestering him. "Say it clearly." Luke didn't explain further. He truly did hope Lux could stay carefree like she was now. But time was always going to push people to grow. Some things, even he couldn't really do much about. "This is our new classmate. I'm sure you're not unfamiliar, Prince Luke Lightshield IV." Let's welcome him with applause. On the podium, the female teacher, Moors, introduced him briefly. When it came to Luke, she didn't need to say much. Everyone here knew. As soon as her words fell, the classroom burst into applause. One curious gaze after another turned toward Luke. "Go find a seat. Class is starting." Moors glanced at him, signaling that he could sit down. Luke nodded, walked forward, and immediately spotted Lux waving at him. Miss Crownguard was seated in the back row, tucked into the corner by the window, with hardly anyone around her. The room felt like a college lecture hall. There were plenty of empty seats. Luke walked over and, under everyone's watching eyes, sat down in the seat next to Lux. "From now on, we're desk mates," Lux whispered, then blinked at him playfully. "Looking forward to it." Luke's reply sounded a bit lifeless. He honestly admired Lux's ability to stay cheerful in any environment. Once he sat down, he placed the issued textbooks on the desk. Staring at the stack of book after book, Luke felt his scalp go numb. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang. "Turn to page 4. Moore said it and began the lesson. This period was language class, basically the equivalent of literature. Moore's was said to be a master fluent in multiple languages, able to communicate smoothly with people from many different regions. Halfway through class, Moors said, in Demacia's language, double negatives express affirmation. For example, can't not, or there's no way you don't know, they all convey a positive meaning. But when I traveled to Shurima to study, there was a language there where double negatives still expressed negation. For example, ka bu ka naid intensifies the negative concept, meaning a firm refusal. However, across my long years of study, I have never found a language that can use double affirmation to express negation. Yeah. A voice came from the back of the classroom. Moors mid-lecture froze. The other students stiffened too. Yeah. That was clearly a triple affirmation, but paired with that particular tone, it somehow gave the unmistakable feeling of rejection. Was this the charm of language? Right after that, someone burst out laughing. Even the language master Moors looked momentarily stunned until she quickly realized someone was causing trouble. Her expression darkened as she stared toward the back row. Who said that? Who's laughing? Luke shrank back. He looked at Lux, who was desperately holding back laughter, and without a shred of hesitation, he stood up. Teacher, Lux is the one laughing. She stopped laughing instantly and stared at Luke in disbelief. You little Miss Crownguard, is it? Moors's voice was so angry anyone could hear it. Stand up. / check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Not paying attention in class really hurts people. 1185 words. If there were a background image, the one behind Moors right now would definitely be flames shooting into the sky. It was the very first day back. The very first class. And someone was already wrecking the classroom atmosphere. Miss Crownguard, although it's been a long time since I last saw you, I vaguely recall this is not the first time you've caused trouble in my class. Moors tried hard to keep her voice calm, but every student in the room could hear the teeth-grinding fury buried inside it. The students couldn't help but look toward the back row with sympathy. Lux stood up trembling, pitifully weak as she said, I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it in. You couldn't hold it in. Lux lowered her head, looking absolutely miserable. If anyone saw her like this, they probably wouldn't have the heart to keep blaming her. But Moors had seen this exact Lux expression too many times. She wasn't softening. Not even a little. And Lux felt genuinely wronged. Class had been going perfectly fine, then the lecture suddenly hit that point, and she happened to turn her head and see Luke propping his face up with one hand, wearing the most utterly done-with-life expression imaginable as he said that line. She laughed before she could stop herself. In that moment, he had practically given the phrase a soul. Thinking of it, Lux shot an angry glance at Luke, who was pretending he knew nothing, and her temper flared. If I'm going down, you're not walking away clean either. It's his fault. If His Highness hadn't said that, I wouldn't have laughed. Lux pointed straight at Luke and sold him out on the spot. At this point, even if she hadn't, Moors had already noticed Luke sitting next to her, acting innocent. That earlier voice had very obviously come from the direction of the boy beside Lux. Moors narrowed her eyes. Prince Luke. Right now, Moors was radiating that natural, teacher-born authority. Luke stood up obediently. Moors asked, do you think what you just said was funny? Luke immediately answered, not funny. Is that so? Moors spoke as if she were being gentle. Then I'm curious, could you say it again? Luke put on a very serious face and said, yeah. This time, it very clearly had no soul. That doesn't seem to match what I heard earlier. Moors shook her head and continued, I want to hear one exactly the same as before. At this point, Luke understood, if he didn't recreate it, this was never going to end. So he put on that same slack-off expression again, and even copied the tone. Yeah. A suppressed laugh instantly came from beside him. Luke flicked his eyes over. Miss Crownguard had her head down, shoulders trembling. She was fighting for her life not to laugh. The gentle look on Moore's face vanished in an instant. Her brow twitched. Miss Crownguard, if it's that funny, why don't you go laugh outside first before coming in? Teacher, I know I was wrong. Lux's surrender speed was lightning fast. She lifted her head and forcibly shoved the laughter back down. She noticed that no one else seemed to be laughing. But for some reason, she just couldn't stop. Moore's last trace of patience truly disappeared. She pointed coldly toward the door. This is the price of mocking the classroom. Lux's face immediately looked miserable. Head lowered, she trudged out, still not forgetting to shoot Luke an angry glare as she passed. It's all this guy's fault. So annoying. Luke thought he was safe now. He was honestly grateful Lux had dragged away most of the firepower. He was just about to sit. Prince Luke, I believe you should go outside as well, and keep Miss Crownguard company. Moore's gaze swung back to him. The meaning was obvious, go stand outside and be punished. Luke defended himself with a perfectly serious expression. Teacher, I wasn't mocking the class. I believe I was actively responding to your topic. Doesn't that prove I was listening carefully? Moores smiled. Yeah. Luke. Now he got it. He stopped arguing and headed out of the classroom. That brief interruption delayed our progress a little. Let's continue the topic from earlier. Hearing the teacher resume lecturing behind him, Luke knew it had nothing to do with him anymore. Mostly because he really hadn't been able to stop himself. The line had slipped out on reflex. Not paying attention in class really does get people hurt. The moment he stepped outside, he met Lux's eyes. She'd already been waiting there. They stared at each other without speaking. If you hadn't laughed, maybe nothing would have happened. How is that my fault? If you hadn't said it, nothing would have happened. You laughing is what made the teacher notice. Like I'd be fine if I didn't laugh. She was already mad. In the next second, the two of them launched into a full-blown blame-shifting contest, whisper arguing right outside the classroom. Luke raised a hand to stop the debate. Actually, everything is going according to my plan. Lux paused, confused. What plan? Look, aren't we outside the classroom now? Luke grinned. That means we can skip class openly and legitimately. As he spoke, he strode toward one end of the hallway. Lux froze, not processing it at first. When she saw Luke already walking away, she hurried after him, careful and cautious. We're being punished, though. Is it really okay to just leave? She asked, worried. Luke, drawing on years of experience, looked totally confident. There's at least half an hour left in class. We'll just stroll around nearby, and then come back right before the bell. Usually, when students were sent outside to stand, the teacher didn't bother checking on them before the period ended. Luke's confidence successfully fooled Lux. She nodded along. Then where are we going? I think outside looks pretty good. Walking along the corridor, Luke looked through the glass panels in the wall and spotted a wide open area beyond. Tall, lush green trees. A few benches. Bright, clean light from that direction, like a space for students to rest between classes. They were on the first floor. Lux knew the campus routes well, and in no time at all, the two of them reached the open area. The morning sun was gentle, its brightness pale and clean, the kind of light that made everything feel crisp and clear. Perfect weather to lie down for a bit. Luke stretched under the sunlight. If this hadn't happened, he'd probably still be in bed at home, cozy under his blankets. He wandered around until he found a spot he liked. Under a big tree sat a long bench, like you'd find in a park. The leaves cast shade over it, with only a few scattered beams of sunlight filtering through. Luke casually wiped it down, then flopped onto it, hands folded behind his head, and closed his eyes in pure comfort. Check out my P at tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Bold idea but I like it. 1121 words. Lux, following behind, saw him stretch out on the bench and couldn't help crouching lightly in front of it. Her bright, pretty eyes rested on Luke's face. Sunlight filtered through the leaves overhead, scattering across his handsome features, and making him look even calmer, almost peaceful. His smooth, fair face had sharp definition. His brows were sword straight, yet somehow gave a gentle impression. And the corner of his mouth, slightly lifted even in sleep, carried the faintest hint of trouble. He's such an awful guy, and yet he's this good-looking. Lux muttered to herself. A soft breeze swept through, and the leaves rustled sha-sha, sha-sha. For people who liked that sound, it wasn't noise at all. It was soothing. A few leaves drifted down, and one of them floated perfectly, landing right on Luke's nose. Lux stared at it for 2 seconds, then her eyes gleamed with fresh interest. Carefully, she reached out and poked the leaf. Luke didn't react. So Lux got bolder. She pinched the stem and started messing with him like it was the most natural thing in the world. Half asleep, Luke felt an itch on his nose. He didn't even need to think hard to know who was causing it. He rolled over and mumbled, "Stop." And watched the time. Lux finally stopped. But when Luke turned over, Miss Crownguard waited a moment. Then pouted in immediate dissatisfaction. My turn, my turn. You've been lying there for ages." She reached out and pushed him twice, trying to claim the prime spot. Luke turned back, opened his eyes with a deadpan look and said, "There are so many benches. You really have to fight me for this one. I just think this one feels nicer to lie on." Lux lifted her chin, openly bratty. "Fine, fine. You take this one." Luke sat up helplessly and gave her the spot. He walked a few steps left and lay down on another bench. If he weren't so sleepy and drained right now, he would have absolutely argued with her properly. The moment Luke moved away, Lux immediately copied the way he'd been lying there, hands behind her head, eyes closed, completely satisfied. The bench was hard, but it still felt far more comfortable than the classroom. Unhappy with her posture, Lux rolled over. In a hazy sort of way, she could still smell Luke's scent lingering there. A faint fragrance, clean and pleasant. It was almost like it had a hypnotic effect. Without realizing it, Lux felt sleepiness wash over her. The open field by the school grounds was deserted. A breeze came and went, again and again, sha-sha, sha-sha. A young boy and a young girl, stealing a rare moment of quiet. Ding-ling-ling. No one knew how much time passed before the sharp, urgent end-of-class bell startled them awake. Luke opened his eyes irritably, still full of that post-sleep temper. He was just about to scold Yurna for being an unprofessional maid, then remembered, a moment too late, that he wasn't at home. He sat up, yawned, and looked around. At the same time, Miss Crownguard rose from the bench beside him, bleary-eyed, her expression dazed and blank. "Class is over." The moment her confused words fell, both of their sleepiness vanished by half. They turned to look at each other at the same time, and immediately realized how serious this was. Luke felt the danger instantly. Without hesitation, he bolted, feet moving like he'd caught the wind, shooting forward in a burst. Lux also felt the danger and sped up at the same time, almost sprinting. "Didn't I tell you to watch the time? I fell asleep by accident. What was I supposed to do? Hey, slow down." Lux saw Luke pulling farther and farther ahead, and shouted anxiously, afraid of getting left behind. Luke ended up having to stop halfway just to wait for her. They finally made it back to the classroom. But when Lux cautiously poked her head inside, Moors was already gone. "Teacher, looks like she already left." Lux turned back and said it. Hearing that, Luke finally relaxed and walked in. Quite a few students noticed the two of them re-entering. They looked at them the way you'd look at warriors, nothing but admiration, nothing but respect. Someone tell me, what was Moore's reaction just now? Luke stepped inside, caught those looks, and couldn't help asking. One student answered, after class, Teacher Moores stepped out, realized you and Miss Crownguard weren't there, and she blew up on the spot. She said if you hate attending her class that much, then you'd better make sure she doesn't see you again in the future. Everyone present was filled with awe for the two of them. They were insanely brave. Sent out to stand as punishment, and they still dared to wander off and relax somewhere else. Even with Luke being the prince and Lux being House Crownguard's precious jewel, pulling something like this in the Royal Academy was practically unheard of. The Royal Academy was founded by the Crown, and its teachers held real authority. Even in a school full of noble children, almost nobody dared to be that reckless, and yet, they had no idea that an even bolder thought was about to form in Luke's mind. Luke and Lux sat in their chairs, both wearing thoughtful expressions, trying to figure out what to do next. After a while, Luke spoke. Miss Crownguard. Lux looked up. Luke asked, how much chance do you think we have of fixing this? Lux thought about it. Then, picturing Moore's face, she shrank her neck slightly. I think the chance is 0. Teacher Moores really seemed angry today. Luke asked again, so no matter what we do, we can't avoid getting punished, right? Lux thought again, then nodded. So an audacious idea surfaced in Luke's mind. He said with complete seriousness, if that's the case, why don't we skip the rest of the morning classes too? We're getting punished either way. Lux froze. For her, this was an entirely new way of thinking. Right, if they couldn't escape punishment anyway, why not skip the other classes as well and make the limited time they had as enjoyable as possible? That's a very bold idea. Lux's face was solemn as she said it, then her lips curved. But I like it. They exchanged a look, and in that instant, they were in perfect agreement. Who cares about class? They'd already made Moores furious. So why not fully let go and enjoy themselves? So when the bell for the second period rang, the students discovered that the two people in the back row were simply gone. // check out my P at tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Instantly speechless, EC. 1190 words at this moment. Luke and Lux, who did things without thinking about the consequences, were walking down an empty hallway. It was so quiet around them, it was practically dead silent, as if this huge campus belonged to only the two of them right now. I mean, sure, but we can't just leave the school, can we? Lux said. Her heart was beating a little fast. Because even though she caused plenty of trouble on a normal day, she'd never skipped class like this before. And for her, it was kind of thrilling. Luke, on the other hand, looked completely unconcerned. He even yawned. Then we find somewhere to sleep. I'm pretty tired anyway. Lux hadn't slept enough either. She nodded. I want to sleep a bit more too. During breaks, she could wake up whenever she wanted and laze around as long as she liked. But today, first thing in the morning, Lady Crownguard had been exhausted and still had to get up and prepare. Luke asked, is there somewhere that's usually empty and quiet? Faced with that question, Lux thought for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. How about the library? I remember people don't really like going there. It was a noble academy, there were already more books at home than anyone could ever finish. So after coming to the academy, having to read even more. Naturally, nobody was eager to run to the library. Library it is, Luke agreed. A library, just hearing the name made it sound like the perfect place to take a nap. The two of them carefully avoided classrooms with people in them, as well as any passers-by, so they wouldn't be spotted early. They made their way toward the library. The whole trip went smoothly. When they arrived, Luke looked up. The library in front of them looked like a massive mansion. The decor was a brownish tan style with a heavy, old book atmosphere. If the Academy's families had funded it, then yeah, of course it would be extravagant. There isn't going to be a teacher guarding this place, right? Luke suddenly realized, right before going in. No, Lux said. The library is usually managed by students a grade above us, on rotation. You've been here before. Then how do you know? Just trust me, okay? Lux pushed the door open with that inexplicable confidence and walked in. And the result really was just like she said, no teacher in sight. It was quiet inside. After walking through a short corridor, they entered and saw a circular counter, probably where books got checked in and out. Behind the counter sat a slender figure. She was holding a yellowed book and turning the pages quietly. She looked very familiar. Lady Loran. Hearing the familiar voice, Fiora couldn't help lifting her head and looking over. When she saw it was Luke, she looked slightly puzzled. As if she couldn't figure out why Luke would be here. What a coincidence. You're here too, Luke said with a smile, greeting her. It's my turn to manage the library this week, Fiora replied. She glanced at Lux beside him and spoke politely. Hello, Lady Crownguard. Lux looked between the two of them, then asked with curiosity, you two know each other? Lux and Fiora naturally knew each other. They were both nobles, and they had both lived in High Silvermere before there were even connections between their families. But their relationship was, at most, mutual acquaintance. So when had Fiora gotten to know Luke? Lux was genuinely curious. We happened to run into each other a few times recently, Fiora answered with a faint smile. Lux didn't ask any more. Fiora looked at the two of them, still confused. Isn't it class time right now? What are you doing in the library? So Luke answered, sleeping. Fiora. She really was speechless. How could he say that so confidently? Wasn't this the Royal Academy? Sneaking in here to sleep during class. Lux looked at her with hopeful, sparkling eyes. Is that okay? I guess, Fiora hesitated as she was stared at like that. But you'd better not tell anyone you were here. She didn't mind bending the rules a little. What she did mind was getting sold out by these two idiots later. If that happened, she'd be punished too, for letting them into the library. Even though, in her eyes, Luke and Lux were warriors, even. No matter how she looked at it, they didn't seem like the kind of people who should be here at a time like this. But as for why they were here, she didn't plan to pry. Her instincts told her it was better not to get involved. Don't worry, we absolutely won't say anything. Lux immediately promised with complete sincerity. Luke was yawning again already, walking deeper into the library. Fiora watched him, then didn't say anything else. Thank you, Lady Loran, Lux said gratefully, hurrying after him. Behind several huge bookshelves, Luke found a table and chairs by a window. A breeze blew in from outside, perfectly comfortable. The chairs were better than the bench from earlier, two soft, cushioned seats. Luke started moving chairs one by one. About 6 chairs, set opposite each other and pressed together. Before long, a crude little bed was put together. Before he could even lie down to test it, Lux, who had been watching from behind the whole time, climbed onto it without hesitation. She closed her eyes comfortably and delivered her verdict, not bad at all. This is my spot. Luke's eye twitched at her shamelessly claiming the results of his hard work. Finally, he couldn't take it any more. He reached out and pinched that soft, tender cheek. Ow, ow, ow. What are you doing? If you've got any sense, you'll get up right now. Even if I die today, I'm dying right here. Then don't blame my ruthless iron grip. Behind the counter, Fiora heard the playful noise coming from that direction. She lowered her book and glanced over. After thinking for a moment, she still didn't say anything, and simply went back to reading. In the end, it was Lady Crownguard who won. She was stuck to that chair bed like glue. No matter how he pulled, she wouldn't come off. Even when both cheeks were pinched red, she didn't beg for mercy. Luke could only retreat, then go haul over more chairs and build another makeshift bed. It took a bit of effort, but he finally got it done. When he turned around, that blonde brat was already curled up comfortably like a little cat tucked into the chair bed, sleeping sweetly. Sunlight spilled in through the window, draping over her. It was a beautiful scene, which only made Luke even more annoyed. But he didn't have any energy left to argue. He lay down on his own makeshift bed. Warm sunlight spread over him too, and it didn't take long before drowsiness rolled in. Looks like he could finally sleep comfortably for a while. // check out my P at Tray0 for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 57, Brainstorming 1119 words that nap was unbelievably comfortable. At some point, they didn't even hear the bell for the break between classes. It wasn't until midday that they finally woke up slowly, and even then, they did it in perfect sync. Luke opened his eyes, his mind still hazy with that just woke up fog, and sat up. Right next to him, Lady Crownguard sat up at the exact same time, bleary-eyed. Neither of them spoke. They just sat there, zoning out for a while. It wasn't until Luke let out a yawn that they were pulled back from their blank stares. "What time is it?" Lux turned her head and asked, dazed. Luke shook his head and glanced at the light outside. "Probably noon." "I'm hungry." Luke got to his feet, his brain mostly awake now. He stretched, shaking off the last bit of sluggishness. Lunchtime should be about right. Lux had slept deeply too. She tidied up her slightly messy hair, and the emptiness in her eyes faded, brightening into a lively, energetic look again. Looking around, she even felt a strange sense of unreality. She couldn't believe she'd actually skipped class. And then slept inside the academy. Just thinking about it made her excited. "Lady Lauren, do you want to come eat with us?" "All right then." They said goodbye to Fiora, who was still on duty in the library, and left. Fiora watched their backs for a moment, then lowered her head, and went back to reading. The Royal Academy had a cafeteria specifically for students. As they walked, Lux suddenly remembered something and quickened her pace. "We have to hurry." Luke sped up with her, curious. Lux's expression turned deadly serious. The cafeteria's desserts are limited every day. Only the people who get there first get to have them. Luke had no idea why they'd run things like that. But hearing it, his own expression also grew serious. Silently, he sped up again. Lux didn't even react in time before he pulled a small gap between them. She hurried after him. By the time they reached the cafeteria, there weren't many students left, as if it had been a while since the last class of the morning ended. Right now, that wasn't the point. The moment they stepped inside, their eyes locked onto the very last slice of cake on the dessert display, its bright red strawberry gleaming with an irresistible shine. Only one left. Luke suddenly sighed with emotion. "Lady Crownguard, I feel like after spending the whole morning together, we're partners who've shared life and death. Don't you agree?" As he spoke, he walked toward the dessert display. "I feel the same way, Your Highness." "Having a friend like you is truly an honor," Lux replied with a smile, heading for the display as well. "Ever since I came to the capital, I've always seen you as my best friend. There's only one piece of cake left. In that case, I'll give it to you." "Then why are you still speeding up, Your Highness?" "I just want to personally hand it to you." "Could you stop yanking my clothes?" Luke wanted to accelerate, but Lux clearly prepared had a death grip on his clothing. "Quit pretending." Lux's smile vanished. She glared at Luke viciously. "Are you trying to keep that cake all for yourself?" Seeing he couldn't talk his way out of it, Luke let out a helpless sigh. "There are two of us, but only one slice of cake. Are you willing to accept splitting it into two?" "A cake cut into two can't be called a cake." Lux said it with absolute conviction. Then there's no choice. Luke offered the simplest solution. We settle it with rock paper scissors. Lux nodded at the proposal. 1 round winner takes all. They got ready. Luke clenched his fist and looked at the Lady Crownguard across from him, coiled and ready to strike. Then he suddenly smiled. Next, I'm going to throw rock. Lux had already been prepared to just gamble on luck, but hearing Luke say that made her hesitate. Luke didn't give her time to think. Rock, paper. In the 2 seconds before hands came down, a full-on brainstorming storm erupted in Lady Crownguard's head. He said he's throwing rock. If I throw paper, I win. But if he said that on purpose, is it bait to make me throw paper? Then he'd throw scissors and win. In that case, the real correct move would be rock. In the first second, that conclusion formed. But then she noticed the satisfied little grin in Luke's eyes. Maybe that's his real plan. He says he'll throw rock, so I end up deciding to throw rock. And the moment I throw rock, he'll casually throw paper and win. That's so dirty. In the second, Lady Crownguard overturned her first conclusion. So does that mean I should throw scissors? But what if he really does throw rock? Damn it, I can't tell, I seriously can't tell. Lux's CPU was smoking. In 2 short seconds, her brain processed information like it was about to explode, predicting, and predicting again. As the last word fell, both of them dropped their hands. Lux froze in place. She stared at her own scissors and Luke's rock, and went completely blank. Looks like Lady Crownguard still wasn't willing to believe me, Luke sighed calmly. He took the last slice of cake from the dessert display. So this is the price of not trusting me. Maybe I would if you didn't lie to me all the time. Lux ground her teeth, glaring at him in pure frustration. This guy was full of smooth talk non-stop. She never knew whether she was supposed to believe him or not. So annoying. She'd wanted to throw paper at the start, too. After a while at the dining table. In an excellent mood, Luke decided to eat his after-meal dessert before the meal. Beside him, Lux's big eyes clung to that strawberry cake with heartbreaking reluctance. Today, she hadn't had her dessert nutrition yet. When someone looks that pitiful, who could possibly withstand it? Luke sighed. Stop looking at me like that. Fine, then I'll give you a tiny bit of whipped cream, so you can at least taste it. Get lost. Lux instantly snapped, glaring at him. The next second, she made a firm decision to turn grief into appetite. Staring at the food on the table, she imagined it was all Luke. She viciously cut it apart with her knife and fork, shoved it into her mouth, and chewed hard. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 58. Chapter 58. We're Victims Too, EC. 1223 words. Honestly, putting everything else aside, Lady Crownguard's a bet is a bet attitude really did deserve some praise. Even though her beloved strawberry cake was being eaten by Luke bite after bite right in front of her like he was deliberately rubbing it in her face, she only teared up and didn't say another word. After eating and drinking their fill, Luke leaned back in his chair, completely satisfied. By now, the cafeteria had basically emptied out, most of the students were done and gone. After Lux finished eating, she didn't keep dwelling on the cake either. She leaned back in her chair as well, resting. After a while, go? Luke asked. Lux answered. They both stood up and headed outside. Luke asked, what class do we have this afternoon again? I think it's outdoor class, Lux replied. And before Luke could even say anything, she suddenly added, since we already skipped the morning classes, why don't we skip the afternoon one too? Luke looked at her in surprise, a trace of approval in his eyes. Lady Crownguard, you've grown. Luke nodded in agreement. If we already skipped the morning, what's the point of keeping the afternoon class? Precisely. Lux nodded excitedly. Then where are we going this afternoon? Let's find somewhere fun to go play, Lux asked as she lowered her head to think. But then she heard Luke suddenly say, "What are you talking about? Did we come to the academy to play? We came here to learn useful knowledge, improve ourselves, and become pillars of the nation in the future. Your mindset is a little questionable." She slowly produced a question mark. "You little, what are you even talking about all of a sudden?" Confused, she lifted her head, about to ask only to find Luke acting like nothing was wrong, still talking as he casually changed direction. And at that moment, a bad feeling hit her. Instinctively, she glanced toward the end of the corridor and her whole body jolted. That's right. The nation's future needs us. This afternoon, we study hard, starting with me. Lux suddenly got inspirational too, also acting like she knew nothing as she followed Luke and changed direction. "You too," a familiar voice spoke from behind them, "want to explain what you did for the nation this morning?" They stopped. "Isn't this the High Marshal? What a coincidence running into you here," Luke said as he turned around, smiling brightly. Lux turned around too, putting on an adorable smile, trying to cute her way out of it. "Auntie, why are you here?" "I came to take a look at the two future pillars of this nation." Tiana smiled and at the same time, reached out with both hands. "You're really making me look good." Now this was the true ruthless iron grip. Luke's sixth sense was screaming danger, but his instincts told him he couldn't dodge. Dodging would only make it worse. The next second Tiana grabbed both of them by the backs of their collars and lifted them up like chicks. "Do you know how it felt?" Tiana said in a gentle tone while carrying them along. "When I was in the royal palace in a meeting with His Majesty, and the ministers, and Teacher Moores stormed in furious telling me that the prince of this kingdom, and my precious niece skipped an entire morning of classes." Even she had been stunned on the spot. In all her years, she had never seen such an absurd stunt. And now, the upper circles of the entire capital had probably all heard about Luke and Lux skipping class. Luke, still incredibly bold, replied, "Probably complicated." Tiana was so mad she almost laughed. "You brats still have the nerve to talk back." She didn't even have to ask to know who started it. Lux might have thought about doing something like this, but she absolutely didn't have the guts. "Then what do you think?" Tiana asked, regaining her composure and smiling in a way that showed no emotion. "I want to do right now." Luke didn't dare answer. He glanced at Lux beside him. This one was smart. She shut her eyes and just played dead. Like she had plenty of experience. So Luke gritted his teeth, shut his eyes too, and went all in. "If I'm dying, I'm dying." Watching the two of them dangling there, playing dead, Tiana felt both helpless and amused. These two idiots, seriously. First, you're going to apologize to Teacher Moores. Then this afternoon, you're going to class properly. As she spoke, she'd already carried them to the office. She set them down and knocked on the door. "Come in," Moores's voice sounded from inside. When Tiana opened the door, they saw Teacher Moores sitting behind his desk, sorting through extra class materials. "Hi Marshall, you're here," Moores said, quickly standing up to greet her. "Teacher Moores, we're sorry," Luke and Lux apologized in unison. "I caught these two for you," Tiana said with a smile. "Punish them however you want. I'll watch." "No need for punishment," Moores shook his head and smiled. Just as the two of them lifted their heads, surprised, delighted, and grateful, they heard the second half. "Just copy today's assignment a few dozen times." Luke and Lux instantly froze in awkward horror. A few dozen. They didn't know how big one copy was, but come on, language class assignments were never light. A few dozen copies, wasn't that basically killing them? "Any objections?" Tiana narrowed her eyes and asked. "We'll complete the mission." In the face of actual life-threatening pressure, the two of them immediately surrendered. When they left the office, "What class do you have this afternoon?" Tiana asked. "Outdoor," Lux answered. After asking, Tiana didn't show any sign of leaving. She actually followed them. Luke couldn't help asking, "Hi Marshall, are you coming to class with us?" "Don't worry. I'll be with you the entire afternoon." "It's not that you can't," Luke said, putting on sincerity, "it's just that you're so busy." "Who are we to deserve this? Please don't waste your precious time on people like us." Yeah, Lux agreed intensely. "Auntie's always so busy. I really hope you won't waste your time." Tiana smiled. "Compared to that, the future pillars of this nation are obviously more important." Luke and Lux exchanged a look. "It's over." Tiana was dead set on watching them. Being personally supervised in class by a nation's high marshal, this had to be a first since Demacia was founded. The afternoon outdoor class was also called Practical Combat Class. It trained students' physical fitness and combat techniques. In class, everyone's expression was deadly serious. Even the instructor didn't dare to be distracted for a single moment. He didn't even dare let his attention slip. The reason was obvious: Tiana was standing not far away. Nobody expected the High Marshal to suddenly show up to observe a lesson. Seriously, did the pressure just slam straight to maximum, or what? During spare moments, students kept looking over at the two culprits behind all this, clearly displeased. Luke and Lux could only look completely innocent. "How is this our fault? We're victims too. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Can I Have a Bite? 1229 words. By evening, after an entire afternoon of outdoor training, neither Luke nor Lux had been distracted even a little. For them, it felt like crushing pressure. But they finally made it through. That evening, Yurna was already waiting outside the academy with the carriage. Luke rode back home, bouncing the whole way. The moment he arrived, he didn't even bother with anything else. He flopped face first onto the sofa. It was exactly the same scene as a few days ago, when Lady Crownguard had come over. If heaven would give me one more chance, I'd never laugh at her again, Luke muttered to himself. Only now did he truly understand what that kind of exhaustion felt like. Mentally drained, physically drained. Yurna stood to the side and calmly reminded him, "Your Highness, the High Marshal said before she left that you mustn't forget today's homework." Luke immediately lifted his head and stared at her expressionless face, wondering if she was doing this on purpose. The moment he remembered he still had to copy dozens of assignments today, Luke's mentality, for the first time, teetered on the edge of collapse. "Yurna," he said, "it's your time to shine." Looking at the innocent maid, Luke couldn't help the crooked thought that bubbled up in his mind. What were maids for? Weren't they supposed to serve him? Yurna remained completely blank-faced as she said, "The High Marshal also said she'll be coming as a guest later." Luke. That ruthless woman. How could she be so cruel? Forget it. I'll rest for a bit first. Luke waved a hand, signaling Yurna to leave. Then he buried his face into a pillow and didn't move. Today might have been the most exhausting day of his life. And when he thought about how this kind of life would keep going for a long time, it hurt a little. Come to think of it, he hadn't checked in today. He'd run into that mess the moment he woke up and completely forgot. "Check in," Luke said silently in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Standard Realm Upgrade Card *1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Standard Skill Upgrade Card *1. Hearing the system's voice, Luke sat up from the sofa. Today's check-in rewards weren't bad. That meant his strength could rise again. Without thinking too much, Luke used both upgrade cards immediately. Standard Skill Upgrade Card used successfully. Wind Command Swordsmanship level increased to LV5 Mastery. Standard Realm Upgrade Card used successfully. Congratulations, host, your realm has broken through to mid-stage Valorous. 2 system notifications rang out in succession. A flood of deeper understanding about Wind Command swordsmanship surged into Luke's mind. This level up felt like a first major transformation. Luke closed his eyes, and thin threads of wind intent began to coil around him. LV5 was a threshold. The next second, Luke opened his eyes. At this point, he was no longer merely able to sense wind intent like he could at LV3. Now he could truly command the wind in the literal sense. At the same time, the Realm upgrade card pushed his physical strength even further. It might have been the only thing worth being happy about today. Just as Yurna said, Tiana really did come that night. Luke sat at the desk, misery in his heart, pen in hand, copying one character after another. Behind him, Tiana wore home clothes, sitting in a chair, quietly reading. I think you should be more worried about your precious niece than me, Luke couldn't help muttering as he glanced back. Tiana smiled. It's fine. Someone at home is already worrying about her. In Luke's mind, Lady Agatha's face flashed by. And instantly, he could imagine that Lady Crownguard's situation right now probably wasn't much better than his. Then Luke thought about how his home was only a 10-minute trip from the Crownguard estate. He looked at Tiana behind him again, and the more he thought about it, the more it felt like this had been a premeditated conspiracy. The next day, Luke didn't get to rest until late at night, yet early in the morning he still had to get up. He took the carriage to the academy, entered the classroom, sat in the last row like he always did, and slipped into a blank, spaced-out state. Not long after, Lady Crownguard arrived too. Luke raised his head and took one look at the dark circles under her eyes. He fell silent for a moment, then turned away. And continued spacing out. Lady Crownguard sat down in silence as well, spacing out with him. As more and more people filled the classroom, the two of them gradually became a bit more awake. Lux reached into the small pouch she carried and pulled out an exquisitely wrapped box. Luke glanced at it from the corner of his eye. As if she'd noticed his gaze, Lux immediately became vigilant and hugged the box closer. That packaging looked familiar. Luke recognized it as the same cake shop he'd visited last time. Can I have a bite? Luke asked. Get lost. Her reply was a single word. Luke sighed and knew there was basically no chance. When the bell for the first morning class was about to ring, Teacher Moores walked in first. Just as Luke started to relax his guard, he suddenly felt a chill creep up his back. With an ominous feeling, he slightly tilted his head and there was Tiana, just like a principal coming to sit in on a lesson, dragging in a small chair and planting herself in the back. Lux, having noticed as well, silently slipped the half-eaten cake she'd been holding into her desk drawer. During this class, every student was unnaturally well behaved. It was probably the most comfortable class Moores had ever taught. After class ended, Tiana temporarily left. Luke couldn't help asking, does your end have nothing to do all day? Lux shook her head, confused. I don't know either. When does this end? Just endure it. It'll pass. With the experience of someone who'd suffered before, Lux offered numb Luke a bit of comfort. That was how the morning classes went. After lunch, the two of them finally got a brief chance to slip out of Tiana's line of sight. I've decided I'm going to the library to take a nap, Luke said. Same, Lux replied. When they reached the library, it was still Fiora's turn to be on duty today. Just like yesterday, she sat behind the counter, quietly reading. When she saw the two of them come in, she lifted her eyes for a glance, then kept reading. Good afternoon, Lady Lauren. Lux still had the energy to greet her. Luke didn't even have the energy to greet anyone. He walked straight toward the back rows of the library. After putting in some effort moving chairs into place, Luke didn't give Lux any chance to steal his work this time. He immediately lay down. Lux could only pout and prepare to work for herself. The lunch break passed in a blink. Soon, it was time for the afternoon outdoor class. It was the hottest stretch of summer. Under the blazing sun overhead, Luke first ran a few laps around the field, and then officially began the lesson. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www. com/Raziel0810 Chapter 60. I suspect it's rigged 1305 words right now, the instructor was teaching. He was a retired soldier from the army, and he had real skill. He first demonstrated several close-quarters combat techniques. In the military, the most basic self-defense moves are mainly these few. Practice them diligently and you'll be fine. But when you fight someone, remember this: your fists will never beat blades. When strength levels were similar, no matter how refined someone's unarmed fighting was, they still wouldn't be a match for someone who could even use a weapon a little. So in today's Demacia, cold steel was still the mainstream. Next is free training time. I suggest pairing up in twos and sparring with each other. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. After speaking, the instructor let the students form their own pairs. Even though the weather was scorching today, you could still feel the atmosphere was clearly different. With Tiana watching from a distance, every student who had found a partner was throwing everything they had into it, eager to perform well in front of the High Marshal. The sound of energetic clashes echoed across the entire field. Luke didn't understand why they were going so hard, so fired up. But his partner had been decided from the start. He and Lady Crownguard blended into the middle of the crowd, holding wooden weapons, lazily trading attacks with each other. Calling it attacking was generous. In reality, they each lifted their weapon, tapped it against the others, then separated again. In other words, slacking off. After a lunch nap, they didn't have much strength to begin with. If they went all out in the afternoon too, wouldn't that just be stupid? Not far away, Tiana narrowed her eyes as she watched the two idiots in the crowd who thought they wouldn't be noticed. If you wanted to put it nicely, you could say they got along well. If you wanted to put it bluntly, they were two peas in the same rotten pod. Thinking that, Tiana stood up and walked toward the students. Seeing her move, everyone couldn't help stopping what they were doing. Luke and Lux instantly went on high alert, silently praying they wouldn't get singled out. Since I'm rarely able to sit in on a lesson, let's do something a little more interesting for everyone, Tiana said with a smile. Next, I'll pick one student and spar with them. The moment she finished, the people present couldn't help getting excited. Standing before them was the High Marshal of the nation Tiana, famous for many years already. Even though most of the students here were noble-born, an opportunity to spar with Tiana was still unbelievably precious to them. Hearing that, Luke immediately felt a bad premonition. He shrank his neck, hunching himself lower than even Lux beside him, and sped up his praying in his head. Please don't pick me, please don't pick me. Tiana lifted her hand, and looked through the crowd for a long time, then her finger landed with perfect accuracy on Luke, who was hiding behind Lux. Luke. The surrounding students voluntarily parted, opening a path, and completely exposing Luke within Tiana's line of sight. I suspect this is rigged, Luke couldn't help saying. The moment Tiana said she was going to do something new, he'd felt something was off. This was picking one student. You might as well have just said, Luke, get over here. Rigged or not, so what? Tiana smiled. She was basically admitting it outright. Yes, this was aimed at you. Luke had nothing to say. Let me see what you've got, Tiana beckoned. She did have a decent understanding of Luke. From Xin Zhao's mouth, she'd also learned that this kid actually had something to him. Isn't this just bullying? Luke sighed and stepped forward. It was true he had a clear idea of his own level. And the woman standing in front of him was one of Demacia's strongest figures. Back in the day, it was raw strength that had earned her the position she had now. Forget sparring, Tiana could beat Luke senseless with one hand. Fair point. That really would be a bit unfair to you, Tiana said thoughtfully, then changed the rules. In that case, let's do it differently. Being watched by me all day, are you sick of it? Luke, of course, couldn't answer that. So I'll give you a chance, Tiana continued. In the next exchange, you can do whatever you want. I won't strike back. If you can touch me even once, then from now on, I won't watch you every day. She stated the rules and the condition. It was an extremely tempting deal. Freedom, what a beautiful word to Luke. Just touch you once. Luke confirmed again. Tiana nodded. Just once. Luke finally found a bit of motivation. He glanced at the wooden longsword in his hand. Then let's do it. Lux shot him an encouraging look and quietly stepped back a distance. The other students also spread out, forming a large circle like an arena. And Tiana and Luke stood at opposite ends. If you're ready, you can attack at any time, Tiana said casually, looking completely relaxed. That line felt familiar. Luke remembered that not long ago, when he'd met a certain duelist, it had been the same. He could use this to test how Wind Command swordsmanship felt after reaching LV5. At this point, gathering wind intent was effortless for Luke, something he could do at any moment. Wind intent swirled around him in layers. The speed at which it gathered had increased dramatically. Luke's gaze sharpened, and without another word, he launched his attack, sweeping blade into a forward slash. A blade light carved through the air, viciously sharp. Faced with that strike, Tiana only curved her lips slightly, then tilted her body a fraction to the side and avoided it. She wouldn't strike back, so the fight that followed was simply one-sided dodging. Luke slashed several times in quick succession. Even the watching students could tell that the prince's sword style seemed different. Tiana kept dodging. It looked easy, but only she could truly feel the pressure within Luke's offensives. Her eyes flickered, a trace of surprise surfacing. This sword style was genuinely novel. The offense was exceptionally sharp, and the transitions between moves could branch in many directions. This was absolutely not ordinary swordsmanship. And woven into it was spiritual energy. So the kid had mastered even that. Xin Zhao had mentioned teaching him techniques for spiritual energy, but how long had it been? And yet Luke already had this level of proficiency. In just a few exchanges, Tiana had already sensed Luke's unusual talent. Meanwhile, Luke's attacks kept accelerating. He swung out a steel tempest only for Tiana to dodge it again. He fully realized the gap between them. Mindlessly charging like this wasn't going to work. He had to change his approach. Otherwise, at this rate, he'd exhaust himself to death and still wouldn't touch Tiana even once. As he thought, Luke immediately compressed the wind intent throughout his body even tighter. Then, on his next attack, he concentrated all of it onto the blade's edge. Sweeping blade and at the same time, steel tempest. On the blazing hot field, a gust of wind rose out of nowhere. The watching students only felt a cool breeze wash over their faces. But in the center, Tiana hadn't cared at first. She was just about to sidestep again when she suddenly felt something was wrong. The sense of danger coming from behind. She spun around at once, unconsciously turning serious, and dodged the strike from her rear. At that moment, Luke's sword came down. Tiana reflexively lifted her hand, and caught the wooden longsword between two fingers. // check out my P at tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 61. I barely lifted a finger, EC, 1285 words. At the sight of this, the entire crowd fell into silence. They stared at Luke in the middle of the field, and for a moment, none of them quite processed what had happened. It was as if they hadn't expected Luke to complete the challenge in such a short time. The longsword hadn't fully come down, but it had undeniably forced Tiana to raise a hand to defend. With the rule of I won't make a move set from the start, it was obvious who won this one-sided exchange: Luke. And from the beginning of the fight until now, it had only been about a minute. In a single minute, he had made one of the strongest people in the kingdom break her own restraint. Countless astonished gazes landed on Luke. Today, everyone gained an entirely new understanding of the kingdom's second prince. Tiana's own heart stirred with surprise as well. She looked at the blade pinched between two fingers. Luke withdrew his sword. Hearing that, he flashed a bright, satisfied grin. "Hi Marshal, you'll keep your word, right?" "Of course." Tiana didn't make a big deal out of winning, or losing just now. She smiled and lowered her hand. "I didn't have the time to watch you every day in the first place. That sword style isn't bad, keep at it." As for how Luke had learned this set of sword techniques, Tiana didn't press him for answers. At this moment, she was only more certain of the hunch she'd had before. This kingdom's second prince was no ordinary nobody. "Since that's settled, I won't stay here any longer." Tiana was already preparing to leave. Her workload was overwhelming to begin with. If those two troublemakers hadn't been causing issues every day, she wouldn't have put so much on hold 2 days in a row just to keep an eye on them. Thinking of that, Tiana glanced at Luke in front of her, and reached out with an utterly merciless iron hand to ruffle his hair. Then she swept her gaze over Lux. "You two had better not let me hear any more ugly rumors. Otherwise, the next person who comes might not be me." Lady Agatha's face flashed through Luke's mind again. He instantly got goosebumps all over. Now he understood what kind of household House Crownguard really was. The one who truly called the shots was probably that Lady Crownguard. Tiana had shown up for 2 days, but at most she'd only been here to scare the two of them. But if it were Lady Agatha, she would actually follow through. Luke didn't know why he'd gotten dragged into this mess in the first place, but he still nodded over and over, promising he wouldn't make the same mistake a second time. "Get back to class. You're from House Lambert, right? Also, that kid from House Luke, your sword work is pretty good. Keep training." I'm also confused about this part." Before leaving, Tiana pointed out a few students among the onlookers and offered them a couple of smiling compliments. The ones she'd singled out were all stunned and then immediately flooded with pride. They'd known why the High Marshal had come, but she hadn't been watching only the Prince and Miss Crownguard. She'd even noticed their performance, too. After saying all that, Tiana truly left. Walking down the road, her mind couldn't help replaying the sparring match she'd just had with Luke. Some of those noble brats had trained decent swordsmanship, but in that regard, Luke was already far ahead of them. This novel style of swordplay, she had no idea where it came from. Yet it resembled a certain sword art she'd known from old stories. Wind command, interesting. Tiana smiled. In the past she'd only heard the name Wind Command, but she'd never seen the blade of Wind Command. She hadn't expected to get a taste of it today, from a green kid who'd barely just stepped onto the path. It really was as extraordinary as the rumors said. Tiana found herself looking forward to it. If that kid were given a bit more time, if he brought the sword to full mastery, what kind of sight would it be? Luke watched Tiana go, only letting out a breath once her figure disappeared from view. That awful woman finally left. Just then Lux jogged over, her big eyes blinking as she stared at Luke. "How did you do that?" Tiana was her aunt by blood. Lux knew better than anyone how terrifying her aunt really was. And yet she'd taken a loss in front of Luke. Luke snorted, lifted his chin at a 45-degree angle, clasped his hands behind his back, and said without a shred of modesty, "Small stuff. I only put in a tiny bit of effort." Seeing how smug he looked, like he was practically floating up into the sky, Lux couldn't help rolling her eyes. Still, she had to admit it. That swordplay just now was so cool. Lux was from House Crownguard, a family with no small amount of martial tradition. Of course she understood some swordsmanship, even if she didn't train day and night the way her brother did. She practiced now and then at least enough to have the most basic self-defense. But after seeing Luke's sword forms, she suddenly felt like her family's stuff didn't quite measure up. More importantly, when that last strike came down, a gust of wind had rushed at her. As if the wind had appeared because of that sword. The scene left a deep impression in Lux's heart. "Want to learn it?" Luke asked. I do. Lux nodded so fast it was like she was pounding garlic, her eyes bright with anticipation as she looked at him. All right, then. I'll reluctantly teach you a couple of moves. Luke kept his hands behind his back, putting on the airs of a master. His wind command swordsmanship still wasn't at the level where he could truly claim graduation, but with LV5 proficiency, teaching Lux a few moves would be effortless. Then when do we start? Lux asked, even more eager now that he'd agreed. Right now. Luke squinted up at the sun. It was radiating heat, making the weather stifling. So he took a few steps and said as he walked, next, the sword art I'm going to pass on to you is called the Sword of Wind Command. Lux followed, repeating it under her breath. Sword of Wind Command. It sounded incredibly cool. That's right. Then that win just now really was because of you. So you noticed, Luke said. Because it's called Wind Command. Wind Command, Wind Command. If you want to learn this sword art, the first thing you need to do is learn how to command the wind. Luke spoke slowly, in an unhurried tone. Lux froze. How do I learn that? Take this. Luke wandered around for a while before finally finding an oval-shaped wooden board, which he handed to Lux. And then. Lux took it. Luke said, fan it. Lux raised the board and swung it hard. A gust of wind immediately blew across Luke's face. It was wonderfully cool. Luke sat down on a nearby chair and said with complete seriousness. Right now, wind is blowing toward me. That's the first step of wind command. First you learn to make wind, to find the feeling of commanding it. Then you learn to sense the wind, and after that to understand the wind. And finally at the very, very end you master the wind. Start with step 1. // check out my P at tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www. com/Raziel0810. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Are you hinting at something? 1279 words because Luke said it so seriously and, because it even sounded like it made a little sense. Lux hesitantly picked up the wooden board and started fanning it again, over and over. Like this. She couldn't help asking. Don't ask me. Ask your own heart when you swing the board, can you feel the wind leaving? Luke sat on the long bench, enjoying the steady waves of cool air and speaking with an ever more master-like air. I think I can feel a little. Lux fanned twice with focus. Vaguely, it was like she could see the wind slipping off the front edge of the board. Her eyes immediately lit up. So this was the first step of wind command swordsmanship. This was what Luke meant by finding the feeling of wind command. With that thought, Lux fanned even harder. She could even hear the whoosh of wind as it peeled away from the board. In the distance, plenty of students threw her strange looks then quickly turned into envy. Watching Luke sit there perfectly at ease, enjoying Lady Crownguard's personal fanning service, a lot of the boys felt a vicious blend of jealousy and envy. That was Lady Crownguard, the Royal Academy's shining star, a flower on an untouchable peak. For many people, she was someone you could only admire from afar, never reach. And they'd noticed, ever since school started, Lady Crownguard was basically with His Highness all day. Just thinking about it made them even more jealous. After a while, how long am I supposed to practice this? Lux was sweating a lot now, panting as she asked. Her arm was about to give out. A little longer. Perseverance is the key to success, Luke said with his eyes closed, savoring the rare relief from the heat. To avoid drawing attention, he'd even intentionally sat a bit farther away. But even so, as Lux stared at him from where she stood, suspicion crept into her eyes. Something's off. Not just off, extremely off. Watching Luke sit there with his eyes closed, soaking it in, Lux finally realized what exactly felt wrong. Why did you stop? Not long after, Luke suddenly noticed the wind had disappeared. He opened his eyes and saw Lux glaring at him through gritted teeth. Those sparkling eyes were now filled with the kind of fury that looked like she wanted to swallow him whole on the spot. "Lady Crownguard, you've worked hard." After a long silence, Luke decided it was on him to break the awkward tension. He forced out a stiff laugh. "It's so hot out, why don't you sit down and rest a bit?" Lux didn't answer. She only silently drew the sword at her waist. At that moment, Luke's mind contained only one word. Very soon, the students saw it, Lady Crownguard, sword in hand, chasing the prince all around the training field. That sprint cooked Luke alive. In the end, it was only after he signed a peace treaty, agreeing to fan Lady Crownguard for free for half an hour, that the incident finally calmed down. Truthfully, aside from a tiny bit of personal adjustment on his part, most of the steps Luke taught Lux weren't actually wrong. Wind Command swordsmanship put the most important part right in the name, Wind Command. If you wanted to learn it, the first step was to learn how to sense the intent of wind. The greater your talent, the stronger the feedback you could feel from that wind intent, meaning you could wield Wind Command swordsmanship more effectively, and the road ahead would be far longer. But if you could only sense a little wind intent, then even if you learned Wind Command swordsmanship, you'd never reach the level of a top-tier swordsman. And as for those who couldn't sense wind intent at all, people with no talent whatsoever, then even if they forced themselves to learn Wind Command techniques, it would only ever be good for basic self-defense. Luke had no idea what Lux's talent was like. But after he gave her a bit of experience and guidance, she started making a huge fuss about how she could sense wind intent. To Luke, that just sounded like pure play acting. His own wind intent had been handed to him by the system. He hadn't even needed to sense anything, he'd just had it. Even so, he still understood that even for someone with high talent, sensing wind intent wasn't something that happened just because you said so. And for a natural-born little airhead like her, whether she could even grasp what wind intent meant in the first place was already questionable. But Luke wasn't exactly cut out to be a teacher. Since Lux insisted she'd sensed it, he simply told her to hold on to that feeling and keep sensing it. By the time all that was done, it was already the end of the school day. When the bell rang, Luke felt like his soul was released, free and soaring, just like that cheerful sound. It was exactly like back when he'd gone to school in his old life, counting down the days on his fingers. Yesterday was Monday, today is Tuesday, tomorrow is Wednesday. 2 more days and it's the weekend, yes. With that kind of high-powered self-hypnosis, school didn't seem quite so boring after all. Sitting in the carriage on the way home, Luke lifted the curtain on his right side and looked out. Under the setting sun, all kinds of people walked by. Roadside stalls lined the street, an older woman carried a bag full of vegetables as she left, and the vendor smiled and waved her off. Children kicked around a makeshift leather ball, laughing and playing. An itinerant bard sat on a small chair by the street, gently plucking a stringed instrument. A small crowd surrounded him, offering applause. Everything felt vibrant, brimming with the simple breath of everyday life. Luke had always felt that this kind of calm, peaceful living wasn't bad at all. When he got home, maybe because yesterday had been the most exhausting day, today actually didn't feel as tiring. He sank into the sofa. Yerna poured him a cup of hot tea, then quietly withdrew. "Check in," Luke murmured inwardly. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained top Fletcher grade tea leaves smoky Earl Grey tea and seeds." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a random LV6 secondary profession card." As the system's 2 prompts popped up, Luke's interest rose. He first checked the system's description for smoky Earl Grey tea. It replenished vitality, helped refine one's foundation, and nourished the heart and lungs. Most importantly, it tasted superb. It could be grown in any soil, and it grew quickly. "Not bad," Luke praised. Even though the tea he drank now was already expensive, it clearly wasn't in the same league as smoky Earl Grey tea. Then he looked at the second reward. Another LV6 secondary profession card. Use the secondary profession card. Use successful. Luke focused again. The next second the system prompt appeared once more. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained LV6 secondary profession skill, artisan. By the time he'd put a question mark to it, a massive flood of artisan-related knowledge had already poured into his head. It took him a long time to digest it all before it finally stopped. Luke was starting to suspect the system didn't know who he was. He was a prince of a kingdom. Fine, the cooking skill earlier was one thing, but now it was giving him artisan skills too. Was it ever going to stop? Luke suddenly realized something. First it gave me a ladle, and now it's giving me a hammer. Was this system hinting at something? // check out my P at Tray0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.